Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 0, Prologue. Everyone, as you know, Wuxia World started off as a Chinese-only translation and reading platform, so during the past year or two our primary focus has mainly been on working with Chinese rights holders. Starting with the Gravity Exodus, we have gradually been branching out to Korean novels as well, and now that our Chinese rights situation is more or less settled, it has been time to turn my attention to our Korean novels as well. A week or two ago, I flew to Seoul for discussions with Munpaya, the largest Korean language read novel full platform which hosts many of the novels our translators have brought to you to read and enjoy. Our talks were fairly positive, but they did make a big request, that during this process of negotiations, Wuxia World temporarily pause and take down our Korean translations as a show of good faith. The Korean scene is a bit different from the Chinese scene. Authors, or their respective agencies, have much more say and often own their own works, whereas the Chinese read novel full scene usually sees the platform holding the rights. Munpaya has expressed a willingness to reach out to their authors/partners and convey our offers for their English language rights, but explained to us that, once again, unlike the Chinese scene, authors generally have a bad reaction to their works being translated to English without explicit contractual authorizations, and it is difficult for them to serve as mediator while these novels are already on Wuxia World. Hence, they have requested us to temporarily take down these translations during this negotiation period, which is expected to take roughly a month or so. We did our best to suggest alternatives, including offering thousands of dollars of no-strings-attached goodwill gifts to authors, on top of expensive royalty payments, to keep these novels up during this period of time, as we really did not want to disrupt the reading experience for all of you. Unfortunately, Munpaya still strongly advises that the best way forward is to take these novels offline for a few weeks, although they did suggest a grace period for us to let the readers know. After a period of reflection, we've decided to accede to their request as a show of good faith and hopefully build a stronger foundation of relationships for the future. Hence, all completed Korean novels will be made invisible in 1 week, November 19, 2018, while all in-progress Korean novels will be made invisible in 2 weeks, November 26, 2018. Hopefully, we will have them all back up roughly a month or so after that, just in time for Christmas, December 25, 2018. All sponsorship tiers have also been made invisible, to prevent new sponsors from joining for now. For those who still have a few days of sponsorship on a Korean novel after November 26, the plan is to either pause those sponsorships and then credit the amount of time remaining once the novels come back online, or just provide credit equal to the amount of time left. This will mainly be a technical consideration. I think it goes without saying that I don't like this, and this is a very imperfect solution, but it's the best one we have if we want to proceed with putting Wuxia World in a good position to continue doing Korean novels for you in the future. If we cannot sort out the rights situation, in the long run we'll most likely have to begin transitioning out of Korean novels entirely, which is something which I think no one wants to see. So, I'm incredibly sorry for this temporary inconvenience, but in 1/2 weeks' time we're going to start invising these novels. If you have completed Korean novels you've been meaning to take a look at, don't wait, get to reading soon. Thanks so much. RWX. Chapter 1 Finally Seoul. Chapter 1 Finally Seoul. Chapter 1, Finally Seoul. TLN, just a little warning. There are a lot of swearing in this chapter. His body was surrounded by light that flowed out from the dimensional administrator. His entire body was broken down at the cellular level, and then he felt the curious experience of his cells dispersing as the darkness found him. He was in a faraway place, where he almost forgot about time. He tried hard but was barely able to hold on to his consciousness. Kang Woojin. Wake up! He didn't know how much time had passed, but light grew from the darkness. The light approached him, and he was swallowed by it. Then, the world became bright and the smell of trash filled him. Ooh! He moaned, but he couldn't make any other noises. He was barely able to open his eyes, and all he could see was a battered slate roof. After a long time, he felt sensation return to his fingertips. He felt around his surrounding. He was on top of a recyclable burlap sack. The unidentified trash smell was emanating from there. I've returned. He thought he knew where this was. He remembered when he caught a glimpse of his memories, which had sank to the bottom. The school's incineration plant. He had gone over to that place 20 years ago at this location. Anyways, he had returned to the starting point. It's been 20 years, but everything looks the same. It looked a little bit more worn down, but the incineration plant looked the same. As he slowly waited for his sense to return, he waited for his body to recover. Hey! Fuck! Hurry up! You son of a bitch! He was barely able to turn his head when he heard sudden noises. Students wearing familiar uniforms descended upon the incineration plant. The uniforms are the same. It wouldn't have surprised him if the uniform's design had changed since 20 years had passed. However, it still looked the same, so it was a welcoming sight. When he saw the people, he knew he had really returned to Earth, so he couldn't control his emotions. At a glance, 3 uniformed students were dragging along another student. He looked too normal to be bullied. He was actually a handsome student. You son of a bitch! Let's begin after I hit you. Why should I get hit? What? You son of a bitch! Their fists started to fly, and the two were entangled in a dog fight. The bullies next to them started to join in, and the fight became a one-sided beating. You fucking dick, dare to challenge me! You are really a fucking eyesore! Just attend school quietly. He was having fun looking at the 3 of them step on the one student. Somehow, it made him think of the past. Maybe it was because he went through a wretched experience for 20 years, but the children's antics were cute to him. They beat him until he thought the boy might die. However, the group stopped as they gasped for breath. The student had covered his head with his arms. He was twitching and had various scrapes and wounds. However, his eyes were still giving off a fierce light. The group's leader, Lee Jun-hyuk, didn't like the light in Dujimin's eyes. All of the students were afraid to look at him. They either avoided eye contact or looked at him with envy in their eyes. However, this son of a bitch was looking at him with such eyes. Ha! Fuck! Yo, Jimin! Does it hurt? Does it hella hurt? Didn't I tell you to stop doing irritating things in front of me? Just go to school quietly, all right? Beat it! Fuck! Irritating things? Jimin had been studying quietly and did nothing wrong. The problem was that he was too handsome. He was being beaten because a girl had a crush on Jimin, and she was someone Lee Sun-hyuk liked. Ha! This son of a bitch hasn't come to his senses yet? He needs a good beating. Grab this bastard's body so he can't move. The bullies grabbed Jaemin in place and pushed him down. Soo-hyuk let out a dangerous kick into the air. By the look of it, it seemed like he was going to unleash a soccer kick to the other party's head. At that moment, all of Woojin's senses returned to him. Ah, that's enough. At the sudden sound, the kids began to look around their surrounding in surprise. They saw a man wearing strange clothes getting up from atop the recyclable burlap sack. Fuck! What's your deal? How long have you been there? Hey, fuck! The only things these brats can say is fuck when they meet a big senior that is like the heavens. Woojin got off the burlap sack as if he had been riding it. Ah, the Earth's surface! It has been 20 years since he had been able to step on it. Even if they were delinquents, they were just kids in front of an adult. They were taken aback, so they started looking around furtively. Usually, the delinquents were more strict in respecting the school's lineage. TLN, Koreans are very respectful towards the alumni of their school. Fuck! Who cares if you are our senior? I guess not. Why don't you stop paying attention to us and go on your way? I don't know why some beggar is fucking butting in. We high schoolers aren't afraid of anything these days, uncle. Just go on your way. Soo-hyuk was very outspoken. His bluster dispelled his companion's uncertainty. Soo-hyuk had somewhat thought through everything. The man was here at this time in their school, which meant he wasn't a teacher. Moreover, he was at the incineration plant. He was sure this guy was the neighborhood's idiot. He was also wearing very threadbare clothes. Hey! Why are kids these days so rude, especially in front of a big senior with 20 years on you? Now Soo-hyuk was sure after he heard Woojin mumbled to himself. At the very least, this bastard looked to be a college student and he should still be in his 20s. He was sure this guy had lost his mind. If you don't want to be hit, then get lost. You little bitches. He thought these nitwits would run away if he scared them a little bit. Instead of being afraid, they responded with expressions of disbelief at the threateningly raised hand. Hey! This won't do. Woojin pushed his hand forward, and Soo-hyuk flinched. Woojin was taken aback as he extended his arm again. Why wasn't the binding magic forming? Soo-hyuk frowned at the surprised Woojin. Shit! What are you doing? Why is it being like this? Bind! Woojin, who was taken aback, continuously extended his hand as he shouted. However, the magic didn't form. Soo-hyuk spat out insults at him. Shit! I got scared for nothing by this otaku bastard. Soo-hyuk was sure. He had been scared for a moment by the village idiot, so his pride was hurt. He reflexively ran forward and swung his fist. Before Soo-hyuk's fist could land on Woojin's head, he tilted it and stepped to the side. Whoosh! Hey! You fucking avoided it! Whoosh! You son of a bitch! You're looking to die! Fuck this guy up! At Soo-hyuk's outburst, the lackeys ran in. Hey! I can't feel the fucking magic! Woojin was taken aback when the magical energy, which had basically been his hands and feet for the past 20 years, didn't respond to him. However, even if he did lose his magic, he wasn't weak enough to be hit by the fist of a mere high school boy. Magicians were known to be physically weaker than the warriors, but this was only true in the other world. In this place, his physical ability would blow the special forces out of the water. If he wanted to survive in a place crawling with monsters, his fitness had to be at such levels. Woojin evaded each of the annoying lackey's punches. Then, he lightly punched them in the solar plexus. Puck. Okay. The 3 precise attacks made all 3 of them sprawl on the floor. It happened so fast that Jimin forgot about his hurting body and stared on dumbly. Awesome! After Woojin defeated the annoying people, he pressed his hand on his temple. When his thoughts became complicated, he had a habit of unintentionally doing this motion. Well, I guess it won't matter. Maybe it was a side effect of the dimensional travel. He wasn't sure if he had lost his magic or it had been sealed. However, it might not have mattered. This place was Seoul. Monsters will no longer threaten him, and he wouldn't need to fight to the death to survive. Maybe? Chapter 2 Finally Seoul 2. Chapter 2 Finally Seoul 2. Chapter 2 Finally Seoul 2. The bullies coughed several times. They stealthily got up, then they hurriedly ran away after surveying the situation. Woojin thought about chasing after them. However, he didn't have any reasons to do so, therefore he left them alone. Thank you very much. As Jimin approached him, he bowed his head. This strange person was wearing weird clothes, but he had helped Jimin. It is nothing. However, let me ask you a question. Jimin had started to come up with a story when he heard Woojin's words. Since he had rescued a kid from being beaten by bullies, he thought he would ask a question like why were they hitting you? Of course, this was assuming he was a normal adult. What's today's date? Yes. I'm asking for today's date. It is November 10th. What year is it? It is 2015. What? Kim Woojin was so surprised that he didn't speak for a long time. He had been summoned to the other world on the year 2010. He was in his third year of high school. Ha! What is happening? He had spent 20 years over there, but only 5 years had passed on Earth. Woojin pressed his hand against his temple as he ordered his thoughts. Maybe this is better for me. He thought that 20 years had passed here and would never suspect it otherwise. This was why he thought it would be impossible for him to find his family again. However, if it had only been 5 years, then they might be living in the same house. Once he thought about it, it wasn't a bad situation. He looked for a mirror in his surrounding but couldn't find one. Woojin's eyes once again looked towards Jimin. Hey, how old do I look? What? Should the idiom, out of the frying pan into the fire, be used in this situation? He had escaped the bullies, yet he might have been caught by a crazy person now. Jimin thought about what to say, but he decided to speak as he saw it. Around 22. Is that so? Did my body get younger? Did I find my youth after I lost all my magic? Or, was my body restructured? He would gradually puzzle over it, but Woojin had to resolve some urgent business first. He had returned after 20 years, but only 5 years had passed. His most urgent priority was to find his family. He couldn't remember his home phone number, and of course, he didn't remember his family's phone numbers. Fortunately, he was at the high school he had attended, so he remembered how to find his way back home to his family. If they hadn't moved away, he would be able to have a reunion with his family today. The problem was, how would he get home? It was a distance that he couldn't just walk. The distance was equivalent to taking a subway through 7 stations. Woojin's eyes were uncertain. Let me borrow some money. What? Let me borrow some transportation fee. Jimin regretted not running away with the bullies. He didn't dare to refuse him. He had taken out the bullies with one blow, so if Jimin refused, his fists wouldn't forgive Jimin. Jimin turned out his pocket, then he pushed forward all his money. He had 7,301. Thank you. I promise I'll pay you back. And no. You don't have to. Do you see me as someone who would extort from a kid? I'll pay you back. Woojin rooted through his pocket, then he spoke as if he had forgotten something. Oh yeah. I don't have a hand phone. Write your phone number on a paper for me. Jimin followed Woojin's words, and he took out a notebook from his backpack. He ripped the corner of the notebook, then he wrote his phone number. He thought over dozens of times whether he should write his phone number or if he should write a fake number. He won't be able to tell. Jimin purposefully wrote down a fake phone number. He didn't want to be called out, and be extorted again. He wanted to get out of here as fast as he can before the man could harass him. All right. Big brother will contact you, and I'll pay back the money. Yes. Have a nice day. Even if the man doesn't pay him back, Jimin wanted to quickly vacate this place, and he never wanted to see the man again. Woojin was alone again. He left the incineration plant, then he walked around the school. The memories keeps popping up into my head. Only 5 years had passed, but it had been 20 years since he visited his school. I'm 24 years old? Mother and father should be over 50 years old now. When he thought about his family, his heart was deeply moved again. He had endured the hellish time, as he wished for the day he would once again return to his family's embrace. I wonder if Seoul grew a lot. His youngest sibling, Seoul, was 2 years old when he left, so she should already be 7 years old now. Woojin's steps quickened as he thought about his family. When he walked on the sidewalks after exiting the school, every person he met whispered behind his back. It was understandable since Woojin's clothes was in rough shape. Maybe it was the effect of the dimensional travel, but his equipment had evaporated. Woojin looked like a mess. Even the shoes he wore were leather shoes, so he would look strange in the eyes of the people. Geez! He was unnecessarily embarrassed, but it couldn't curb Woojin's spirit. Woojin's mental state had transcended the point where he wouldn't lower his head, because of his clothes. It'll only be embarrassing until he had reached his house. Woojin tried hard to ignore the whispers emanating from the people, and he found the subway station. Hey? Why is the military troops here? Was there an accident? Soldiers were clustered around the entrance to the subway station. It didn't seem like a training exercise. They even put up a steel fence, and they had guards posted. Geez! What is this? Woojin tried to talk to a pedestrian passing by at that moment. Excuse me. I would like to ask you a question. I don't believe in it. An older woman in her 40s replied in annoyance as if she had seen some kind of insect. She hurriedly moved her feet, and she disappeared in haste. What is this? It felt weird. He quickly stopped two female students, who seemed to be high school students. Excuse me. Let go of me. I don't know anything about religion. Woojin became angry at the irritated response, but he tried hard to calm him heart. I'm not here to ask you to believe in a religion. What are those soldiers doing over there? Are they training? Of course, the soldiers are guarding the dungeon entrance. Let me go. I have to go to my tutoring school. The female student broke free from Woojin's grasp. She started walking away, while she rubbed her arm as if his touch was unclean. How rude. He guessed people referred to the subway station as dungeons. He thought the 5 years was a short time, but apparently it wasn't. I guess it is a popular slang used by the kids. Well, he did the same thing when he was in school. Short-handed words and slangs changed incredibly fast with the development of the internet. It wouldn't be surprising if someone like Woojin from 5 years ago would not know these terms. Hey? There are no soldiers over there. After confirming no one was present at the entrance of the subway station across the street, he crossed the street. When he descended the stairway of the subway entrance, he saw iron bars and a steel door like one would see in a prison. What the heck? Why did they block this place off? No wonder no one was here. They had shut this place down. Woojin looked across the steel bars, and he saw light coming from the subway tunnel. The steel door was locked with a sturdy lock. He looked around his surrounding and he saw a small booth like the apartment guard booths. He looked around inside, and he saw a bundle of keys. He took it and he tried to open the lock. Click! What is this? Did the subway workers go on a strike? He returned the bundle of keys to the booth, then he headed toward the other side of the steel door. There were no one underneath the blinking fluorescent lights, and the atmosphere was quite creepy. They might have shut down the station instead of going on a strike. If the station was shut down, then there was no chance they would operate the subway train. Woojin was about to turn around when it happened. Hey! What is this? Chapter 3 Level Up. Chapter 3 Level Up. Chapter 3 Level Up. This dungeon is a real dungeon? He thought it was a slang, but it didn't seem like it. His head throbbed, so he pressed his hand onto his temple. Woojin let out a sigh, then he sorted through the message in front of his eyes. This dungeon has already been captured. The basic monsters will be summoned. It was a sufficiently shocking situation, but Woojin wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt a feeling of familiarity. Isn't this too similar to the planet Alphen? Woojin had fought fiercely to survive in that place. The planet of Alphen was none other than a game world. No. Should he characterize it as a new world with a game setting? Did Earth change? Or is it only like this for me? Woojin puzzled over it, but he couldn't come up with an answer. He just wanted to take a subway train, yet he had entered a dungeon. By the look of it, Earth must have gone through some kind of change in the past 5 years. Let's go back out first. If he can't ride the subway, then he'll just ride the bus. As Woojin tried to head back, an invisible barrier barred his way. Hey! Geez! Woojin scratched the back of his head. He had no idea what the return stone looked like, so he was in a bind. I guess it was locked for a reason. His curiosity made him open this place. He wanted to head back, but now he was complete stuck. He had no choice, but to find the thing called return stone to escape this place. Let's see. He had lost his magic. He wasn't sure why, but his trained body was still the same. Moreover, he had over 20 years of survival experience. He looked through an out-of-business store, and he was able to find a coat hanger. Giriek. He easily took out the pole from the coat hanger, which he made into a simple club. However, he was disappointed. This is too light. He looked around the adjacent store. In the middle of the mess, there was a hammer. Boong! Boong! This might be useful. Woojin took the hammer, then he swung a chair onto the floor. He tore the back of the demolished chair out. After smoothing it over, he was able to make a decent shield that would be able to take a couple hit. Should I depart? He didn't know what the return stone looked like, but he had been told the basic monsters had been summoned. He wasn't sure about his level of preparation, so he felt a sense of uncertainty. However, it was a situation where he couldn't retreat backwards. He had no choice, but to go forward. Woojin walked as he relied on the blinking fluorescent lights. Then he felt a weird sensation coming from the subway's restroom. It was a sticky sensation as if someone was watching him. He stealthily lowered his body. He picked up a piece of tile, then he threw it. Chang! It reacted at the sound made by the tile hitting a glass door. Kuru! It let out a grotesque shriek. It had a strange appearance, so much so that one wouldn't think this creature would exist on Earth. It looked like a dog, but it possessed large ears like a rabbit. It was a creature that shouldn't exist on Earth, but Woojin knew this monster well. He had faced off against this monster countless times at the planet Alphen. Drabbit! Qua! The drabbit ran in as it threateningly revealed its twin fangs. It used its large hind legs, which composed half of its body, to charge by jumping. It was the drabbit's specialty, and its only method of attack. Boom! As soon as he blocked with his shield, he swung the hammer. Guruk! As he struck the drabbit, it rolled onto the floor as it let out a scream. Woojin didn't hesitate. He ran forward to press down on its neck, then he used the back of the clawed hammer to pierce it. When a familiar monster showed up, he didn't feel much threat from it, but he couldn't let his guard down. He had to go for the sure kill when he had the chance to kill it. This was the basic and essential rule one needed to heed in order to survive against a monster. The drabbit's body sagged as it let out a moan akin to a wind escaping. Afterwards, Woojin hurriedly checked his surrounding. The drabbit had a characteristic where they traveled in a pair. As expected, another drabbit jumped out, and it flew toward him with its scary mouth open. The shield he made out of the back of a chair was already broken from the last attack. Woojin hefted his hammer, then he swung it. Kwajek! Gueek! The clawed hammer accurately pierced through the drabbit's mouth, and it stuck out from the back of its head. He had timed it perfectly as he used an exquisite thrust to execute a counter. How come this feels like a déjà vu? Woojin remembered the first time he was summoned to the planet Alphen. He was so shocked and afraid. However, his situation right now was more favorable than before. How is it possible for the monsters of planet Alphen to show up here? Even this dungeon feels out of place. He felt an unknown sense of danger. The feeling felt too familiar to him. The message that showed up in front of his eyes, and even the monsters starting to emerge, were something that wouldn't have been strange on planet Alphen. However, this was Earth. The problem was this was a subway station on Earth. I guess I'll level up if this continues. This was one of the reasons why Woojin was able to survive on planet Alphen. That place was like a game world. No, Woojin might have felt this way since he was a human from Earth, who was familiar with games. It might be that world's law of nature, but it had felt like a game for Woojin. The only difference was that the world wasn't a virtual reality. It was real. Levels had existed, and Woojin had developed into a full-level necromancer. He hadn't reached the end of the road, but he had met the dimensional administrator. So he returned to Earth without much regret. He had lost all of the magic he had accumulated, but he hadn't cared. He thought his abilities wouldn't be needed on Earth where he didn't have to worry about dying anymore. However, he found himself entered into a dungeon, and he could only desire after his lost abilities. If it was something on par with the Drabbit, then he could face them without feeling any panic. However, if there were stronger monsters here then it might be too dangerous for him. The most optimal situation was to earn the return stone without meeting a stronger monster. If this place is similar to Alphen, a monster should have it or it should be emanating a distinct energy. If it was a stone or an item with an ability then its existence itself should let out an energy. He looked over the two monsters, but they didn't possess any unique monogem called Bloodstone. These bastards are worthless. Woojin left the corpses of the Drabbit where he searched them, and he hid himself next to a pillar. He thought it would be great if a nearby monster would come here after smelling the blood. Even if none showed up, he could restart the search after gathering himself. Queek. Two Drabbits showed up, and they started circling around the corpse of the dead Drabbits. They looked like dogs, but their sense of smell wasn't that developed. They used their hearing to locate the location of other beings. Crack! Woojin purposefully stepped hard on a piece of tile to reveal his existence. Qui! The two Drabbits simultaneously ran towards him, and they jumped towards Woojin. Woojin grasped the hammer, and he performed a baseball swing. Puk! Puck! The two Drabbit jumped with a time difference between the two. He crushed the Drabbit's head in succession. Then a message popped up in front of his eyes. Chapter 4 Level Up 2. Chapter 4 Level Up 2. Chapter 4 Level Up 2. Hey! Is this for real? Woojin was taken aback, and he hurriedly opened his status window. Level 1. Name, Kang Woojin. Class, Necromancer, Advanced. Grade, Middle Rank. Achievement, 4. Magic Point, 0/0 Energy, 0/0. Strength, 15 Speed, 13 Health, 17 Wisdom, 15. Magic, 0 Vitality, 0 Recovery, 0 Healing, 0 Control, 0. Undistributed Points, 99. Combination Box Summoning, LV1, Advanced Skill, Impossible to add points. Use of Achievement Shop, LV1, Advanced Skill, Impossible to add points. Undistributed Points, 99. The status window differed greatly from the time he was first summoned to the planet Alphen. He felt confused. However, he was able to realize the implications soon. It hadn't disappeared. He had thought all of his powers he had accumulated on Alphen had disappeared in the process of returning to Earth. Advanced. As the words indicated, his full-level character had become level 1. However, he had received several benefits. At a glance, he had received 2 advanced skills. His stat points and skill point was the equivalent to the level he had been before the advancement. Also, my class is the same. It's Necromancer. He had achieved everything he could as a Necromancer. He had also controlled and used the undead, which was known to be the ultimate existence. This wasn't a bad thing at all. Seoul seems to have changed in a weird way. He didn't know what will happen in the future, so it wasn't a bad thing to have power. He couldn't see far into the future, but he needed the power to safely escape this dungeon. When he leveled up, Woojin felt relieved. Also, there was a margin for error for him now. He had recovered the power he thought he had lost. He had less mental fatigue when thinking about how to prepare for the danger. He didn't want the monsters to mob him after smelling the blood, so he retraced his steps. As soon as he returned to the pathway where the damaged stores were lined up, he started looking at the newly formed advanced skills. He could combine various ingredients to receive a new item. He might be able to put in items to extract a key ingredient. How do I use this? It was a skill he had never seen before, so he didn't have the faintest idea on how to use it. He tried speaking the activation word, and he searched for various methods. Eventually he was able to find the inventory. There was a combination box located on the lower half of the inventory. He tried to touch it, and as if another inventory was opening up, there were buttons on the bottom. Combine and extract. Chet, the inventory expansion returned to its original state. The inventory had only 3 columns of space. As one's level increases, the inventory expands. However, it seemed like it didn't receive any advancement benefits, so he was disappointed. Of course, the most disappointing part was the items he had accumulated before had all disappeared. Woojin touched the other advanced skill called Achievement Shop. He tried various methods, but he was able to activate the Achievement Shop through an activation word. He repeated saying the activation word, and he found out it was possible to open the shop without saying anything. The shop was lined up with skill books, equipments, and consumable items. He needed a large sum of achievement points to purchase them. This is fun. The Alphen planet didn't have an achievement shop. This was akin to internet shopping where he didn't have to go to a location to purchase the items. There aren't anything I want to buy. The equipments he could buy was low grade. The thing he needed the most right now is a skill. Even the lowest skill required 10 achievement points. Woojin eventually chose 3 skills. Search, Detect, Skeleton Soldier Summon. Each of the skills required 10 achievement points. He decided to get Search to help find items in his surrounding. He needed the skill to find the return stone. Detect was a passive skill. It would accurately alert him of danger in advance. It was an essential skill in helping him survive. The Skeleton Soldier Summon was one of the basic skills of a necromancer. Whether it was the effect of the advancement or maybe it was the fact that his class was automatically selected, there were constraints in which skills he could learn. He was able to learn common magic skills and weapon skills, but he could only learn the class skills of a necromancer. Well, I should worry too much about it right now. I'm short on points anyways. He looked at the 4 points he had accumulated, so the method was clear. 1 Drabbit gave 1 point. He'll be able to purchase 1 skill if he defeats 6 more Drabbits. He immediately needed his fighting capabilities. It would allow him to defeat the monsters safely. It was a problem he could solve without purchasing a skill. Strength, 30 Speed, 30 Health, 30 Wisdom, 30. Magic, 10 Vitality, 0 Recovery, 10 Healing, 10 Control, 9. Undistributed points, 0. Woojin distributed his points. He swung the hammer as he looked at the updated stat window. Boong! Boong! A destructive sound that couldn't be compared to before emanated. He moved his body a little bit, and his body was lighter than before. Moreover, his reaction speed couldn't be compared to before. He possessed 10 times the capability of a normal human. Woojin had 3 times the strength of a normal adult male. He was also 3 times faster, and his stamina was 3 times better. I'm not sure if I'm 3 times smarter. His ability to memorize and calculate had definitely improved. It felt like his brain worked faster. However, the difference in his body movements were much more noticeable. Okay, let's go. He had to defeat 6 Drabbits. He had to acquire the search skill. He'll find the return stone, then he'll escape the dungeon. Woojin headed back downward as he held onto his clawed hammer. Asterisk. Ha, there are so many of them. On the planet Alphen, there were so many Drabbits that one might trip over them. It basically meant they were easy to find, and they were very easy to defeat. However, he felt fatigued after facing them continuously in the narrow pathway. Woojin took in a ragged breath. As soon as he went down the stairs, he had methodically defeated the drab bits he faced. He was able to steadily accumulate his achievement points. He had defeated 27 drab bits as he traveled through the dark passageway. He was able to purchase the essential search and detect skills with his achievement points. At the same time as he purchased them, the skill books appeared in his inventory, and he learned them immediately. It consumed 1 magic point every time he used it. He tried using the search skill, but he didn't see any items that could be called a return stone. He had traveled the same passageway, and he failed to find the return stone. There was only one place left. Do I have to go down there? Woojin hid himself behind the handrail as he glanced down the stairs. It was inner part of the station where the wrecked subway was located at. At a glance, he could see over 20 drab bits milling about. It was possible for him to face 3 to 4 drab bits in a tight passageway, but he wouldn't be able to face over 20 drab bits in a large open space. If he became surrounded by them, then he'll inevitably be hurt. Whew! It really isn't in my personality to move around on my own. Woojin smirked as he looked at the clawed hammer, which was stained with drabbit's blood. He opened the achievement shop, then he purchased the Skeleton Soldier Summon skill book with his remaining points. Chapter 5, Closed Dungeon. Chapter 5 Closed Dungeon. Chapter 5, Closed Dungeon. TLN, please disable ad blockers if you can. The monster's corpses was used to summon the skeleton soldier with strength 5 agility 8 health 5. Consumed magic point, 1, required control, 1. Woojin had defeated an additional 27 drab bits, and he had leveled up twice. He was currently at level 3. Every time he leveled up, he received 5 stat points and he distributed the 10 stat points into magic and control. Magic, 15 control 14. If he summoned 15 skeleton soldiers, he'll only be able to keep 14 of them. Once the summons exceeds the range of his control, they would turn into monsters beyond his control. Wake up, my minions! Woojin had reached the pinnacle as a necromancer. After being transported, he had to restart from a low level, but it was a path he had already walked. He didn't have to worry about spells or activation words. It was possible to manifest his familiars and mastered magics using just his will. Kururu. From nearby, the 3 corpses of the drabbit exploded, and 3 skeleton soldiers was summoned. They were very weak, so he rarely used them in his latter days. Still, he felt extremely happy to see them again. Let's go. He still didn't have any support magic, but it would not be a problem with the drab bits. Woojin and the 3 skeleton soldiers descended the stairs. It caused the drab bits to run towards them in response. Charge! Kiak! The skeleton soldiers let out a horrible shriek, then they ran forward swinging their bone knives threateningly. Payuke! Kiat! One skeleton soldier fell into a heap from one blow as a drabbit used a menacing headbutt. The others were lucky. They were only bitten on their arms and legs. Since the skeleton soldiers were composed of bones, attacks using teeth weren't a threat. The skeleton soldiers were very weak, and their attack capabilities were insignificant. They swung their blunt bone knives, but it wasn't very effective against the drab bits. However, they had blocked the drabbit's dangerous first charge, so they had done their job. Payuke, Puck! Woojin swung his clawed hammer, and the drabbits' heads continued to explode. In a flash, he had killed 3 drab bits, and he used them as fodder to summon an additional 3 skeleton soldiers. Keek. One had been demolished, but the number of skeleton soldiers had increased. The 5 skeleton soldiers reliably blocked in front of Woojin. Woojin used his will to control them as he advanced. Kui! From between the broken windows of the subway train, drab bits ran out en masse. There were so many of them that Woojin halted in his track for a moment. Block them! The 5 skeleton soldiers stood parallel to each other as if they were setting up a barricade. Puck. The drab bits jumped at the skeleton soldiers like moths to a flame, and they started head-butting the skeleton soldiers' limbs. Pussok. The middle skeleton soldier fell. One drabbit broke through the line, and it flew accurately towards Woojin's head. Woojin swung the clawed hammer like a clean-up hitter as it split the air. One more added. The corpse of the drabbit was flung away, and the corpse exploded to form another skeleton soldier. Woojin headed towards the drab bits tangled between the skeleton soldiers, and he brought down his clawed hammer as if he was threshing. Die! Die! Puck. As he ended the drabbit's lives, he intermittently summoned more skeleton soldiers. Woojin had 15 magical points. His magical points would become empty if he summoned 15 times. The magical points recovered naturally, but one could use items or skills to recover it. If he increased the recovery stat, then his natural recovery of magical points quickened. For a magician, the most important stats were wisdom, magic, and recovery. The stat healing dealt with the natural recovery of his body. It increased the recovery speed of vitality, which was consumed when one used healing skills or combat skills. This was the most important stat for warriors. Woojin possessed 10 stat points on both recovery and healing. After a certain amount of time, the recovery would restore 10 magic points, but the more important one was the 10 points in healing. After one day, a shallow wound would disappear without any scarring as it healed. All of you die. He trusted his healing power, so Woojin charged as he hefted his clawed hammer. Boong, puck. Boong, pool. His movements already exceeded the limits of a human. Every time he swung his clawed hammer, a drabbit died. The couple dozen of drab bits filling the subway station was defeated in a matter of moments. When Woojin's reached level 4, his low magical points instantly recovered. Ha! I'm so thirsty. Woojin looked around the station, which had turned into a field of drabbits' corpses, and he headed towards the vending machine. He pried open the door of the already broken vending machine. Kwajik. He used his superhuman strength to create a gap between the vending machine's door, and couple cans came into sight. Woojin picked up a cola can, and he blew on top of it. The accumulated dust flew into the air. It looked to be relatively intact, so it seemed like he could drink it. Doc. Chic. TLN, tab opening SFX, fizzing SFX. When he opened the can, he gulped down the warm Coke. Koah. Kuhu. TLN, SFX. The fizzing gas made him belt out a satisfying burp. Woojin grinned. He had defeated the monsters inside the subway station, which had turned into a dungeon. It almost made him think this was still planet Alphen. However, the refreshing carbonated drink he hadn't had in 20 years made his return to Earth very real to him. I really have to go back home. Woojin's magical point had been restored, so he used the search skill. Around the broken subway train's front car, he could see a sparkling soft light. When he approached it, he saw a finger-sized gem. When Woojin grabbed the gem emitting a soft green light, the light dimmed. Woojin carried the item back to where he came from. When he was close to the barrier, the return stone let out a light, and it scattered as it touched the barrier. Chut. After seeing the barrier disappear, Woojin went up the stairs of the Gwacheon station's first exit. Ooh! I thought I was going to shit my pants. Oh Jun-hwan was a rank 9 public servant. After completing the assault, he had been assigned to the closed Gwacheon station first exit dungeon as an access control personnel. It had been 1 month since he was dispatched here. He fulfilled the temporary reassignment period without any accidents happening. He'll be going back to the headquarters tomorrow. After he hurriedly returned after using the restroom, it felt like the sky was about to fall. What is this? The locked dungeon entrance door was open. He felt dizzy, and the sky turned yellow. Did a civilian go in? Ha, I'm fucked. It was unlikely to think that Aroused had entered a closed dungeon. The Guochun station's first exit wasn't a spot where particular ingredient items dropped. It was just a dungeon infested by the low-ranked monster, Drabbit. Unless it was a beginner Roused looking to train here, he couldn't think of a reason why someone would look for a dungeon that didn't drop anything of significance. It was hard to think Aroused would go into a location with no benefits. Moreover, Aroused could just apply to enter the dungeon in the first place. This was why he was assigned to this place. He looked across the open entrance, and he was able to see that the barrier had already formed. It was a signal indicating someone was inside the dungeon. Ha, fuck. I'll have to quickly request for help. For the Roused, the Drabbits were classified as a low-level monster, but it was a monster to civilians. Oh Junhuan was about to quickly make a call, but the barrier became clouded and a man walked out. Before he could press the send button, Junhuan's body froze. Woojin slowly walked out, and he was surprised when he met the gaze of Junhuan. I opened the door and entered out of curiosity. Are you aroused? At Junhuan's question, Woojin puzzled over his words. Before he could speak, Junhuan spoke quickly. Wu. You almost took 10 years off my life. Please leave a record of your entrance. Wu. It's quite fortunate. Why did you go into a dungeon with nothing to gain? You cleared it as a solo player, so you must be quite strong. He passed over the dungeon entrance record log to Woojin. He half-assedly wrote down his name and position. Then he kept his words scarce. Why do you think I went in? I wanted to ride the subway home. He didn't have an explanation, so he thought it was best to stay silent. The other man was making up an excuse for him. After signing everything, Woojin confidently asked a question. May I go now? You can go now. Woojin turned around to ask a question after taking a couple steps. The 5 years wasn't as short of an amount of time as he initially thought, since it seemed dungeons and the Roused had come to be in that time period. How much is the bus fee these days? What? What the heck? He had heard almost all Roused were rich. Chapter 6 Closed Dungeon, 2. Chapter 6 Closed Dungeon, 2. Chapter 6 Closed Dungeon, 2. The world has changed a lot. Woojin looked out the bus window, and he mumbled as he looked at the scenery. The bus fee had increased by 301, but the most noticeable change that caught his eyes was the amount of cars on the road had decreased significantly. The TV attached to the bus was talking about which subway stations and exits had been successfully attacked. It was going on and on about similar topics. If the attack on the dungeon is successful, we will be safe for at least couple days, and couple months at most. If we fail, the monsters will be unleashed. The news continued to play incessantly. It started to narrow the gap between the reality regarding the past 5 years for Woojin. In the world news topic, they talked about the monsters that had burst forward from the subway stations in Tokyo, and they had to mobilize their army to block them. The areas around the subway station are old news. If the capture of a dungeon failed, one had no idea when the monsters would burst forward. It was like living next to a bomb, so no one wanted to live next to the stations. Rather than living next to the subway stations, people would joke it would be safer to live next to a nuclear plant. Of course, Seoul's population had significantly decreased, and the decreased population led to less traffic. The bus drove as if it was flying. When the bus stopped, it felt as if the world in front of him had turned yellow. The house. The apartment, which was Woojin's home, was gone. He was so shocked that he was having a hard time speaking. The apartment Woojin had lived in was gone. Originally, it was a 5-story high apartment. They always talked about rebuilding the apartment, but it had disappeared within 5 years. He would have never guessed an imposing building would take its place. Even at a glance, he could tell it wasn't an apartment. The structure looked like an office building, and it authoritatively shot into the air. Woojin was looking at the building from close by, and the security guard deemed him suspicious. So the security guard approached him. "What are you doing?" The security guard abruptly questioned him, and Woojin had to push down his anger. Woojin couldn't kill him for not liking him, and he couldn't damn his soul for the heck of it. Those actions were only possible at planet Alphen. This was Earth. Woojin forced down his anger, and he pressed his hand against his temple. After a moment, it felt as if his anger had somewhat calmed. What happened to the people who used to live here? Hey! The people who used to live in the apartment before this building was built. No, I'm asking why are you asking me? The security guard, who had been glaring at him, avoided his gaze in surprise. How could someone's eye become so scary? I don't know. This place was in ruins before this building was built. In ruins. Woojin's forehead was bulging with veins. The security guard let out a cold sweat at his chaotic expression. Numerous people died 5 years ago from the dungeon shock. It would be correct to say everyone who was using the subway at the time had all died. If a dungeon can't be cleared within a month, the dungeon will explode and the monsters would pop out. Countless number of people were killed or hurt when that happened. Seoul was too large and slow to deal with the sudden change. They even dropped missiles on locations where the monsters broke out. When the monsters broke out, Jishun had been turned into ruins. So why are you making a fuss? Woojin controlled his anger inside when he heard the security guard's words. Calm down. Be calm. It wasn't the time to lash out at anyone. His family was alive. They were alive. At those thoughts, he was barely able to hang on to the thread of his anger. It would be ridiculous for him to become unruly based on an assumption. It was unbecoming of an intellectual mage like him. Woo! It's only been 5 years. There are many ways to find them. He thought he had returned after 20 years, but only 5 years had passed. Yes, only 5 years. If he went to the borough office, their last known address should be there. He would know if they were still alive by looking at the family register. Ah, I don't know my social security number. He was assigned his SSN during his 2nd year in high school, but he had no idea where it was anymore. He could go to his alma mater to get his SSN. He'll know it once he searched through the student records. If he was lucky, he'll also be able to find out the hand phone number of his parents, which he had forgotten. As his thoughts connected to make a plan, he felt a calm sensation. Yes, all of his family was safe. He just hadn't found them yet. It was already past 6 o'clock, so he couldn't go back to his school to make the request. He was stuck. It wasn't hard to prioritize what he had to do next. He'll have to find a place to sleep, and growl. Woojin stabbed his hand into his pocket, and he touched the 5,801 he had. Woojin turned his head, and he was able to see a restaurant in a building across the street. Woojin crossed the sidewalk. Asterisk. Ha! What kind of rice soup costs 6,001? TLN, you get a soup and a bowl of rice and banchan. You basically flip the rice into the soup. There are restaurants specifically catered to these dishes. Woojin complained as he drank the cup ramen's soup. Since he didn't have the 201, Woojin was treated like a beggar, and he was chased out of the rice soup restaurant. Of course, it wasn't the shortage of 201 that decided it, but his beggar-like outfit had a bigger role in the decision to kick him out. Chet. The darn grandma probably wouldn't give me rice soup even if I was freezing to death. Woojin unnecessarily thought about the cold-hearted lady from the rice soup restaurant as he chewed on an onigiri. He felt sad since he didn't have any money. However, he hadn't had a cup ramen, and an onigiri in a long time, so it was delicious. Ah, where do I sleep tonight? Do I really have to go to the police station? He hadn't done anything wrong, so why didn't he want to go to the police station? He guessed he did couple of bad things, several dozens of bad things. He had also killed a couple. He had killed countless number of people, but this all happened on the planet Alphen. The Earth's Kang Woojin was just a normal. He wasn't normal since he had disappeared during his third year of high school. He was a child, who had returned after a 5-year absence. Ah, I guess they would ask me all sorts of questions if I go to the police station. Where have you been? What were you doing before you came back? Why didn't you try to keep in contact? His head hurt when he thought about the report he had to make up. He decided going to the police station was a last resort. Anyways, it wasn't as if he didn't have any other choice. Woo! Even though the land prices had collapsed completely in Seoul, and the population had decreased significantly, Woojin still didn't have a home to lay down in. He was overjoyed at seeing a convenience store in 20 years, so he had bought hot bars and drinks. In the end, all the money he had left was 300 won. It was an amount where he wouldn't even be able to enter a sauna nor a PC room. Well, even the subway stations where the homeless go to are off limit now, so he had no choice but to greet the morning in the streets. At that moment, he heard the convenience store's door open, so he reflexively turned his head. Ring! As the convenience store's door opened, Woojin's eyes sparkled as he saw a familiar face. This was fate. He was sure it was fate. Do Jimin. The school junior he had helped out in the evening was picking out an onigiri. Woojin downed the rest of the soup left inside the cup ramen, then he stood up. He paid for his items, then Woojin quickly followed after him. Hey, student. Yes. Jimin turned his head, and he saw a pale ghost-like face. Woojin smiled from ear to ear. Haha. I was about to call you yet we meet again. Why? Why would you? Jimin haltingly took a step backward. Is your parents home? Why would you want to know that? Jimin reacted in a sensitive manner. Woojin made a face indicating it wasn't a big deal, then he put on his most trustworthy smile. Including the previous incident, I have a lot of things to discuss with them. My parents have passed away. Hey? That's goo. No, that is unfortunate. Are you living by yourself? Jimin nodded his head with wariness filling his face. You lead the way. Why? Let me stay at your place for one night. Jimin had a dumbfounded expression on his face. The strange uncle wearing a straw mat, who was frighteningly good at fighting, was trying to invade his home. Ah, it isn't for free. He forced Jimin's hand open to place something in it. 301. Isn't this the money he had extorted from him? Jimin looked back with a dumbfounded gaze, and as if even Woojin was embarrassed, he grinned. Haha. I'll pay you back anything I'm short on. Haha. Why is there a fly here? He slyly let fly a fist into the empty air like a boxer. No, he was like aroused where the sound of the air splitting apart was produced. Jimin could only walk toward his house with a tearful face. Chapter 7, To Home. Chapter 7 To Home. Chapter 7, To Home. Regret kept flowing in. Even as Jimin put in the secret code for the gate in front of his house, he was feeling regret. He couldn't be a really weird person, right? He probably arrived in the city today, so maybe he doesn't have a place to stay. Woojin gave a somewhat believable backstory to Jimin. He said he had lost his memory 5 years ago in the dungeon shock, and he had retreated into the Yuri Mountain. Inside the Yuri Mountain, he had served a strange Taoist priest as sensei. While serving the ill-tempered Taoist, he suddenly regained his memory. This was why he had returned to Seoul, and he had returned to the high school where he had lost his memory. Woojin told him a story even a third-rate drama wouldn't use. Jimin was on the fence as he looked at Woojin. If he is in such a situation, he should go to a police station. Jimin didn't even get to say this out loud. When the sound of a police siren passed by, Woojin let out several jabs into the air as he caught the flies. Jimin thought he would probably get knocked out even from one hit. No, he might die. Oh well. I have no clue. If he meant me harm, then he would have done it by now. D-Dick, DRORI. TLN, input SFX. The door opened, and he followed in after Jimin. Woojin smiled radiantly. Wow, you have a nice house. The house was an ordinary villa's studio. As the land price became cheap in Seoul, the rent became cheap as empty houses increased. However, the electric and gas fee had increased as well, so it was still hard for people to live there. The monsters always destroyed all the infrastructure, so of course, the price would increase. The studio was quite large. There were a lot of room left even after a bed and a desk was put in there. Haha. I'll be in your debt for a day. Do you mind if I wash first? Woojin brazenly spoke as he headed towards the restroom. He took off the pieces of straw mat, then he took a shower. Jimin could only sigh as he heard weird sounds come from the restroom like a hey, this is great. Ha. I wonder if this is appropriate. They had talked about various topics while coming here, and he didn't seem like a bad person. This was just a hunch he had felt. Even if Woojin didn't look like a bad person, he was assuredly weird. He had fallen into Woojin's pace, and before he realized it, they had come home together. Jimin munched on the onigiri he bought from the convenience store. This was his dinner. The money he needed to purchase dinner was taken by Woojin, so he had no choice. Woo! That was refreshing. Hey, do you have any clothes you were going to throw away? Wait a moment. Woojin acted as if he was visiting the house of a very close cousin. Jimin was uncomfortable with the situation, but the water had already been spilt. He just gave Woojin the basic white t-shirt, and a black shorts. Do you have an underwear? I'm already burdening you, so it would bother me a little if I took your underwear and wore it. Woojin laughed brazenly, and he wore his clothes as he went commando. Then he opened the refrigerator to take out a bottle of water, and he downed it. Jimin didn't have the energy to be surprised anymore by his natural look. Woo! I have to study now. Okay. I won't interfere with your studies. Go ahead and study. Do you think I can use your computer? You are asking for everything. You can use it. Jimin yielded his desk with the computer on it. He opened a desk he used for meals, then he opened his book. Jimin started focusing on his studies so much that it was frightening. After his parents passed away, the only family he had was his older sister. This studio and even the privilege of going to high school was through his older sister's sacrifice. Even now she was working arduously in a factory. The only way he could pay her back was to study hard. Jimin was studying so fiercely that Woojin didn't dare to talk to him. Whoa! Even though he is handsome, he is studying really hard. Woojin turned on the computer, then he connected to a familiar portal site. He searched about the dungeons. The internet was the best option to learn about the changes that had occurred on Earth in the past 5 years. Let's see. Dungeon Shock. August 5th. Hey? I was summoned around that time. His summon to the Alphen planet, and the Earth's subway stations turning into dungeons were too close to be called a coincidence. He couldn't exactly remember it, but his intuition was telling him it happened on the same day. It means there is a connection. Why was he summoned to the other side during the dungeon shock? He still didn't know the exact reasons. He just struggled hard to survive, and he longed to return home. He felt a feeling of unsatisfaction. Roused. What is this? They are just people with supernatural powers. He couldn't help but be surprised when he looked up the roused. The roused were able to use specialized skills like teleportation, ignition ability, super speed, and etc. The roused specialized ability was important, but the ability to use the magical artifacts acquired from the dungeons was more important. If they could use the magical items, it meant they possessed magic. It wouldn't be wrong to look at them as magicians. The real world has magicians. As a top necromancer, he had advanced to received amazing bonus stats, but he was still genuinely surprised by this. Since the characteristic of this dungeon was that it was underground, they couldn't use heavy firearms. Therefore, the roused basically become the heroes of the entire earth as they worked out of Seoul. If left alone, the dungeons were ticking time bombs that could go off at any moment. Moreover, the dungeons went through changes. They were classified into 3 different types, and the attack plan differed for each of them. Dungeon, it literally was a timed dungeon. If a new one was created or a subway station changed into a dungeon, a 1-month countdown began. If the dungeon was cleared before the countdown ended, it turned into a mine. If they failed, the dungeon break happened. Mine, at first it was used as a figure of speech, but it had stuck so even the government called it that name. The conquered dungeons only summoned the basic monsters, and this was when the exploration happened. The basic monsters carried some value, and sometimes they were able to find artifacts. These mines reset after a certain amount of time. At most, it would reset after couple of months, and at the very least, it would last a couple of days. No one knew when the dungeons would be reset, so government employees were assigned to look over the dungeons. Dungeon break, it was a horrible event where the dungeon attack has failed after the period of 1 month's time. As the word indicates, the dungeon bursts. The barrier crumbles, and the monster within escapes to the outer world. Woojin had entered the Gwacheon station's first exit, and it was a mine. Moreover, the rank of the basic monsters was so low that bloodstones weren't produced. The drabbit itself also had no particular use. It became an abandoned mine when it was decided it was of no value. Occasionally, it was used as a resting dungeon, where the beginner roused trained. However, this happened very rarely. Woojin looked up the Hammer Guild. He wanted to find out the identity of the imposing building built where his home used to be. He was genuinely curious. Jimin's neck stiffened as he studied, so he straightened his neck. He looked at the monitor on a whim, and his eyes became round. Uncle knows about the Hammer Guild. Hey, call me big brother. Do you know what goes on in this place? Of course, I know. It is one of the 3 most successful guilds in Korea. Jimin's eyes sparkled as he gave an explanation. Hammer Guild, Hwarang Guild, and KH Guild. These 3 were the most powerful guild in Korea. So they are companies. It's a little bit different. It started off as gathering places for the roused, but it is almost like a company now. No, should I say it is a big union between the roused? He started tilting his head in confusion, and Jimin started organizing his disorganized explanation. For the roused, it is a union. For a normal person like me, it is a company. It is my dream company. You can't get in with ordinary qualifications. Jimin was studying hard as he made the 3 great guild in Korea his target. The benefits for the workers was amazing, and the annual income was quite large. If he's able to join the company, he'll be able to pay back the kindness shown by his struggling sister. Hey, is that right? Jimin became starry-eyed, and he let out a voice filled with desire. Woojin was unaccustomed to such looks, so he asked roughly. Anyways, won't those bastards from earlier in the day bother you tomorrow? Jimin's countenance became dark when he thought about the tenacious personality of Lee Soo-hyuk. He had somehow gotten through today since Woojin had shown up. It seemed his school life will become tortuous starting tomorrow. When he saw the other's face, Woojin spoke coolly. Hey! I have some business with the school, so let's go together tomorrow. I'll solve all your problems. Together. Jimin felt worried when he saw the confident Woojin. Chapter 8 To Home, 2. Chapter 8 To Home, 2. Chapter 8, To Home, 2. Hey! You were alive, Woojin? His homeroom teacher from his 3rd year in high school looked as if he had seen a ghost. Woojin laughed bitterly. Numerous people had died during the dungeon shock, and it seemed Woojin was counted as one of the casualties. In reality, it had been 20 years since they met again, so he didn't feel much emotions. The teacher looked for Woojin inside the student record. Ah! Here is your phone number. Ring. The teacher immediately called the number. The number may or may not have changed. Would he be able to hear his mother's voice? Had the number changed? Woojin was sitting on the opposite sofa, and his heart was pounding. Hello. The homeroom teacher heard a tired middle-aged woman's voice. He used a special tone of voice reserved for speaking to a student's parents. Yes, hello. My name is Lee Sang-woo. I'm a teacher at Mido High School. What? Mido High School? The shaking voice seemed similar to the dimly remembered voice of his mother. Woojin's heart sped up, and it felt like he was out of breath. Yes. Are you by any chance Mrs. Lee Soo-jiang? Yes. You are correct. What is it you need? If it's Mido High School, then it was the school our eldest went to. Woojin felt like his heart was about to stop when he heard the voice across the phone. Even when he was hit squarely by Balric's whip, it didn't hurt as much as this. Woojin snatched the hand phone as if he was stealing it, then he spoke in a shaking voice. Mom. There were no words spoken across the phone. However, one could tell how surprised she was. She must have been shaking so much, since her entire feelings was conveyed to him. Mom. This is Woojin. Kang Woojin. It was harder to speak the word mom, than using a ninth circle magic spell. His throat was tied up in knots, and he was barely able to hold back his tears. Instead of hearing words from across the phone, he could only hear the sound of weeping. Woojin? Is it really our Woojin? Are you really our Woojin? At the sound of her wails, Woojin couldn't even guess how much sorrow she had endured. The sadness turned into joy as his tears fell. I've returned. My Woojin. He had survived 20 years for this moment. Where did you move to? I'll go there. No. I'll come over there. I'll be there soon, so don't move an inch from there. He heard the sounds of hurried feet. Woojin gave the teacher his phone. Woo. He let out a long breath he had held as he tried to swallow his tears. After the teacher received the phone from him, he tried to calm the mother. He ended the call only after a lengthy conversation. At this sight, Woojin was reminded he needed to buy a phone soon. She'll be here in about 1 or 2 hours. Woo. Thank you, teacher. Woo. I didn't really do anything. I'm more thankful that you are alive. Do you mind if I look around the school? Well, do whatever you want. Woojin thought it would be boring to sit in one place for 2 hours, so he exited the staff room. Woo. Let's go see Jimin. When his mother arrives, he'll have to repay the money he borrowed from Jimin in haste. He felt embarrassed to receive money from his parent when he was already 24 years old. However, he had decided to repay her back by dedicating his entire life to being a good son. Just at that moment, kids crowded into the hallway since it was break time. He squeezed by people as he walked. He was boldly walking around wearing a white t-shirt and shorts one would only wear when going to sleep, so many students gave him a once-over. He's really handsome. He's really tall. I heard he is our school's alumni. If it wasn't for the other students in uniform, the female high school student would have exclaimed him to be their ideal type. They whispered among themselves, and they clapped their hands in delight. His fashion is so unsophisticated. Shit. He's frighteningly thick. What did that bum used to do? The male students secretly made fun of Woojin. Woojin ignored them, and he found Jimin's classroom. Jimin wasn't even able to go to the restroom during the break as kids surrounded him. Hey, Jimin. Woojin approached Jimin in a friendly manner, and this surprised the gathering around him. Soo-hyuk and the other kids, who had suffered under Woojin, tried to avoid meeting his eyes. The other kids glared at Woojin, then they mocked him. Who is this bitch? Wow! Were you afraid of becoming the outcast, so you called in your big brother. At most, there were 7 of them. They looked at Woojin, and they grinned. Jimin, who had a worried expression, met his eyes. Jimin was slowly shaking his head from side to side when Woojin yelled. All of you playing as bullies, follow me up to the roof. With an obstinate expression, Woojin went in the front with the downcast Jimin, and they headed towards the roof. The bullies followed after them with a dumbfounded expression on their faces. WA. Let's give them a fucking beating. Hey, go call the kids in the other classes. Soo-hyuk secretly followed after the kids as they headed towards the roof. There were over 20 kids following after them, so he tried to push yesterday's events out of his memory. That's right. I was careless, so I was hit in the vitals by mistake. That bastard probably can't do much against this number. Including Soo-hyuk, over 20 bullies stepped onto the roof. Asterisk. 1. A haughty voice came out of Woojin's mouth. We are. The bullies were lined up in a line, and they simultaneously lowered their body to the floor doing a push-up. 2. Jimin's minions. 25 students were in a line, and they were doing push-ups at the same time. Even Jimin, who was directly involved, couldn't hide his surprise. What did he learn at the Yuri Mountain? He must have learned martial arts. If not, how could he defeat the 25 large bullies in a flash by himself? It really took less than 1 minute. He had already made them do 50 push-ups, yet the break hadn't ended yet. When the teens' arms started to tremble, Woojin gathered them in one place. Hey, everyone come over here. The bullies' faces were considerably flushed, and Woojin grinned at this sight. He had held back since this was Earth. If it was planet Alphen, then they wouldn't have been able to stand up. He probably would have enslaved them after making their bodies undead. Then he just need a little magic to damn their souls. What do you think this is? It's a steel pipe. That's right. Whoever brought this is quite hopeless. Some bastard had brought a steel pipe to beat Woojin with it. He grasped the steel pipe, then he easily bent it. As if this wasn't enough, he grabbed both ends of the bent steel pipe, then he pulled. Zzzzzt. The steel pipe stretched like a stick of caramel. In a moment, it couldn't take the tension, so it was ripped in half. The bullies looked at him as if their soul had been ripped away, and Woojin threw the broken steel pipe to the floor. Gong! Woojin put an arm around Jimin's shoulder, who was standing next to him. You won't bother Jimin anymore. We won't bother him. We'll absolutely not bother him. Woojin nodded his head as if he was satisfied with the shouts in front of him. Don't try to make him the outcast, and you guys should get along with him. All right. Yes. Yes. Then go back to class. At Woojin's word, the bullies felt relieved that they were still alive. Then they bickered to be the first one to get off the roof. Jimin looked at Woojin with a devastated expression. How am I supposed to go to school now? Rumors of such a large incident would be spread across the school. Woojin smiled brightly as he looked at his sour expression. I thought you were only going to study? Now no one will torment you. Hey? What is this? His argument was persuasive. He was only going to study, so why should he care if he didn't have some friends? Woojin patted Jimin's shoulder, when he saw his flustered expression. Right. I was able to contact my mother. Soon I'll be able to repay the money you lent me. And no. It's okay, big brother. It wouldn't be right. Woojin was excited at the prospect of meeting his mother. Jimin impatiently waited for the bell to ring, and he wanted to end the conversation with Woojin as quickly as possible. Ah, I'll repay your kindness. It couldn't have been easy to let a stranger sleep over for a night. Haha. No. Big brother helped me first. You even did so today. He'll be embarrassed in the near future, but it wouldn't be too bad. It seemed as if the bullies wouldn't bother him anymore. They'll probably torment him with petty and cheap methods. Yes. I'm glad you think of it like that. If I buy a hand phone, I'll contact you. If those bastards bother you again, then you can call me. Woojin took out the piece of paper from the pocket in his short, and he shook it. Ha, he didn't lose it. It was a fake number he had made up. He felt a bit guilty, so Jimin laughed awkwardly. Yes, big brother. Congratulations on reuniting with your mother. Haha. Thanks. You should continue to study hard, and get a job in a great company. When the bell rung, Jimin knew this was his chance. He bowed to say goodbye, then he ran toward his classroom. Woojin remained on the roof as he just grinned. The weather is quite nice. Maybe it was, because there were less cars. The sky above Seoul looked very clear today. Woojin stood there for a while, then he saw a taxi stop in front of the front gate. His heart felt like it was about to stop, when he saw the woman hurriedly head towards the school. Mom! Woojin calmed his heart, then he head towards the staff room. Chapter 9, I'll have to make some money. Chapter 9 I'll have to make some money. Chapter 9, I'll have to make some money. TLN, this will be the last regular chapter of this week. I'll probably take it easy until Monday unless there is a sponsored chapter. Next week regular chapters are Dragon Maiden War, and Legend of Legend. Please turn off your ad blocks if possible. Enjoy. Woojin. It really is our Woojin. It really is Woojin. His mother grabbed onto him, then she cried for a long time. She had thought he had died, yet Woojin had come back alive after 5 years. She couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. Where have you been? It'll be too long to explain it here. Anyways, where's the other family members? I went back home, and it was gone. Seoul is at her preschool. You father. His mother started to speak, but she started to cry again. He felt something was amiss, so his pounding heart turned cold. Let's go. Let's go home and talk. Yes. Let's do that. Let's go home. As if his mother would disappear, Woojin held both her hands tightly as they left the staff room. While they rode the bus, his mother spoke despondently about their situation. His father had been caught up in the dungeon shock as he left for work. As with the other tens of thousands of people riding the subway, he had passed away. They couldn't even find his corpse. His mother had lived on alone as she took care of Seoul. After losing the head of the household, her son was also missing. The only reason why his mother was able to withstand everything was because of young Seoul. They hadn't been very wealthy in the past, and his mother had to take care of the whole household by herself. He could feel the difficulties she had gone through. The only asset they had was the apartment, but the price became dirt cheap after the dungeon shock. Moreover, his mother wasn't qualified for many of the jobs, since she had only been a housewife. To make matters worse, Seoul became ill, so the household's wealth decreased rapidly. It was a situation where every day was painful. She had struggled to hold on for the past 5 years. It's fine since you are alive. Don't worry too much about it. I thought you had taken the subway. His mother was thankful just from the fact that he was alive. The bus traveled for an hour before they approached the neighborhood where he used to live. They moved towards a block away from the Hammer Guild's headquarters, and they arrived at a run-down neighborhood. Just in case you or your father might come back, we moved to a close location. If one disappeared during the dungeon shock, it basically meant the person was dead. However, his mother hadn't lost hope. Her son had returned after 5 years, so she felt rewarded by her efforts. His mother led him through winding alleyways, then she headed toward a specific shack. It was a very small one-room, and it was smaller than Jimin's house. Moreover, there were a lot of luggage stacked inside, so it made the room look smaller. Stay right here. I'll go to the preschool, and I'll bring Seoul back. His mother left Woojin by himself inside the room, and she left the house. Woojin looked around the small room filled with boxes, then he opened one of them. Ah! The box held none other than his old belongings. He opened the other boxes, and it was all the same. It contained his father's clothes and his clothes. There were even toys he had played with when he was little. She had kept all the belongings they had possessed when they lived in the apartment 5 years ago. She had forced it all inside this one room, so it wasn't inevitable for the house to become cramped. He could guess the reason why his mother couldn't throw away their belongings, and his heart felt like it was going to break. Soon, his mother returned home with Seoul holding her hand. Her wide-eyed face looked up at Woojin. Her complexion looked pale, but her white skin just made her look cuter. The 2-year-old baby he remembered in his memories had turned into a 7-year-old cute child. So, this is your big brother. Greet him. Big brother. Seoul grabbed onto the hem of her mother's clothes, then she warily looked over Woojin. Woojin made his most friendly smile as he looked down towards Seoul. So, could you play with your big brother for a moment? Mother will make delicious food soon. Hey? Mommy doesn't have to go to the restaurant. Of course. It's my day off today. It was only lunch, but his mother worked as if she was in a hurry. She prepared a sumptuous feast. Seoul became unusually animated when she saw the meat side dish. It seemed like she wasn't able to eat meat on a regular basis. His mother looked at him with contentment, so as to repay her, he ate the food with relish. After he emptied 3 bowls of rice, he stopped his spoon. It was said the act of eating food was a good way to lower the wariness in humans. Seoul seemed to have immediately adjusted to him. She called him big brother easily, and she stuck to Woojin's side. It was false to say she wasn't wary, but it seemed she was starved for attention. It made Woojin's heart hurt when he saw this. Then Seoul plays by herself after coming home from preschool. Yes. Mommy goes through a lot of troubles. I have to behave, and play by myself. He was proud of what the 7-year-old said, so Woojin patted her head. Geez. You have to brush Mimi's head instead of mine. Ah. Okay. Seoul passed him her Barbie named Mimi, then he brushed its hair with a brush as big as his finger. Woojin and Seoul played with the doll, and his mother's gaze was on them as she washed the dishes. She had struggled so much in the past 5 years that it felt like she had become an old lady. His mother, who was doing the dishes, picked up the phone when it rang. Then she hurried into the restroom to answer the phone. What's going on? Where did you go during the busy hours? Come back immediately. Today is a really important day. May I take a leave? Hey lady, what do you think this is? There is no taking leaves at this small restaurant. You even got out of work regularly by giving excuses that your daughter was sick. If you don't want to get fired, come in right now. Woojin's senses were several times more sensitive compared to normal people, so it wasn't hard for him to hear the whispered conversation. Woojin roughly figured out the situation, and Woojin felt a heavy feeling. It felt as if a rock was pressing down on his chest. His mother exited the restroom, then she quickly finished washing the dishes. Then she spoke to Woojin and Seoul with an apologetic face. Seoul. I'm sorry, but can you play a little bit with your big brother? It's okay. I'll play with big brother. Even though she didn't have any old memories of him, Seoul was already following after her big brother, and this made her very cute. I'm so sorry about this, Woojin. Woojin gave an ample laugh. It's okay. Have a safe trip. Yes. I'll be back soon. After his mother went out, Seoul let out the tears she had been holding back. She's always busy. Seoul is always alone. Woojin's eyes turned round when he saw her crying figure. No. Big brother is here now. Chet, I've never seen you, so how can you be my big brother? Hey. I'm really your big brother. Don't you remember me from when you were young? I even changed your diapers. So don't we anymore? Woojin tried to appease the grumbling Seoul, so he played with her. He had assumed his mother would return around dinner time, but she wasn't back yet. Therefore, Woojin started cooking. Woojin was used to sleeping out in the open when he was at the planet Alphen. When he opened the refrigerator, there were several ingredients left over from his mother's previous shopping trip. Woojin simply fried an egg, then he shared vegetable fried rice with Seoul. His mother returned around 9 o'clock. "I'm sorry. Mother is late. What did you eat for dinner? We'll have to buy you a hand phone tomorrow." His mother couldn't contact Woojin, so she must have felt frustrated. They laid down their bedding in the small one room, and he didn't even have space to roll over. Seoul had already fallen asleep in his mother's arms, but Woojin and his mother had a hard time going to sleep. "I'm very glad you are back." His mother had already said those words multiple times as she laid down her tired body. Woojin couldn't sleep that night, and he stayed up with his eyes wide open. This isn't it. Woojin felt a suffocating feeling as if he was buried within a fallen building. The next morning everyone woke up in a flurry. Seoul had to attend preschool, and his mother prepared to go to work. "Woojin, go to the borough office, and get your SSN reissued. After I get off work, we'll go shop for a hand phone. Don't go anywhere. If you are hungry then make and eat some ramen. No, if you are hungry, come to the restaurant located in the front. It is the Seung Mai restaurant located in front of the mart." "Yes. Don't worry about me. I'll see you later." When everyone left, Woojin was alone, so his mood dampened. He had a lot of things to do. He had to cancel the missing persons report, then he had to be reissued a SSN at the borough office. He was summoned during his third year of high school, so he hadn't even graduated. He didn't want to be unemployed, so he also had to get a job. "I have to make some money." He felt pity for his busy mother, and Seoul who had to spend every day by herself. He was the man of the house now. He had to become the pillar of this household. "I have to make a lot of money. He'll have to study again. Moreover, he'll have to immediately get a temporary job." Woojin quickly thought of a way to make a lot of money. It felt like destiny. No, it felt like a devil's claw drawing him in. Roused, Woojin looked at the 3 crumpled bills of 10,000 won, and he came to a decision. He opened the box with his carefully stored clothes. He wore his own clothes, then he exited the house. He had received his SSN, and he had cancelled his mission person's report. He opened an account in his name at the bank, then he went into a phone store to purchase a hand phone. "This is our hottest item, dear customer. It is very sturdy, so it is a model used by many famous roused." At the phone salesman's recommendation, he purchased the hand phone. He entered in his mother's phone number, then he sent a message. "There is a little brother that I know living close to our house. I'll stay there for now, and I'll prepare for the school qualification examination. TLN basically a Korea Ged." His mother immediately called him when Woojin sent the message. He had to talk with her for a very long time to assuage her fears. She knew their financial situation wouldn't allow him to study, so in the end, she agreed to his proposal. "Woo! I feel bad about it, but I'll make it up later." Jimin's house wasn't very far off from Woojin's house. It was a distance he could walk to. He had decided it was the ideal place to stay until he bought a bigger house. Woojin unfurled the folded paper, then he input Jimin's number. He pressed the call button, and the ring-back tone rang. Soon, a person picked up the phone. "Hello. This is the Dongjin Agency's Park Huiso." He heard a husky voice. He checked to see if he made an error in pressing the numbers. However, it matched the phone number on the paper. "Hello. If you made a call, then please speak. Is this Jimin?" "No." Click. Accompanying an annoyed voice, the phone call was terminated. Woojin clicked his tongue as he looked at his phone. "Ha! What is this? Did he trick me?" Woojin pressed firmly on his temple. Chapter 10, to the dungeon. Chapter 10 to the dungeon. Chapter 10, to the dungeon. Woojin grinned as he looked at his phone. This is great. He purposefully gave him a fake phone number. Since he already knew where he lived, Woojin wasn't worried about meeting him again. He had been wondering how to ask Jimin if he could stay over for a couple days. However, it seemed like he could be a little shameless now. He had earned a great excuse. Woojin walked lightly towards Jimin's rented room. Asterisk. Woo. Jimin let out a sigh as he saw the kid slowly look away from his gaze. It was great that the bullies didn't bother him anymore, but now his other normal classmates avoided him, except one person. He was eating lunch by himself on a 6-man table when someone put a tray in front of him. Hey, I heard your big brother beat up all the bullies. Is it true? Jimin sighed when Lee Seolgi asked her question. He admitted Seolgi was pretty even to him. However, he had to focus on studying. If he started dating someone, then it would be a betrayal towards his hard-working sister. Let's just eat. Hee. Is it true he is your older cousin? He guessed weird rumors were going around. Before Jimin could explain the situation, Seolgi laughed lightly. Heh. I thought you were just handsome, but you also have some backing. Lee Seol-hyuk won't bother us again. His guilt toward his sister wasn't the only reason why he tried to distance himself from Seolgi. Everyone in the school knew Lee Seol-hyuk, the bully, had a crush on Seolgi. However, Seolgi didn't even look at Seol-hyuk. She only hung around the handsome Jimin, so of course, Seol-hyuk wouldn't look kindly at Jimin. Jimin had put up a steel wall towards Seolgi, so he could act tactful in front of Seol-hyuk. I don't need to act tactful anymore. Woojin wasn't really his older cousin, but even if that rumor spread, it wasn't a bad thing. The bullies won't be able to do anything to him. Jimin decided to look at the positives. He didn't have to walk on eggshells anymore. Do you like me? Jimin looked at her with a dumbfounded expression when she asked her straightforward question. Why was this girl so aggressive? Seolgi's smooth brows furrowed, then she pouted. What? Am I not pretty? Of course, you are pretty. However, he couldn't boldly say it with his mouth. Ahi. Let's just eat. Study over dating. It wasn't too late for him to date after he got a job. After the lunch period ended, Seolgi bothered him for a long time. Jimin broke free from her, then he headed toward his tutoring school. Aring. Big sister. His sister, Do-ji-won, always called him around the time he headed toward his tutoring school. Is everything okay? Nothing much. Oh yeah. I met a strange big brother yesterday. He said he was 5 years my senior, and he was an alumni of my school. Do you know him? He said his name was Kang Woojin. His sister was also an alumni of Mido High School. Now that he thought about it, his sister was 5 years his senior, so she should have been in the same grade as Woojin. Hey? Woojin? He was a kid who suddenly went missing before the dungeon shock. Ji-won remembered Woojin. However, she knew of his existence only because the entire school had known he had gone missing. During her school days, it wasn't as if she was close to him. You know about him, big sister. I'll give you a more thorough explanation when you come home this weekend. That big brother helped me out a little bit. Okay, Jimin. Sister's break time is over. Study hard. During her 3rd year in high school, his big sister was already busy working at the factory. His big sister was the reason why he could go to school without worrying about his living expenses. Jimin was also able to attend a tutoring school. His sister, who was 5 years older, was both his mother and father. She was the driving force fueling him to study hard. Oh yeah. He said he would give me my money back, but he just went away. Jimin grinned before he knew it when he thought about Woojin. He seemed to be crazy person, but he also didn't seem like a bad person. He was really scary when he was beating up the bullies, but he had been nice to Jimin. Woojin's beating of the bullies was well worth the 7,301. From the beginning, he didn't plan on taking back the money. However, Woojin had promised numerous times that he would repay him, yet he had left without doing so. This thought made him laugh. Ddi Dick, Ddi Rory. After the tutoring school had ended, Jimin dragged his tired body home when his eyes became round. He saw shoes he had never seen before. Moreover, that person was lying on his bed eating a tangerine. You are back, Jimin. Big brother. How did you know my secret passcode? I saw it last time when you pressed it. This is trespassing. I tried to call you, but someone else answered the phone. That is. As if he felt guilty, Jimin stuttered when he spoke. He really thought he would be extorted and put in a bad situation, so he had given him a fake number. Bitch! Do you think I'll hit you? Just come over here. I have something I have to ask you. Jimin was nervous, so he sat rigidly. It was a strange scene where it looked like the ownership of the house had been switched. Woojin popped a peeled tangerine in his mouth as he asked a question. You said the Roused make a lot of money. That's true. I read there were guilds, associations, and a lot of things like affiliations. I've also read some dungeons were disclosed to the public, and it was monopolized. Explain it to me. It was such an out-of-the-blue question that Jimin tilted his head in confusion. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? I want to attack the dungeon. Big brother is one of the Roused? Jimin asked in surprise, then he kicked himself. Woojin had defeated over 20 bullies in a flash. If he wasn't aroused, his godlike movement couldn't be explained. He believed him like an idiot. He thought he had learned martial arts on the Yuri mountain. I just need some money. Tell me what you know. If you want to enter a private dungeon, you have to register yourself with the association as a Roused. Originally, Jimin already had a lot of interest in the Roused and the guilds. No, it could be said every male around his age was interested in this topic. Woojin quietly heard his zealous explanation, while he peeled another tangerine. So I just have to register myself as a Roused, then I can make the most money by attacking the dungeon by myself. At Woojin's words, Jimin hit his chest as if he was frustrated. Did he even listen to his explanation? That is how the rate is calculated. However, it is too dangerous, so it would be best if one joins a guild. If not, you could get a job at the association or government bureau. I hear you have to take an entrance exam for a guild? I don't have time to wait for the result. Doesn't the associations and government bureaus all work on monthly salaries? I can't wait for a month. Jimin shook his head. Then, at the very least, you have to form a party. Dungeons are a really dangerous place. Oh yeah. You said you bought a cell phone? Be sure to download this app. App? Woojin wasn't familiar with smartphones, so Jimin downloaded the app in his stead. I'll do it for you. This is Gallery 1. Wow, people still use this. Did one of your family member use this? Isn't that the newest model? What? Maybe if it was 4 years ago. Did you perhaps buy it as a new item? At Jimin's reaction, Woojin knew he had been duped. That motherfucking phone salesman. He conned the ultimate necromancer. If this was planet Alphen, such an event was unthinkable. This is so slow. Anyways, this is the dungeon forum. Originally, this was the subway info app. However, the Roused Association purchased it, and they remade it. Now it is a comprehensive portal app that deals with everything related to the dungeons. Jimin prattled on as he dumped out all the info he had. As he had said, the Dungeon Forum was a comprehensive app. It had a section for hiring members to attack dungeons. It also had a function where one could search for dungeon in its attack time period. It also warned people of a dangerous dungeon where a dungeon break will occur soon. Once you register as a roused with the association, you will log in with your roused ID. It'll even give you a record on who failed during mid-dungeon attack. Woojin fiddled with the app to learn how to use it. Anyways, I just need to search for a dungeon in mid-attack, then I can challenge it. I heard it is safe to go to a captured mine. It displayed information about the captured dungeon mines. It gave the location of the most important item, the return stone. It also listed which monster appeared and it was much easier to form a party. It was considered to be comparatively safe. The problem was he had to give a fixed amount of loot he found in the dungeon to the guild or roused, who first successfully captured the dungeon. He also had to give a fixed service charge to the association, and another commission to the first person who captured the dungeon. Since Woojin hadn't recovered his previous power, he thought it was a good choice to enter a captured dungeon with an exploration term. The problem was coming up with the entrance fee he had to pay when he entered the mine for the first time. It was a burdensome sum for the current Woojin. Since one had to risk one's life during a dungeon attack, everything was free. The mine was a gold mine where one could get items, monsters' corpses, and bloodstones. Therefore, it required an incredible amount of commissions, and entrance fees. So a dungeon where I could make a fair amount of money has an entrance fees that is over 100,000 won. That's correct. There were numerous dungeons with higher fees, but there were no dungeons below it. The free dungeons were abandoned mines like the Gwacheon Station's first exit, where one couldn't make any money. Woojin thought about it. He could challenge a dungeon in mid-capture to get a sizable windfall, or he could aim for a safe captured mine with less profit. He agonized over the decision, but his answer was decided. The thought of his family prevented him from doing a reckless challenge. He wasn't some apostle of justice. He had no reason to put his life on the line to clear a dungeon in mid-capture. Moreover, he couldn't return to his mother to ask for the entrance fee. Let me borrow some money. At the bold Woojin's words, Jimin felt like he had fallen into a trap he couldn't escape from. Chapter 11, Roused Registration. Chapter 11 Roused Registration. Chapter 11, Roused Registration. TLN, just an FYI. My free time will be decreasing drastically starting today. I'll have to push translating novels to a lower priority. I'll try to stick to the regular schedule. Also, since I have less time, sponsored chapter will probably take 2 days instead of 1. I hope you guys understand. Thanks. Woojin got off the bus, then he took out his phone to launch the map app. While it was loading, he saw a round bar rotating forever. He wondered how he should get rid of that damn phone salesman. After 30 seconds had passed, the map finally showed up. Woojin used the navigation function to head toward his destination. After searching for the destination, he had to wait a long minute before it started to give him directions. Roused General Affairs Bureau. Woojin came to the General Affairs Bureau to register himself as a roused. At the reception desk, Woojin wrote down his basic biological data and his ability. He took a receipt number, and after a brief time, he headed towards the examination room. The examination room had cameras everywhere, and 2 roused from the bureau was stationed there in case of any unforeseen event. Also, there was a public official sitting there to process the test results. Oh Jun-hwan, who had returned to the General Affairs Bureau, looked over Kang Woojin's file. You have a summoning ability? Could you show it to me? Woojin answered his very businesslike questions. Right here. Woojin stood there blankly, so Jun-hwan moved his gaze towards his monitor. Have I met him before? It had been only 4 days since he had seen his face, but Woojin's outfit differed too much from his current outfit. Oh Jun-hwan couldn't recognize him. I need a vector. Ah, you have a mass summoning ability. What kind of vector do you need? Give me 1 corpse. What? Of course, Jun-hwan and the 2 roused from the bureau was taken aback. Woojin smirked as he added more words afterwards. I'm not talking about a human corpse. It could be a monster or even a dead animal. It needs to have bones. Ah, of course, human corpses are fine too. I understand. Even though Junwan was taken aback, he called the support division. Soon, the support division brought a corpse of a bunny, which had been killed during an experiment. He spread his hand towards the corpse placed in the middle of the examination room. Wake up! Pop-hack! The bunny's corpse exploded, and a skeleton soldier suddenly surged up. Keek. Junwan gulped as the skeleton soldiers producing a bizarre sound. He had seen all types of weird roused abilities, but this scene was a new one. However, Junwan was only a rank 9, so it was his first time seeing this. However, it wasn't as if there weren't any roused with such abilities. You are a necromancer. The roused were given various titles based on their abilities like magician, warrior, or priest. Of course, there were necromancers, who controlled the undead. There were even some famous people amongst the necromancers. As you can see, Summoner's ability is given a roused rank based on their summoned being's battle ability. Why don't you try attacking that? In the middle of the examination room, a hologram appeared, so Woojin looked around the examination room anew. There were numerous equipment installed around the domed examination room, and it was projecting the hologram. Think of it as a simulated battle. I just want to see your summoned being's movement. The hologram was cobalt, and it had a small body. It was a monster as common as the drabbit, but they were harder to hunt since they liked to group together. Moreover, they behaved like a swarm. Keek. The skeleton soldier moved according to his will, and it started to fight the cobalt. It didn't have a real body, so his bone knife passed right through it. However, the machines installed around the surrounding picked up all the movements as it took measurements. After 5 minutes had passed, Juan told him to stop. Do you have any other abilities? Well, I don't have any other notable abilities. Yet. Wait a moment. Could you follow me? Junwan directed him to a break room. He said he'll only take a moment, but Junwan took an hour before he came back with a black card. It looked like a high-quality credit card, but it had his picture imprinted on it like his ID. This is your roused registration card. It can be used as an ID and a debit card. The card simply had his personal profile, and there was a rank F written on it. Is rank F really that low? It can't be considered high. No, it is the lowest. Summoner's battle abilities are weaker than expected. Of course. He hadn't put his points into the LVL-1 skeleton soldiers. They could only exert half the strength of an adult. Well, if one's rank is too low, is there a restriction on which dungeons you can enter? There is no such thing. However, the party is distributed based on your rank when you are forming a party. That wasn't a problem. He didn't want to form a party. He planned on using the dungeon by himself. Woojin could sever a steel bar with his bare hands, and he could simultaneously move 14 of his summoned beings. Therefore, he didn't make a fuss out of it. Excuse me. Have I seen you somewhere? At Oh Junhwan's question, Woojin tilted his head in confusion. He didn't try hard to comb over his old memories. No, he thought it wasn't worth it. This is the first time. Have a nice day. Woojin immediately left the bureau, and Junwan scratched the back of his head. Ah, I know I've seen him somewhere. Still, he kept having an uncomfortable feeling. He was able to find the source of the discomfort only when Juan returned to his seat. Ah! He was that guy from before. Guochun Station's first exit. On the first day he returned from his temp job, Junwan had been berated by his superior. The reason being he hadn't been vigilant in controlling the access to the dungeon. Junwan searched through his drawer, and he took out the access record to the Guochun Station's first exit. Name, Kang Woojin, affiliation, Planet Earth, roused number, 12,345. When he saw the cheeky answer on the record again, his fists shook again. He's a rank F and not a high rank? Moreover, he is a noob, who just registered today. Geez. Junwan was berated by his superior, because of this bastard, and he had been in a huff for a while. He is only rank F, yet how did he clear it by himself? The Guochun station's first exit had drab bits. They didn't drop any bloodstones, but it wasn't a dungeon where a F rank could clear it on his own. Geez. Junwan tilted his head, then he threw the file on the desk. He won't see him again, so why should he care? Asterisk. After leaving the bureau, Woojin took out his smartphone, then he opened the dungeon forum. He almost exploded from frustration when the loading screen took a while before the app started running. As he had learned from Jimin, he set the search option to the entrance fee of 10,000 won. Then he selected a monster rank that was 2 ranks below his summoned monsters. This is the closest one. Woojin checked for a bus line that goes to the Shinram Station's 7th exit dungeon, then he waited at the bus station. Man, this app is quite convenient. In the past 5 years, the dungeons born from the train stations weren't the only thing new. In the past, only few people had smartphones, but everyone had one now. Moreover, there were a lot of convenient apps that were helpful in real life. As he got closer to the Shinram station, the building's height became lower, and the surrounding became desolate. The area around the station wasn't thriving with buildings. There were occasional vacant lots at the intersections, and he saw a really big parking lot. It looks like the dungeon break happened here at least once. If not, he had no explanation as to why the perfectly fine buildings were shuttered. There wouldn't be any empty lots present. When he previously headed toward the first exit, there were army troops already deployed there. His current destination, the 7th exit, had a crowd of people in front of it. Woojin had come here after reading a famous blog. It seemed many netizens had rushed over here. He shook his head when he saw the long line. I hadn't thought about this. The low entrance fee, and the 2 rank below monsters meant the risk was small, but the competition to make money at the mine was fierce. Woojin had no choice, but to get in line. Everyone was gathered in small groups, so it seemed like they were working together. This was when a man with sharp features spoke to him from further in front of the line. Chapter 12 Roused Registration, 2. Chapter 12 Roused Registration, 2. Hey, bro. You look to be alone, so why don't you join our party? We've gathered exactly 7 people here, so there is 1 spot left. It's okay. I'll enter alone. The man was taken aback by Woojin's refusal. Why would you want to waste your entrance fee by entering by yourself? Since there is a time limit, there is a limit on how many bloodstones you can mine. The man laughed when he saw Woojin's confused expression. I guess you haven't been a miner for long. The roused were called by a slang. The people, who specialized in challenging the unconquered dungeons, were called rangers. Those, who mined the bloodstones, in the safe and conquered dungeons were called miners. The roused, who were mobilized to fight the monsters with the military during the dungeon break, were called guardians. They were called these names based on their occupation. However, a ranger could become a miner, and a miner could become a guardian. As if the man thought Woojin was a noob, he started going over the rules for a miner in broad terms. There was a cap on how many people could enter the dungeon. When rangers decide to attack a dungeon, they make their teams based on the head count. These people were called the attack squads. The 3 great guilds of Korea were famous for having competent attack squads. It was the same for the miners. Miners could only be admitted up to the maximum number. The attack squads sent in the maximum number of people to send in the best fighting pow, and the miners did it to increase their efficiency. The entrance fee was also calculated based on the maximum number of people able to enter the dungeon. The maximum number of people able to enter the Shinram station's 7th exit was 8 people. So, if I want to use it alone, then I'll have to pay the fee of 8 people? 800,000 won. Yes. Moreover, it is an hourly fee. Even though only the basic monsters were summoned in the dungeon, it was still dangerous. The information about the dungeon had already been released to the public, so the danger to a miner's life was lessened. However, they were still putting their life on the line. The return stones could only be found in the deepest part of most dungeons. It was impossible for one person to clear it in 1 hour. If one went over the time limit, the entrance fee doubled. If I want to use the dungeon for 2 hours alone, then I need an entrance fee of 1,600,000 won. If he took out all the monsters, then he'll probably make decent money. However, aroused with that much ability, wouldn't even enter a mere 2-star dungeon. What is your rank? It's rank F. Tisk tisk. You came here without knowing anything, but you are in luck. Join our party as a learning experience. We'll guarantee your safety. All right. Woojin was able to take care of his own safety, but he joined the party without any fuss. It was purely based on the fact that he didn't have the entrance fee. I'll have to level up fast, so I can attack a dungeon in peace. There were too many constraints and fees. It seemed Woojin's temperament was incompatible with mining. He was disappointed, but he decided to experience mining for a day with these people. Groups of 8 members were entering the dungeon, so the waiting line grew shorter pretty fast. They were all roused, but they all held low ranks. The people gathered here were quite diverse. The difficulty level wasn't very high, so the parties in front of them were all able to clear the dungeon in 40-50 minutes. The man, who introduced himself as Bidosu, was a ranky user. He was a professional miner, who traveled with 6 teammates to gain profits from the mines. Usually, they only visited 1-star mines, but they decided to attempt a 2-star mine this time around. Since this will be their first attempt, they wanted to fill the 8 slots. 8 people were better than 6 people. Kang Woojin and a roused named Hong Sunggu had come to the dungeon by themselves, so they joined Bidosu's team. Hong Sunggu was a new roused and he was rank F like Woojin. Well, everyone except me is rank F. Therefore, my share will be 2, and everyone else will be 1. We'll gather all the bloodstones, then we'll divide into 9 portions at the end. Woojin didn't have much to say. He agreed to Bidosu's words. He was challenging a mine just to have the experience. Woo, I'm shaking. How about you? From the start, Hong Sunggu had a hard time getting along with Bidosu's group, so he tried to act friendly towards Woojin, while they waited in line. Woojin replied back in a sufficient manner, so they talked about various topics. Hong Sunggu was a rank F noob, but he was very interested in the dungeons. He possessed a vast array of knowledge. Woojin's conversation with him was quite beneficial. Hong Sunggu was 21 years old, and he had become aroused only 2 months ago. He had quit going to school, and he had started his roused activity in earnest. He had been going to 1-star mines for the past 2 months, and he felt he had gotten used to the mines. This was the first time he was attempting a 2-star mine. Money wasn't his ultimate goal. His goal was to strengthen and train his roused abilities. His dream was to join a ranger's team to attempt an unconquered dungeon. He wanted to join the attack squad. Even if one is afraid, men aren't supposed to show it. Haha. Big brother is quite confident. The queue time lasted several hours, so they talked a lot. Eventually, they decided to call each other big bro and little bro. Okay. Let's start getting ready to enter. The barrier around the dungeon let out a green light, and it started to fade. Woojin tilted head in curiosity as he saw the team in front of him exit. Hey? It seems there was an accident. As the experienced Bidosu had predicted, the team in front of them had 4 casualties. The public employees and officials dispatched from the dungeon management agency ran towards them to investigate the situation. They were waiting right behind them, so Woojin was able to hear their words clearly. A hobgoblin showed up. How is that possible? The dispatched public employee showed entrance log to the argumentative roused. Didn't you read this? You even signed here. The basic monsters summoned inside the dungeon may vary from information given. The burden of responsibility regarding this is placed on the roused. The 4 surviving Rozud, who had lost their team, was very animated, but they had no way of receiving a compensation. Being a minor wasn't a safe job. Tisk tisk. It is useless to argue like that. They are just wasting their energy. It seemed they had left their party members' corpses behind, and they were only able to run away after securing the return stone. Since they weren't able to secure any bloodstones, they had only incurred losses in this dungeon. As expected of a veteran miner, Bidosu had experienced a lot of these situations. Bidosu looked away from the argument, then he spoke to his teammates. Hobgoblins are 2-star monsters. If we are well prepared, there is no reason why we wouldn't be able to fight against it. No, those bastards most definitely drop bloodstones, so it should be better for us. According to Bidosu's words, he had never hunted a hobgoblin before, but he had the experience of clearing over 200 instances of 1-star mine. The 8 party members briefly signed their names in the dungeon entrance log, then they started heading down the subway station's stairway. Okay. Let's enter. After Bidosu's encouragement, they descended the stairs and they approached a tunnel. A white barrier started forming when they entered. You have entered the Shinram Station's 7th exit. This dungeon has already been conquered. Basic monsters will be summoned. Chapter 13, Shinram Station's 7th exit. Chapter 13, Shinram Station's 7th exit. Chapter 13, Shinram Station's 7th exit. TLN, I finished translating this a little bit early. It'll count toward next week's regular chapters. I'll try to have Elkinas out by Monday. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Woojin discreetly asked Sungu a question. Hey, do you hear that sound? Yes? What kind of sound? The sound of the wind. Yes. The wind is blowing pretty hard. He guessed only he could hear it. Woojin was closely related to the dungeons and the Alphen planet. So he realized this was limited only to him. Okay. Let's get into position. At Bidosu's words, 4 team members stepped forward. The 4 of them were all short-ranged fighters, so they carried some pretty sturdy shields. Bidosu and the other teammates positioned themselves behind the 4. Bidosu was aroused with an ignition ability, and the other person had a bow. Basically, the formation was a combination of 4 short-ranged fighters, and 2 long-ranged fighters. Well, the 2 of you are new to this, so please position yourselves in the rear. Let's try to be in sync. If we turn upcoming corner, 4 normal goblins will be summoned. This was the first time Bidosu attempted a 2-star dungeon, but it seemed he had studied this place thoroughly. He knew this place like the content of a manual. Keek. When they turned the corner, 4 goblins rushed towards them. Goblins were small monsters with hideous faces, and they swung short clubs. Tong, tong. The clubs were blocked by the shields, so it didn't do much damage. This was when Bidosu's ignition ability shone. Hururuk. The flame suddenly sparked in front of their faces. The goblins lost their sight, and they became disorganized. At that moment, the closed combat fighters raised their weapons, then they stepped forward. Skuk, puck. They mercilessly cut down the fallen goblins with their weapons. One goblin tried to run away when an arrow appeared like a ghost. It flew and embedded itself in the goblin's head. Swee. It wasn't shot like an Olympic archer, but the archer was still a member of the roused even if he was rank F. It was an attack that would sufficiently threaten a monster. They cut off the head of the goblin, who had become a bloody mess. Woojin and Seunggu watched silently from the side. Woojin had seen more gruesome sights, so it didn't bother him. Hong Seunggu was also experienced from the one-star dungeons, so he just frowned. He didn't disgrace himself by doing something like dry heaving. We are lucky. There are 2 bloodstones. If it's only this size, then we'll at least be able to receive 20. Woojin was surprised at Bidosa's words. The bloodstones were smaller than the size of a finger, yet they were valued at 20. He thought he had done the right thing to come to this dungeon even though he was risking his life. I guess 100,000 won isn't too expensive. Until a moment ago, it was a burdensome amount of money, but now it was laughable. Okay. Let's fight together at the next corner. What's your ability again? I can summon a fireball. After I throw one, I can throw another one after 3 seconds. I can throw 6 in succession. Okay. How about you? Bidosa's gaze touched Woojin. Woojin looked around his surrounding, then he raised his hand towards a goblin's corpse. Puk. Keek keek. A single skeleton soldier showed up. Everyone was surprised, so they looked towards Woojin once again. Hey. You are a summoner type. Well, do you have another ability? Woojin picked up the club dropped by a goblin, then he started swinging it through the air. Well, I have enough power to keep myself safe. The party was too busy looking at the skeleton soldier. This is the first time I've seen a necromancer. Whoa! This is amazing. I think it'll be great for searching or reconnaissance. While everyone was admiring it, Bidosa decided on the positions. We'll keep the same positions, but Woojin's summoned being can act as a scout. Mr. Hungu will let a fireball fly when I give him a signal. Woojin, while carefully turning the corner, opened his skill window. Then he increased the summoned skeleton soldier's skill. The monster's corpse was given as sacrifice, and a skeleton soldier of strength 14, agility 17, health 14 was summoned. Magic consumption, 1, Regired control, 1. He used 8 points to increase its skill level. The skeleton soldier's ability was increased in one sitting, and it was capable of exhibiting a powerful combat capability greater than a fully grown male. When the skill level reached 10, the skeleton soldier's appearance goes through a change, so he only raised it to LVL 9. It would be annoying for him to explain the changed appearance. It should be able to pull its own weight. Woojin decided not to do too much. He'll just make a decent amount of money. He wanted to attempt the dungeon by himself when he had enough money. The next corner will have 6 goblins. At Bidosa's direction, the skeleton soldier drew the gaze of the enemies from the front, then the close combat fighters built a strong shield wall. Seunggu's fireball was surprisingly effective. Waruruk. Boom. The goblins' formation collapsed when the head-sized fireball flew towards them. Bidosa's ignition ability couldn't directly cause damage, but it was good at creating a tactical advantage. The spark of flame would suddenly form in front of a goblin's face. While the surprised goblins were flailing about, the close combat fighters would run in and beat up the goblins. Woojin also participated as he used the skeleton to kill the goblins. The pile of bones is faster than I had expected. It is also powerful. Isn't it better than most F ranks? Bidosa's team acknowledged Woojin and Seunggu. As the battle continued, they became more in sync, so the hunting speed increased. At first, their goal was not to clear the dungeon. They had decided to kill all the summoned monsters to extract the bloodstones, then exit the dungeon. They didn't take the shortest route to the return stone located in the lowest floor. They hunted everything as they descended. They caught a good number of monsters, so Woojin leveled up once as he became LVL 5. The goblins also gave more achievement points compared to the drab bits, so every kill gave him 2 points. Woojin used the skeleton soldier, so he didn't have much to do. The original team had grown experienced together in the 1-star dungeons, so they worked harmoniously. Since this was a 2-star dungeon, Bidosa was initially very cautious, but he was slowly gaining confidence. The drop rate of the bloodstones couldn't be compared to the 1-star dungeons. They had already acquired 17 bloodstones. The bloodstones came in various size, but if they exchanged it to money, they'll receive around 400 at the very least. If they split it between the party members, each member would receive money of over 100. Of course, this was only counting the bloodstones they currently have. They still had more monsters to kill, so they'll make more money in the end. The 2-star dungeon is a jackpot. Of course, the original team was taking an active role, but the danger level was decreased by Woojin's skeleton soldier taking the brunt of the attack. Moreover, the battles were also helped by Sungu's fireball. They had pretty good powers, so teams would probably covet after these outstanding individuals. Even Bidosu thought about giving them an offer when the dungeon attack was finished. This is the last floor. Let's all work hard. They had to clear the dungeon and exit within an hour, so the break time was short. The party was in a hallway and they were about to step onto the stairs leading to the last floor. There were 5 goblins and 1 hobgoblin standing at the entrance. One was much larger than the others, and it was holding on to a very large cane. Let's go forward in our basic formation. Woojin turned his head in confusion at Bidosu's confident words. He had fought the Demon Lord's army at the planet Alphen. He had crossed path with countless number of monster, and it included the hobgoblins. This bastard was very troublesome compared to the normal goblins. It wasn't because its larger body. The bastard had the highest intellect amongst the goblins. It was a goblin magician. Moreover, I don't think this will successful. Woojin clicked his tongue as he saw his teammates inch forward. Shouldn't we be a little bit more careful? Bidosu nodded his head at Woojin's word. Still, his face was filled with confidence. His continuous victories made him forget the fact that he was attempting a 2-star dungeon for the first time. I'm well acquainted with the manual. That bastard's main attack is magic. Zhang Chul's ability can be used to create a barrier. He can delay it by blocking it once, then will rush in for a decisive victory. One of the shield carriers had an ability to make a barrier. Woojin shrugged his shoulder, and he decided to follow his lead. Bidosu was the team leader, and he was just a hanger-on. Of course, the team leader also held all the responsibility. It's coming. Block it. At Bidosu's word, the man named Zhang Chul activated his ability. A grey barrier spread out, and it collided with the lightning. Pa-ji-jeek. As the barrier disappeared, the lightning also disappeared. All right. Let's go. Bidosu immediately used his ignition ability, and he messed with the hobgoblin's field of vision. Then the party members charged. Even Sungu threw a fireball towards the hobgoblin. It should still be dangerous. Hobgoblins had very high intelligence. It was high enough for them to cast magic. Moreover, magic wasn't the only reason why hobgoblins were dangerous. Geek. The hobgoblin let out a bizarre sound, and the goblins nearby bunched together. The goblins had crude shields attached to the hand grasping their clubs. They had dismantled signs, newspaper stands and various items to make makeshift shields. Then they pulled out pipes that was hidden within their body, and they took aim. Attack! We just have to kill the hobgoblin first. At Bidosu's words, the archer aimed and fired at the hobgoblin. However, the bastard had already hidden its body behind the stairs balustrade. Moreover, the goblins should be in disarray from the fireball, yet the goblins stood in formation as they fortified their line of shields. The goblins and the team collided with each other. I think something is different about these bastards. The bastards, who they were grappling with, had the same body and strength as the previous goblins. However, the difference was they were fighting in a shrew manner. The party felt a strange sense of danger, and the battle was basically shifting against them. Pew pew pug. The goblins, who were hiding, shot their unique weapon, paralysis needles. Some even used poisoned needles. Ah, it stings. What is this? My body. Their bodies weren't entirely paralyzed, but the region hit by the paralysis needle became rigid. Even if it lasted only for a moment, it became a huge source of danger where weapons were swung indiscriminately in battle. Puk. One person fell over after being hit by the club swung by a goblin. As if his heart was being strangled, Bidosa felt a feeling of suffocation. The bastards, who should be dead from one swing of his sword, was responding in an organized manner. It was very troublesome to fight against them. Tisk, this is why I knew they would fail. Hobgoblins were dangerous not because of their physical ability nor their magic. They were able to command other goblins with their superior intellect. The goblins stopped being a one-star monster when they obtained a commander. The whole group should be looked as a single entity. Escape! Get out of there! Bidosa yelled from the rear, and the close combat fighters fought each other to be the first to run away. However, it was after one had completely lost his consciousness. If they continued to run away, the person would inevitably die. Waruruk, Pung. After the cool time had ended, Sungu threw a fireball towards the goblins, who were chasing after them. Two goblins quickly retreated as they were set on fire. The close combat fighters used this time to quickly retreat. I don't think we can do this. Let's retreat first. What about Zhang Chul? He's already dead. Can't you see it? At Bidosa's indignant shout, their faces became rigid. They felt sorry for their comrade. Moreover, they also felt fear and the desire to live, so their expressions was extremely gloomy. Even if they thought about it, their decision was obvious. Nothing was more precious than their own lives. Retreat! At Bidosa's shout, the party members quickly ran away. Still, it wasn't as if the band of goblins did nothing. Podsijik. The hobgoblin regained its senses. It let out a lightning strike, and it directly hit Sungu's body. He couldn't even let out a scream. Sungu's eyes flipped over as his mouth stayed wide open. Chet, hurry up and run away. Sungu wasn't even part of their original team, so they didn't feel sorry for him. The roused were basically beings hiding within death's shadow when they decide to enter a dungeon. He was just unlucky. Keek, keek. The goblins feigned chasing after them, but after a while, they returned to the hobgoblin's side. Woojin, who was hiding behind a pillar, revealed himself. It's been a while since I hunted a group. There were 2 casualties, and the rest ran away. Woojin laughed as he looked at the bunched goblins. He had enjoyed being a spectator, but that had come to an end. Chapter 14, Dungeons Necromancer. Chapter 14 Dungeons Necromancer. Chapter 14, Dungeons Necromancer. TLN, thank you for the donations Colby and Lex. Here is a sponsored chapter. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Okay. Let's go, my minions. Paw pack, pack. At Woojin's call, the 4 corpses of the goblin exploded, and the skeleton soldiers was summoned. Geek geek. Kiki. The goblins yelled like surprised monkeys, and the skeleton soldiers' unique playful sound was also heard. In the middle, Woojin threw away his light club, then he took out the claw hammer from his inventory. The hammer had enough weight and destructive ability for his purpose. Until he could acquire a proper weapon, he had no choice, but to store it in his inventory for later use. Well, let's do this. Woojin started running, and the skeleton soldiers ran forward to open a path for their general. The skeleton soldiers pressed into the goblins. The hobgoblin was taken aback, and it started to give out a hurried command. The goblins tried to cut off Woojin, but their heads exploded from the claw hammer. Ki. As soon goblins became dead corpses, skeleton soldiers exploded forth from them. Woojin had used a decent amount of skill points, so the skeleton soldiers could exhibit physical strength comparable to a low-ranked roused. Moreover, they weren't easily killed. In a flash, he had 14 creatures, which was the limit of his control. Woojin held up the claw hammer, which was soaked in goblin's blood, towards the shocked hobgoblin. The bastard's cane was letting out a crackling sound, and one could see electricity coalesce at the end. His electric attack's cool time had probably ended. Woojin used the sharp end of the claw hammer to ram it into hobgoblin's head. Kwa-ya! Pshhhh! It pierced through the hobgoblin's skull, and the electricity charged at the end of the cane dissipated before it could be shot. Whew! This is great for gathering points. It's best to hunt a group of monsters. Each goblin gave him 2 achievement points. The hobgoblin gave an astounding 5 points. This was only a 2-star dungeon, so he could only guess how many points he could get at a high-tiered dungeon. He thought about the magic scrolls being sold in his point store. It seemed it was only a matter of time before he was restored to the heights he had reached at the Alphen planet. The EXP was also pretty good, so he leveled up once. Party play doesn't suit my style. He had skeleton soldiers, who could tank in front of him, so he just needed an attack he could deal damage from the back. He'll be able to learn the skills once he leveled up a little bit more. He had passively participated in the party play, so the number of monsters Woojin attacked was low. It slowed him down from earning EXP and achievement points. Woojin activated his search magic as he looked at the fallen goblins. He didn't have go through the hassle of searching all the goblin corpses to find the bloodstones. The siege magic illuminated any items that possessed mana. Woojin saw a light leaking out of the fallen hobgoblin's possession, so he searched through it. It's a magic scroll. Woojin looked at the magic scroll, but he had no way of knowing what kind of magic it was. I have to learn identification magic anyways. I'll just use this as an opportunity to buy it. Woojin pulled up his point store, then he used 20 achievement points to learn the identification magic. He could use 1-star disposable item called Identification Scroll, but he decided to learn how to use this magic. There was no downside since he would be using this magic often. The hidden information of the item will be known to you. The failure rate decreases as your intelligence increases. Magic consumption, 1. As soon as Woojin learned the magic, he casted identification on the magic scroll. An electric attack can be sent towards a target. Magic consumption, 1 latency time, 20. Ho-oh! This is what the bastard was using. Woojin searched through his point store, and he found the price of the electric shock scroll. It was priced at 100 achievement points. With 30 points, he could buy low-ranked elemental magic where he could create a flame or produce water. The electric attack was more useful as an attack magic, so he understood why it was 3 times more expensive than the others. It's still a middling price. He could earn the points if he defeat 50 goblins. If he thought about how fast he dispatched the goblins, it didn't look to be that expensive. However, if he was to buy it, he thought it wasn't cheap either. It wasn't something he needed right now, so he put the magic scroll away. Then he excavated the bloodstones from the goblins' heads as it continued to emit a light. Ooh! Hey! Woojin, who was excavating the bloodstones, looked around his surrounding when he heard the moan. His face had stiffened, but no monster had appeared. Woojin was alert as he looked around, and his eyes met Sungu's pain-filled eyes. His eyes were moving up and down in agony. It seemed he had regained consciousness. His face was grimacing as if he was still in pain. Woojin approached him, and he squatted down next to him. It seemed effects of the electric shocks hadn't disappeared yet. Sungu forced words out with his stiff tongue. Help him. How much did you see? Woojin cut off Sungu as he asked a question. Sungu looked up with a pleading expression, but Woojin's face was indifferent. Woojin had seen countless number of people die. This included comrades, and enemies he had met. Moreover, he had also seen innocent fallen souls being stolen. I don't care. This wasn't Alphen planet. He didn't really need to kill Sungu. He wasn't a spy from a hostile country, so silencing him wasn't a necessity. Please save me. He was slowly gaining control of his Tonyu, so Sunggu's words became clearer. Sunggu was someone who had the ability to make fireballs. He was someone who dealt in magic, so he was somewhat resistant to magic. If he was a civilian and not aroused, he would already be dead. However, if he was left here, then he'll surely be killed by the monsters downstairs. What will you do for me if I save you? I'll keep my mouth shut. About what? The fact that Big Brother is a rank D roused. Woojin smirked at Sunggu's words. It seemed one had to be a rank D roused to easily defeat a hobgoblin and a couple dozen goblins. Still, he didn't really care if his story was spread. Woojin wasn't interested in such things. How much are you willing to give me? What? Is this how one felt when one couldn't say anything from being too flustered? Hong Songgu didn't know how he should answer the question, so he hesitated. If I leave you here, then you'll probably become like him. Woojin pointed towards the bloody corpse of Zhang Chul. He had been beaten by the Goblins Club in numerous locations, so he was a gruesome sight to behold. I'll give it to you. If he could live, then how could the money be a problem? He'll take out his entire savings if he was able to live. Money was something he could earn more as he increased in the roused ranks. How much do you want? At Sunggu's word, Woojin unfurled 2 fingers. Sunggu was surprised, and he gritted his teeth. If it's 2,000 then it is well worth my life. TLN2, around $18,000. He'll be spending all the money he had saved, but it didn't matter. He had just started his life as a roused, so he'll make much more in the future. I understand. Woojin smiled in satisfaction at Sunggu's reply. If it's 200 then I'll have enough entrance fee for solo play. TLN, $1,800. This was his 3rd day back. Roused Kang Woojin was still naive. Chapter 15, What Goes Around Comes Around. Chapter 15 What Goes Around Comes Around. Chapter 15, What Goes Around Comes Around. TLN, I decided to release a 3rd regular chapter this week. I had some extra time, and I wanted to somewhat wrap up this dungeon part. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Woo, it's done. Sunggu wiped the sweat off his ghastly face. The last floor was a very large space, and there had been enough monster to fill up the whole floor. Of course, Sunggu wasn't sweating, because he had participated in the battles. Did you excavate it all? At Woojin's words, Sunggu brought the pile of bloodstones to him. How can someone like Big Brother be rank F? At the very least, you should be rank D. Since you have a lot of abilities, you could even receive rank C. I'll get it later. Sunggu looked at Woojin, who spoke indifferently, as if he was seeing a monster. The monsters on the last floor of the dungeon was wiped out by Woojin and his summoned beings. Sunggu was assigned the role of excavating bloodstone from the monsters Woojin pointed out. He basically did the clean-up work. Woojin had the ability to hunt 1-star and 2-star monsters by himself. His battle ability was close to a rank D, and he wouldn't fall short against a rank C in terms of versatility. He was able to summon the skeletons, and he could search for the bloodstones. Moreover, he was able to extract some grey energy from the dead monsters' corpses, and he was able to use it to heal himself. Isn't there a saying that says a sandalwood is fragrant even in seed leaf? TLN idiom used to describe genius who display their abilities even in childhood. Sunggu looked at this person, who had finished his roused registration only 3 hours ago. He believed this new browsed Kang Woojin will become someone to be reckoned with. What are you doing? You are going to learn it instead of selling it. Yeah, why? Woojin inserted his magic into the magical scroll he held in his hand. As the magic scroll disappeared, he absorbed the magic, electric shock. He had to save his achievement points since he had a lot of skills to learn. Therefore, he decided to learn the magic, electric shock, since he already possessed the magic scroll. Even if he wanted to learn a more higher-ranked magic, he could only learn from magic scrolls related to the necromancer class. Still, electric shock would be useful when attacking a person. There was no downside in learning it. Whoa! You already have a lot of ability yet you are learning more magic, big brother? If you had sold it, you could have sold it for 100 million won. TLN, 100 million won or $89,306. At Hong Songgu's words, Woojin's face became rigid. A 100-point magic scroll was worth 100 million? It was that expensive. Of course. It allows you to gain an additional ability. It is qualitatively different from an artifact. Magical energy had to be injected into an artifact for it to activate its imbued magic. On the other hand, Magic Scroll allowed aroused to learn the magic. With a magic scroll, one didn't have to worry about losing it, and even a low-ranked magic scroll could be used for research. Of course, it would be expensive. Hey! Why would such an expensive item drop in a mere 2-star dungeon? I'm not sure. You must be really lucky. It isn't like it never happens. It just doesn't show up that often. So what kind of magic was it? It's the one you got hit with. It's the electric shock that was used by the hobgoblin. Whoa! You would have at the very least gotten 100 million. 100 million! It was 100 million. Whew! If he knew the magic scroll was worth 100 million then he would have just used 100 points to learn the electric shock. He wanted to buy the magic scroll from the achievement store to sell, but the skill books purchased from the point store couldn't be used in a transaction. Only Woojin could learn it. Woojin had learned Soul Extract to restore the barely alive Seonggu. It cost him 50 points, but he didn't hesitate since he had to learn it anyway. After a monster or a person dies, their souls remain next to the corpses for a brief moment. At that moment, he could extract the souls, then he could use it as a source of energy. Whether it was magic, vitality or stamina, a small portion of it could be recovered. When Woojin injected it into someone else, the efficacy decreased. Seonggu thought Woojin was using healing magic, but the truth was different. Woojin was stealing the life force of others to share with him. Soup, Wu. Let's not worry about the cost. Woojin tried to soothe his aching innards. If he had sold the magic scroll, then he wouldn't have to traverse a dungeon for a long while. No, if he thought about the fallen real estate value in Seoul, he could have moved into a huge villa that was much bigger than the current one room. Ah, let's not think about it. How much can I get with this much bloodstones? At the very least, you could get around 800. I think you can get more. I'm not too sure. He had invested 100,000 won, so he made a good amount of profit. If his party members hadn't run away, we would have only received 1 million won for his cut. It's all mine. Of course. How about the return stone? I have it here. Then let's go. Woojin and Seonggu swept the bloodstones into the bag, and they were about to head upstairs. It looks like an ambush. He only had a low-level detection skill, but he could feel a faint sense of murderous intent. Woojin gave Seonggu a warning. When Woojin came to a stop, Seonggu's expression also turned serious. They had killed all the monsters. Unless they re-entered the Dugneon, the monsters won't regenerate. If there was an ambush, then it had to be Bidos's party. Are they trying to PK? Woojin questioned Seonggu, whose voice was shaking from worry. Does this happen often? It happens occasionally. It probably happens more off the record. This is why people don't party up with a group they don't know. The Hell's Gate is opened when a treasure like magic scroll and artifact is found. If there is a fight, how is it handled? No one will know what had happened inside the dungeon. It is an unwritten rule that they'll only act when there is indisputable evidence. Hey! Then it's an easy way to dispose of a dead body. Woojin grinned and he looked up into the dark stairway. He stopped walking, then he looked back. There were monster corpses lying everywhere. Woojin took several steps back as he distanced himself from the stairway. Seunggu also followed Woojin's action. Hey, stop hiding there like a rat. Why don't you come out? Soon, there was a response from Woojin's words. Bidos's party slowly stepped onto the stairs. One had an awkward expression, and another seemed to be apologetic. The rest had a no-nonsense attitude. What happened? Did you defeat them all? Bidos put on a performance as he slyly asked a question. Woojin spoke in a low voice toward Seunggu. I'm planning on taking him by surprise when he gets close. What should I do? Seunggu looked at Woojin with worried eyes. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. You bastards ran away yet you have the gall to show up again. Why are you here when you should be waiting in front of the barrier? The sudden disrespectful words spat out by Woojin made Bidos's eyebrows twitch, but he laughed awkwardly as he tried to keep his expression in control. Haha! Why are you being like this? Aren't we on the same team? We just made a tactical retreat, and we came back to clear the dungeon. When we arrived, it seemed all the monsters were killed. How did you do it? Bidos's thoughts were in a complete state of confusion. 2 F-ranked roused were able to clear all the monsters, so he couldn't believe what had happened. Bidos secretly looked towards the bag filled with bloodstones. Woojin laughed. Those who were blinded by greed couldn't see what was right in front of their eyes. Stop fucking around. You just wanted to take the return stone, but now you are covetous of a ready-made meal. Woojin threw the bag filled with bloodstones in front of him. Kwaruruk. Bloodstones spilled out from the bag's opening. It was thrown about the midway point between Woojin and Bidos's party. Try taking it if you covet it. At Woojin's words, Bidos's expression stiffened. It seems you are mistaken. Do you think we will try to PK someone, who had defeated a monster we couldn't kill? It is a misunderstanding. We aren't that stupid. Go on. I'm sorry for not looking out for you. However, my life was on the line, so what could I do? We just came back to look for the return stone. Since you cleared the dungeon, we were fortunate enough to be able to retrieve Zhang Chul's corpse. Therefore, I am very thankful. At Bidos's words, Woojin felt that he had been too sensitive. Yes, the people here weren't at all like those from the Alphen planet. Maybe they were hiding themselves on top of the staircase in case they ran into a monster? From their perspective, they had no idea of what was going on at the bottom floor. Maybe I'm being too sensitive. For the past 20 years, he had lived in a location where people betrayed each other for a fistful of money. This is why he was always on edge. However, this was Earth. This place was Seoul. It is a place where peace and moral was alive. Warururuk. My ass. Woojin hurriedly waved his arm through the flame that ignited in front of his eyes. Right now. At Bidos's shout, the man with the bow shot an arrow toward Hong Seunggu. His fireball attack was an ability they had to get rid of first. After Bidos ran away, he had come to an agreement with his party. They weren't skilled enough to attempt a 2-star dungeon. The money wasn't that great, but they had decided to return to the 1-star dungeons. They returned to carefully look for the return stone, but all the monsters were dead. Even the hobgoblin was dead, and this made his head spin. Greed grew in him. No matter how hard they searched, they could only find Zhang Chul's corpse. Woojin and Seunggu's corpses were missing. This meant the two of them had conquered the bottom floor by themselves. If they were able to defeat the hobgoblin, this meant one of them was hiding his real capability. This is why they had prepared an ambush, but their opponents saw through it first. Bidos tried to put Woojin at ease. At the same time, he tried to assess the situation. He tried to determine if it was worth killing them. Dos's eyes almost flipped over backwards when Woojin threw the bag filled with bloodstones. It was a sum of money equivalent to working a 1-star dungeon for 1 month. Bidos confirmed from Woojin's sharp reaction that he was suspicious. He is on guard against us. The fact that he was on guard meant it would be dangerous for them. He didn't know what method they used to kill the numerous monsters, but he was wary of attacking them. He decided to use the fact that his opponent was feeling a sense of danger against he. He thought it was worth trying to attack them. Let's hit them. Bidosu gave the sign they had agreed to in advance, then he used his ignition ability. At the same time, Woojin's face was engulfed in flame, and an arrow pierced through Sungu's shoulder. Kuoke. The party members attacked the surprised man even before the flame had formed. The weapons would cut through more easily through human flesh than the tough leather of monsters. Wu! Please don't resent me. Aren't all roused like this? Bidosu took out the dagger equipped on his belt, then he stabbed it toward the staggering Woojin. Shriek! Even though the flame was impeding Woojin's sight, he was able to grab the hand stabbing at him. Woojin reversed the grip on the hand as he threw him. His strength and speed was so fast that Bidosu didn't have the chance to do anything. He was on par with aroused with a physical ability. Whew! That's pretty hot. As the flames faded away, Woojin wiped his face with his hands. He glared at Bidosu's party, who was taken aback. Sungu had an arrow in his shoulder, and he was looking at Woojin with tear-filled eyes. It was pretty insolent attack. His face was slightly red, and it seemed he had taken some minor burns to the face. However, Woojin was smiling. I guess I should have expected this. Woojin extended both his arms. Pop-pack! The scattered monsters' corpses exploded, and the scraps of meat flew everywhere. It was a grand sight. If one had a weak constitution, the grotesque sight would make one faint. Resent me? Woojin let out a white smile. Resentment wouldn't change anything. I'll laugh to my heart's content. He'll taken on all the resentment from the weak. It would be too cruel for him to deny them that much, since their souls would be imprisoned as they will fall from grace. The skeleton's bone knives didn't show any hesitation or mercy. Kuak! In a flash, the entire party was taken down, then Woojin headed towards Bidosu. He was still twitching, so it seemed he was still alive. Wait a moment, let's talk. Are you waiting for your ignition ability's cool time? Kwajik! Woojin unhesitatingly stabbed the dagger he took from Bidosu into his heart. Bidosu trembled for a moment before he went limp. Woojin looked at him without showing much interest as he took the Bidosu's bag. It was filled with bloodstones they had acquired before they met the hobgoblin. Moreover, Woojin searched Bidosu's body, and he took his wallet. He took out all the cash and he stuffed it into his pocket. Before he knew it, Woojin was humming a tune. Unbelievable! In front of Hong Sungu, 4 lives were taken in an instant. He tried to cover his mouth with both hands as he tried to stop the words that almost leaked out of his mouth. He was so surprised that it seemed he wasn't conscious of the pain caused by the arrow in his shoulder. Woojin also went through the other party members' pockets, then he mumbled. Anyways, the bastards who try to stab me in the back will never speak again. Is he saying this for his benefit? Sungu's eyes trembled uncontrollably. The people I hate the most are those who try to stab others in the back. Isn't that right, Sungu? Woojin whipped his head around, and he looked into Sungu's eyes. He was so surprised that he almost wet his pants. Woojin had killed 4 people, but his face was too indifferent. Even when one kills a monster, or even a small animal, one usually feels excitement, or guilt. Some kind of emotion should be stirred up, yet Woojin looked like he had pulled weeds out from the side of the road after he killed these people. Sungu couldn't sense any change in his emotion. It felt like Woojin was something more than a murderer. His peacefulness drove the terror deep into Hong Sungu. Why aren't you answering me? Chapter 16 You reap what you sow, 2. Chapter 16 You reap what you sow, 2. Chapter 16, You reap what you sow, 2. TLN, 3rd regular chapter this week. I had some extra time. Tongue sticking out, please turn off the ad blockers if you can. Thank you. That is correct. Woojin had emptied the pockets of Bidos's party members, and he had a happy expression. When one looked at his expression as he counted the money, one couldn't find any indication that he was feeling any guilt. Sunggu couldn't even let out a moan since he was afraid of Woojin. He just stood there. Sunggu got his feet wet in the one-star dungeons, but this was the first time he saw someone be killed in front of his eyes. Moreover, the killing was done through a person's hands. Woojin looked indifferent after he killed these people. He acted as if he had experienced such trifling events numerous times. They carried around a lot of cash. Woojin felt great since he obtained an unexpected revenue of $900. At Woojin's humming, Sunggu suddenly started to hiccup. You almost died because of me. And no. If it wasn't for Woojin, he would have already died when he was left to the monsters. Then why don't you double the amount? What? I saved you twice now. In total, he wanted 4. Even if he emptied all of his savings account, he wouldn't be able to come up with the $40,000. Sunggu made an expression as if he was about to cry. Woojin took out the arrow embedded in his shoulder with a happy expression. Then Woojin gathered the undispersed souls of Bidosu and his party members. He used it to heal Sunggu's wounds. Huoop! Sunggu felt something enter him, and he gasped as he felt the rapid regeneration. This wound healing couldn't be compared to the one before. The soul extraction was more effective if the soul came from a higher form of life. Of course, a human soul would be a better source of energy than a monster's soul. Thank you. Ah, it was nothing. Everything I do will be charged. Yes. Sunggu quickly gathered the scattered bloodstones, then he followed behind Woojin. When Woojin and Sunggu exited the dungeon, the public service employee's eyes became round. Hey? Why are there only 2 of you? They were all taken down by the monsters. At Woojin's composed words, the public service employee's eyes narrowed. Then how were you able to gather all the bloodstones? Even if others die, it doesn't mean one should leave all the valuables behind. Right. At Woojin's assertive answer, the public employee's eyes narrowed further. When he looked at the situation, he guessed these 2 had stabbed the others in the back to monopolize the profit. However, he had no way of proving it. Kuhum. Just sign here before you leave. The bureau may contact you if they decide to hold an investigation on a later date. Woojin and Sunggu signed the entrance ledger that was handed over to them. Then the public employee in charge used a deceased stamp to make a mark next to the names of the roused, who had entered with them into the dungeon. If one was near a subway station, there was always a decent bloodstone exchange store nearby. The price of the bloodstones almost never fluctuated. The exchange store took a fixed amount of tax, and it also took the fee one was required to give to the very first person who cleared the dungeon. The rest was deposited into the customer's account. When Woojin exited the Shinram Station's exchange store, his mouth was practically hanging from his ears. I've earned over $13,000 from a single dungeon. The bloodstones were worth $12,300, and he had taken $900 from those bastards' wallets. Originally, this was supposed to be split amongst 8 people. However, the important fact was he had earned $13,000. Moreover, if he included the $4,000 he'll receive from saving Sunggu's life, then he had a large sum of around $17,000. Next time I'll have to go around the dungeons by myself. If he could make this much money at once like this, he didn't need to worry about the entrance fee. He could clear a dungeon in 1 hour, so it would be much more profitable for him to clear it by himself. Woojin wrapped his arm around Sunggu's neck. Put in your phone number. Yes, yes. When Hong Sunggu put in his phone number, Woojin immediately pressed the call button. After he heard the ringtone come from Sunggu's pocket, he ended the phone call. Good, good. You have my account number. Yes. I've definitely written it down. All right. Travel safely. Woojin took out $10 from his fat wallet. Sunggu tried to dissuade him, but he put the bill in Sunggu's hand. Use it for transportation fee. Thank you. Big brother. Oh yeah. Remember, I really hate bastards who stab me in the back. I'll bear that in mind. Sunggu lowered his head after he watched the happy Woojin leave. Sunggu's face looked as if he had lost his country. He said, I'll be short even after I break open my savings. Hong Songgu had become aroused 2 months ago, and he had made a lot of money compared to his 21-year-old peers. Still, it hadn't been easy for him to make money. He had visited the 1-star dungeons every day for the past 2 months. He was able to earn more than $30,000. He had been successful in saving some money, increase the effectiveness of his fireball ability, and decrease his cool time. It was an incredible amount of cash flow compared to a regular person. However, it was money he had earned by putting his life on the line. His stomach churned at the idea that he would have to blow all the money he had struggled to gather. Still, he was pulled out from a certain death, so how could he compare his life to his entire asset? He probably could get a loan for $4,000 to fill the missing amount of money. When he said 4 bills, I hope he didn't mean the big 4 bills. Whether it is 40,000 or 400,000, he intended to give him everything he got. However, he probably didn't have the ability to make $400,000. It was a figure that felt too far away to reach. He hoped Woojin didn't put such a high price on his life. Sunggu headed towards the bank to break open his savings. Woo Sung-hoon was a pretty successful owner of a cell phone store. He had 8 years of experience as a salesman, and he had used the money he had saved to purchase a store. His store was quickly becoming a fixture. There is no customers today. Sung-hoon let out a yawn when the glass door opened and a man quickly ran in. Where's the restroom? Is it here? The man abruptly opened the door behind the counter, then he entered it. Sung-hoon watched this with surprise in his eyes. He probably lost the ability to speak since he was too flustered. What is this? Who is this crazy man? Sung-hoon rose from his seat, and he spoke in an annoyed voice. Mr. That is the storage room. Please come out. When there weren't any reply or reaction, a vein popped out on Sung-hoon's forehead. He wanted to make sure the man wasn't doing his business inside the room, so he opened the door to the storage room. Ah geez, come out. Sung-hoon's clothes were grabbed by a hand, and he was forcibly dragged into the storage room. Kudang tong. As he was thrown into the boxes containing products, Sung-hoon knew something was wrong. He's crazy. A crazy man has appeared. Sung-hoon quickly located his opponent. No, his opponent grabbed him first. He was lifted up by his collar, and Sung-hoon struggled as his feet didn't even touch the floor. What kind of strength? Sung-hoon was a big man, but his opponent was stronger than him. Moreover, his denseness was proportional to his strength. Weak, suh. Sung-hoon was suddenly struck on his cheek, so he lost the words he was about to say. His ears rang with a buzzing sound, tln, mop mop, moreover, he couldn't think about anything as if he had become dumber. Weak, suh. The opposite cheek was struck, and Woo Sung-hoon's consciousness started to fade. He tasted a coppery taste in his mouth as the inside of his mouth started bleeding. Weak, suh. Sung-hoon came to his senses when his cheeks were hit again. He felt an instinctual fear. He used all of will to desperately open his mouth. Help me. Weak, zay. Instead of an answer, the hand flew towards him. Sung-hoon felt a sense of despair when his numb cheeks were hit again. He has completely lost his mind. If I'm not careful, I might really die. Did he see it on the TV? Indiscriminate violence? Didn't innocent people get beaten for no reason? Or maybe someone sent a killer after him. Now that he thought about it, the opponent probably entered the storage room since it didn't have a CCTV. He was sure this was a planned attack. Hey, You. Yes. Yes, sir. For the first time, the other person spoke instead of using his hand. Sukun reflexively answered him. Weak, Queta. The man in question once again roughly threw Sunghun against the wall. Ooh, okay. Get up. Attention. Yes, sir. It had been a long time since he was in the military, but his survival instinct made it all come back. If he let out even a squeak, it felt like he would be beaten to death. The man in question was emitting such an atmosphere. His pose made him look like a mafia boss, who was in charge of several hundred underlings. I hate bastards who hit me in the back of my head, TLN figure of speech about betrayal. Moreover, I hate those who dare to scam me. They hadn't even met before, so how could he have hit him in the back of the head? Sunghun was too scared to make an expression showing his innocence. Woojin glanced at him. You're not going to answer me. I'm sorry. He really wanted to know what he had done wrong. Wu, all right. Think of this as your lucky day. If this was the Alphen planet, I probably would have killed you immediately. Sunghun didn't know how the man could say he had lucked out in this situation. Be thankful you were born in Korea. Yes, sir. Long live the Republic of Korea. Don't overdo it. Yes, sir. He was in a country with human rights. He had to follow the laws and morality of this place, so he couldn't kill this man for such a transgression. Woojin decided to end this. Tug. TLN, SFX of phone hitting the floor. The cell phone he threw fell right in front of Sunghun's foot. You sold me this newest phone yesterday. Fuck. Sunghun finally remembered who this man was. He looked like a guy recently arrived from the boondocks, and he had sold him a hand phone that was worth less than $10 for $90. He had felt so good about that sale that he even remembered the guy's name. The pushover from yesterday is this bastard. How could a person change so much? The yesterday's pushover came back today as the Grim Reaper. Moreover, it seemed he was aroused. If he knew this person was aroused, he wouldn't have tried such a clumsy scam. I bought the newest phone. However, when I went home, I was told it was an old one. That is. Was there an error on your part? This was an extreme situation where his life may be on the line, so he started quickly turning the wheels in his thoughts. Woo Sungjin had 8 years of experience as a salesperson, so of course, he knew what was Woojin's intent. I must have made a mistake. I knew that was the case. Bullshit. You beat up a person like this because of a mistake? Give me another one. What kind of model? How would I know? You choose it for me. Give me the most expensive one. Woo Sunghun thought hard on it. However, he eventually had no choice, but to take out the one smartphone he had left in stock. Asterisk. Woojin had a happy face as he exited the cell phone store. Hoo. The world has become so much better. It didn't even take a second before the map opened. The navigation searched for his destination, then at the same time, it started giving him directions. The internet was very fast, and everything was to his satisfaction. Hey. The latest phones are the best. Woojin opened his address book. Mother Dujimin Realjimin 4. That guy transferred it correctly. For a person in the modern age, the address book was a list of one's human connections. Woojin smiled as he looked at the list of phone numbers. He told the phone salesman that he would be back again. He ordered the salesman, Woo Sunghun, to enter his phone number, then Woojin warned him not to change his phone number. Woojin called his mother to find out the address of the restaurant she was working at. It wasn't too far from his house. Woojin's steps was light as he returned to his house. Hoo. After I save a little bit more, we'll have enough to move. Before all of that, I should probably make mother quit her job. Woojin was a bit spiteful towards her workplace, but it was the first time he would be visiting her workplace. Therefore, he bought a box of beverage. Seungmai's restaurant. I think she said it was here. Woojin had found the restaurant at around 4 o'clock. Even though it should be the idle hours, the small restaurant was half full. Arring. Welcome. When the sound of the door opening was heard at the counter, a young lady reflexively gave a greeting with her eyes still glued to the cell phone. Pew pew. Peeper, pew pew pew. Seungmai was in the midst of playing a game on her phone. She regretfully ended the game, then she raised her head. How many? She was going to greet the customer out of reflex when Seungmai's eyes became round. He had a robust body, and he had wide shoulders that went well with his tall frame. He wasn't handsome yet he had a good-looking face. He had a heavy atmosphere around him. He was a beauty of corruption with a dark aura around him. However, there was something about his face. Big brother Woojin. Why are you here, Seungmai? Woojin thought about the restaurant's name, and he was easily able to infer what that meant. My mother works at your restaurant. Your mother? I'm talking about Mrs. Lee Sujiang. The kitchen lady. Seungmai's surprised eyes froze. The kitchen lady was Woojin's mother? Also. What happened to you, big brother? 5 years ago, I'm sure. Woojin grinned. Come back home. TLN, he spoke broken English in Korean. I'll leave it alone. A sigh leaked out of Seungmai's mouth. Her first love, who disappeared 5 years ago, had returned. Chapter 17, Their Situation. Chapter 17 Their Situation. Chapter 17, Their Situation. TLN, this will count towards next week's regular chapter. El Keenus will be out next either tomorrow or Monday. Please turn off the ad blockers if you can. Thank you. A tiring battle ensued. Please quit. I can't quit. You don't have to earn any money. I'm making a lot of money now. This is the money I earned in half a day. Woojin opened his bank app, then he showed his mother his account statement. However, she wouldn't budge an inch. You came back after 5 years, yet how could a mother thrust you back into such a deadly situation? Then do you want me continue to live by receiving allowance from you? Do you want me to stay unemployed for the rest of my life, and live off the money you struggled to earn? Woojin hit his chest as if he was frustrated. I'll make a lot of money. I'll make enough that mother won't have to worry about money ever again. Mother and Seoul is my responsibility now. I've returned, so I'm the head of this family. Woojin. You. His mother couldn't say anything. She just let her tears flow. The word, head of the family, swirled around her head. Her oldest son had gone missing and even her husband had died. The daughter she had late in life was only 2 years old, and she had always been a stay-at-home mom. Yet she had to live on with such a heavy burden. It wasn't apt to say she had lived, but she had just held out. Woojin tightly hugged his mother as a river of tears flowed out of her. Before the tear-filled mother and son could have a conversation, the owner of the restaurant gave a fake cough. She was Seungmai's mother, Kim Suno. If it was up to her, she would have yelled at them for making a spectacle at someone else's store. However, her daughter Seungmai was giving her a signal. So she looked on without doing anything. I don't want to say something like this, but how can you just quit your job like this? I know what your situation is like, but you should have a conscience. You know our store is busy, so work until I can hire someone. Woojin's face stiffened at Kim Suno's words. He wanted his mother to immediately quit this arduous kitchen work, but his mother's answer was faster than his. Yes. Even if I do quit, a responsible person can't act that way. This isn't about money, so don't say anything. Then please quit this place within a week. Seoul needs mother more than me. She was only a 7-year-old schooler. She had always felt very sorry towards Seoul, so his sister might have been the straw that broke the camel's back. Husband. Woojin. She didn't know what skills he had acquired, but her son had suddenly showed up after 5 years. He said he would go away to prepare for the school qualification exam, but he came back after he earned a lot of money. For someone who worked at a restaurant, the money was quite the windfall. Her tears wouldn't stop falling as she thought about her past arduous days. Mother! Hug! This is so sad. Seung-mai also started crying, so Kim Soo-no passed her a handkerchief. She had never seen her daughter act this way, so she was taken aback. Even though Seung-mai was her daughter, she wasn't a kind girl, and she could be a bit of a bitch. Normally, her daughter would call the kitchen lady auntie, then she would treat her with a bad temper. For some reason, her daughter was acting like a chaste and modest woman today. After crying for a long while, Lee Soo-kyung reined in her emotions, then she started to plead towards her boss, Kim Soo-no. Do you think I could get off work early today? If she doesn't let you off, then just quit. At Woojin's rejoinder, Kim Soo-no made a sound of indecision. However, in the end, she had no choice, but to allow it. It made a big difference for a single person to be missing from a busy restaurant, but she couldn't do anything about it. It would be a bigger trouble if she didn't show up starting tomorrow. Yes, mother. Please go in first. Have a nice time with big brother Woojin. Oh okay, Ms. Seung-mai. Lee Soo-kyung was bewildered by the restaurant owner's daughter Seung-mai. She was responding in an amiable way. Big brother. Be safe. I'll see you again next time. Oh yeah. Here is my phone number. Park Seung-mai snatched Woojin's phone away as if she was stealing it. Then she put in her number to call her phone. Hat. Have a nice day, mother. After receiving her goodbye, Woojin and Lee Soo-kyung left the restaurant. Soon the dinner crowd will rush in, but she didn't feel like working on a day like this. Where are we going, Mom? Woojin was dragged by Lee Soo-kyung's hand towards a different direction from their house. You'll know once you get there. Anyways, what kind of relationship do you have with Ms. Seung-mai? Her? She used to be my junior in school. Why? His mother didn't speak for a long time, then she suddenly stopped walking. She turned around to look straight at Woojin, and he could see traces of worry on her face. I don't plan on involving myself in my son's love life, but if you bring a bitch like her, mother will be against it. Woojin smirked at his mother's words. I don't have any interest in her. I was wondering what you wanted to say to me. The girl had given him a lot of stuff during Valentine's Day, but for him, 20 years had already passed. The only thing he remembered was her face. At the time, he didn't have any feelings toward her, so he doubted he would develop any feelings for her now. Moreover, he could imagine how she had treated his mother by her reaction. So he was disgusted by her. Where are we going? You'll know once we arrive there. Lee Soo-kyung took her son, Kang Woojin, to a newly built apartment not too far from their home. The Hammer Guild built their headquarters in the devastated region, and they had made a lot of progress there. However, a massive park was also built to one side. Lee Soo-kyung made her son buy a bottle of alcohol from a convenience store near the park's entrance. Then she bought a single chrysanthemum flower from the flower shop. They walked through a secluded path inside the park, and they arrived in front of a large monument located at the center of the park. Several 100,000 people died during the dungeon shock. A lot more people died in the subsequent dungeon breaks, but if one had to pick the day when the most deaths had occurred, it was the day of the dungeon shock. Woojin had disappeared on that day. On that day, everyone who had used the subway system had died. A lot of parks were built near the stations since it was destroyed by the subsequent dungeon breaks. Woojin wordlessly placed the flower in front of the monument, then he poured out the alcohol. He kowtowed with a heavy heart. Lee Soo-kyung could only silently watch him as she shed her tears. Husband! Our Woojin has returned. Our Woojin! Woojin finished his kowtow, then he hugged his mother tightly. His mother couldn't control her emotions, so she cried endlessly. Father! Woojin started thinking about his father, and his emotions turned melancholy. He hadn't had the time to spare since his mother had been struggling by herself, but he hadn't forgotten about his father. Woojin missed his father. However, the ache he felt towards his mother and Seoul was larger. Maybe, the past 20 years had desensitized Woojin from death. Please tell me now. What do you mean? Where and what have you been up to during that time? When he saw his mother's earnest face, Woojin struggled for a long time, but he decided to tell her the truth. However, he was mindful of the shock his mother would receive, so he tried to downplay the truth. He had overcome countless near-death experiences, and his hands snatched away countless lives as he struggled fiercely to live. There had been countless people afraid of him, and their gazes had been filled with fear. He didn't want his mother to look at him like that. I think it was caused by the dungeon shock. I was summoned to a planet named Alphen. If everything was like before, she wouldn't have believed him. However, the world had gone through a change, and the impossible had become possible. All right. What did you do over there? How should he explain this? Woojin thought about it, and he opened his mouth after he ordered his thoughts. It wasn't too dangerous. It was like a game. I leveled up some, then I diligently hunted. I ordered around my summoned beings and I even participated in wars. However, Mother shouldn't worry too much about it. I used my summoned beings, so I just watched from far away. At Woojin's words, his mother's expression stiffened. Hi ego, TLNSFX, I guess it is like saying OMG, I was so worried about you, but you came back after playing some game. Hey? That's not it. Chapter 18 Their Circumstances, 2. Chapter 18 Their Circumstances, 2. Chapter 18, Their Circumstances, 2. TLN, I'm trying to take advantage of the long weekend? As some readers suggested, I changed Big Brother to Hyung, Appa etc. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Ego. You scoundrel. Mother worried about you so much. As Woojin's back was being slapped, he pondered about what to do. Should he just tell her the truth? Hey go. You spent 5 years playing a game like an addict, then you came back. Hey. That wasn't it at all. Still, I'm thankful you returned in good health. Woojin thought about telling her a little bit more of the truth to resolve the misunderstanding, but he abandoned that idea. Who cares if she believed this or that? I've returned home, and his mother was happy. The tears flowing from his mother didn't have any resentment in it. If she held any resentment, it was towards the inhospitable years that had passed them by. The hand that was hitting him started losing its strength, and her tear drops became thicker. Woojin cried with her. He cried endlessly as he tried to shed the past 20 years. Asterisk. Sua's eyes turned round as she asked a question. Hey? Why is Mother's eyes so red? Did you cry? No. Why would Mother cry? No. You did cry. I know why Mother cried. Why? You are happy since Mother will also be able to eat beef. Isn't that right? Hey? Ho ho. You rascal. That's right. I'm so happy that your Appa bought us beef, so tears came out. He could see a glint of tear on his mother's eyes. It wasn't from sadness. It was a teardrop of happiness. Woojin grinned slyly. After they left the park, Woojin took Suo to a meat grilling restaurant. It was rumored to be the best one in the neighborhood. The price was too expensive, so they had never been to the store before. Cheedsijik. The beef made a delicious sound as Woojin cooked it, and he placed it on Suo's dish. While Suo was chewing on her food, she picked up a piece of meat, and she placed it on her mother's dish. Mom, eat this. It's really delicious. Okay, okay. Since Suo gave it to me, it is more delicious. His mother ate a piece of meat, then she made a happy smile. Seoul grinned as she looked at Woojin. I really like it since Appa came. Really? Do you like Appa since I bought you beef? Yeah. I like it a lot. Minsu always make fun of me. He says he always eat a lot of meat. Minsu. He is the richest in our class. That is why he brags about what he eats every day when he comes to school. He has a lot of toys. His father is aroused, so he is really rich. Hey! Is that so? Don't be jealous of that. If Suo wants something, then just tell Appa. I'll buy it all for you. Appa is also aroused. TLN asterisk cough asterisk phrasing, maybe I should have gone for enlightened as someone suggested. Wow! Really? Appa is the best. I like Appa. Suo laughed merrily, but his mother looked like she hadn't let go of her worries. I'm still not sure you should do it. I'll be all right. I'm not that weak. Moreover, I won't do something that is too dangerous, so you don't have to worry about it. Appa is in danger. No. Appa isn't in danger. As he started to seriously cook some more meat, Woojin took a bottle of soju, and he poured it into his mother's glass. As if she was still sensitive to such actions, her eyes started to water. My son, who was in his 3rd year in high school, has come back as an adult. You are able to drink alcohol with your mother. I guess so, but this is the first time I'm having soju. Hey? This is the first time my son has drunk soju? You have to learn how to drink alcohol from an adult. Hurry up and take this glass. This was the first time he had soju, but he had drunk a lot of other alcohol. Woojin took the soju cup with a pounding heart. Gol. You father would have been proud if he saw you. Our son had already grown into an adult. You could drink alcohol with me, and you also bought us meat. When they talked about his father, he became melancholy, but it couldn't even be compared to his mother's sadness. Woojin drank the entire cup of soju. There was a bite to it. It was quite good, but he was starting to feel the effect of the alcohol. There was a bitter aftertaste, and it was quite delicious. This is pretty good. He didn't know about the other stuff, but the taste of alcohol here was preferable to the ones at the planet Alphen. As time passes, he'll look fondly back at his experiences, but he couldn't do that yet. He had escaped that hellhole, and he was very happy to be with his family now. Let us be happy, mother. Yes, my son. Me too, me too. In her ignorance, Suo pushed her cup forward, but he poured her some soda. Then they made a toast. Asterisk. His mother seemed to be drunk as she kept thanking him. He took the happily smiling Suo and his mother back home before he headed out again. He had withdrawn money from an ATM as they walked the street, and he placed $1,000 on top of the kitchen table. He wanted to give her all the money he had earned, but he needed for seed money. He needed a certain amount of money to pay for the entrance fee for the higher-ranked dungeons. It would allow him to quickly make money. Woojin wanted to move to a decent house soon. Ha! This is great! Woojin accompanied his mother and Suo home. Then he decided to walk the night street. It was 7 o'clock. He taken Suo to an early dinner, so it was still quite early. This was the first time he drank soju, and the taste continued to linger. He wanted to drink more, but he didn't want to get drunk by himself. 20 years had passed, so instead of thinking about his close friends' faces, the first face that came to mind was Dujimin's face. That guy. I have to repay his money. He owed a lot of things to him. Woojin always settled his favors and grudges. He repaid goodwill, and he took revenge on those he had a grudge against. Jimin was a big help in learning about the changed earth. Woojin visited a still-open department store, and he entered to buy some presents. He wandered around in his threadbare clothes, and he smelled of alcohol. Even seeing him like this, the kind sales clerk helped him out. He went towards the cosmetic counter, and with the recommendation from the clerk, he purchased something a high school boy could use. He spent a good amount of money, but he didn't regret it. While he carried the present, Woojin bought a whole chicken at a fried chicken restaurant. He bought a bottle of soju at the convenience store, then he headed towards Jimin's house. There was no response as he pressed on the doorbell, so he opened the panel to the door lock mechanism. D. That bastard! He already changed his passcode. Woojin could have immediately called Jimin, but it was about time for Jimin to come home from his tutoring school. So he just waited. Jimin flinched in surprise when he saw Woojin standing in front of his front door. You are back. Hi, Hyung. You came. That's right. Let's eat some chicken together. Jimin stealthily glanced towards Woojin. He covered his finger with his other hand before he opened the front door. Drori. Woojin acted naturally as he spread the chicken and plates on top of the kitchen desk. Bring some glasses. Ah, wait a moment. As soon as he took off his backpack, Jimin brought back some cups. He felt uncomfortable since Woojin came to his house every night, but his mouth watered when he thought about the chicken. Jimin was at an age where he liked to eat. Jimin tried to pour cola into his cup, but Woojin stopped him. Hey, you should have a cup. What? Hyung. I'm only a high school student. Sub. You can have whatever Hyung gives you. Should I? Woojin filled Jimin's cup with soju, and he also filled his cup to the brim with soju. They didn't have a soju glass, so they poured it into cups. The soju bottle emptied just from filling 2 cups. Okay, let's drink. Yes. Woojin emptied the cup in a refreshing manner, and he bit into a chicken leg. Jimin awkwardly turned his head, and he took a sip. Then his face scrunched up. KKKKKK. Bitter. It was bitter. Why would anyone drink something like this? Jimin put a chicken wing in his mouth as he asked a question. Was your visit to the dungeons successful? Of course. Hey, I got you a present. Jimin opened the shopping bag with a confused face. When he opened it, he saw a bottle of cologne. When he saw the brand, it was a very pricey item. Hi, Hyung. Stop being surprised, you little rascal. This is the money I borrowed from you. Woojin took out $500 from his wallet. Jimin's eyes became round. This is too much. You only have to give me what you borrowed. No. To tell you the truth, I don't want it. Hyung has already done too much for me. Yes. A person should repay kindness. Woojin nodded his head with a satisfied expression. So, is that why you changed the house's passcode? That is. Woojin grinned when he saw the flustered Jimin. The rest is rent fee on top of the borrowed money. Does this mean he wants to continue to stay here? Jimin couldn't believe his ears. Chapter 19, Justifiable Misunderstanding. Chapter 19 Justifiable Misunderstanding. Chapter 19, Justifiable Misunderstanding. TLN, short chapter, and it'll probably be the last regular chapter of this week. Next week will be Dragon Maiden /LOL. I'll try to get a 3rd chapter out next week of SSN so we move closer to the dungeon scenes. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Hyung. Didn't you meet your mother? Shit. My house is too small. I'll inconvenience you until I buy a house. Even though the price of land in Seoul had dropped, it was still an unthinkable amount of money for a normal person like Jimin. He is asking to live here, and mooch off of him until he could buy a house? Jimin had a complicated expression. Woojin cackled as he looked at Jimin. It won't take long for me to leave, so don't worry about it. Hyung made 1,300 today. Moreover, I'll get an additional 400 soon. That isn't it. My Nuna comes here on the weekends. TLN, male older sister equals Nuna, female older sister equals Uni. Ah, is that so? I'll call her tomorrow. Oh yeah. Does Hyung know my Nuna? My Nuna recognized Hyung's name. What's your Nuna's name? Her name is Doo-ji-won. Woojin thought about the name, Doo-ji-won, and his eyes became wide when it came to him. Doo-ji-won? The third-class Jun Jae-hyun. TLN, Google, if you want to know who she resembles. She's my sister, so it's a little bit weird to talk about her like this. However, she used to be called that. Hey. You are Ji-won's little brother. Woojin looked over Doo-jimin, and he nodded his head. He thought this guy looked handsome, and now he found out Doo-ji-won was his Nuna. They must have been born with superior genes as both siblings had good looks. It had been 20 years, but Woojin still remembered Doo-ji-won. She used to be famous for being the prettiest in the entire school. Woojin had also had a crush on Ji-won, but he had been too shy. If he met her right now, he would have. Where does your Nuna live for her only visit on the weekends? She's at a factory. What? A factory? Doo-ji-won is? If she needed money then she should have become a celebrity instead. Woojin couldn't imagine Ji-won in a factory setting, so he turned his head in confusion. Jimin replied with a slightly dark face. There was an incident. Anyways, Hyung switched your hand phone. I swapped it on the way back. Wow. This is a really expensive one. Can I touch it once? Is that so? Is it a good one? Well. This is a crazy red. Crazy red. It uses bloodstone technology, so it is really expensive. Hyung must have made a lot of money. Bloodstones was a new material with an enormous amount of energy within it. After the end of a 5-year research, the technology was adopted for use, and it was slowly being used in actual objects now. The battery technology using the bloodstones were a hot issue in the IT market. He exchanged it for free. What? This was free? Well, it was an event. An event. It was a once-in-a-lifetime even where the salesman's life was on the line. Well. You are lucky. This is really expensive. It seemed the phone salesman had a conscience. Woojin let go of the little ball of grudge he held against him. Jimin was more excited than the owner of the phone. He spent a while explaining to him about the new functions when a message came. Drrrring. Jimin looked at the line on top of the screen, and his eyes widened when he read the content. Deposit 40,000. Total 51,230. XX Bank Hong Sunggu. Hey! How many zeros are there? Jimin looked at the figure, then he looked at Woojin. It said he was a rank F on his roused card, yet he was able to earn $13,000 in one day, and now he earned an additional $40,000. Jimin couldn't help but look at Woojin in a different light. Hi, Hyung. You are very capable. Woojin snatched his hand phone back, and he frowned. That bastard. I told his to send 4 bills. Woojin immediately gave him a call. The amount is getting on my nerve. It is getting on my nerve. Before the single ring could pass, Sunggo picked up his phone. Hello? Hyung. Did you check the deposit? Hey, asshole. Do you think I'm a beggar? Didn't I tell you to send just 4 bills? What is this? Of course. When you said 4 bills, you meant that 4 bills. As if he had put his hand over the receiver, the sound was muffled. However, Woojin had a sensitive hearing, so he frowned when he heard it. What are you saying? Hi, Hyung Nim. I want to talk to you face to face. Please tell me your address. What? Why do you want to find me? I'll explain it once I get there. Where are you, Hyung Nim? Sunggu's voice sounded desperate, so Woojin gave him the address in confusion. There is a large cafe called Angle Angel near there. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Sunggu hurriedly ended the call. At Sunggu's reaction, Woojin stared at his hand phone. That bastard! What's up with him? If Sunggu had just told him his account number, he would have returned the $36,000, so why does he want to meet up? Since we are out of alcohol, I'll briefly head out to buy some. Meanwhile, you eat the chicken. Yes, Hyung. Change the front door's password to the original one. Yes. Woojin decided he would buy more of the depleted soju, then he would meet Sunggu and give him back his money. Jimin was left alone, and he took another sip of the soju. He frowned. KKKKK. Why do people drink this? He popped open a cola, then he washed the flavor out of his mouth. Then he started playing with his hand phone out of boredom. This should be expensive. Jimin checked the cologne's brand, and his mouth dropped open when he searched for the model. $200. The price was too high for a high school student to use it without feeling a sense of burden. Moreover, he rarely used cologne. Maybe, if he smoked then he would have. I guess Hyung spends based on his emotions? He is spending recklessly since he making money. His mood became restless when he saw the $500 given to him by Woojin. His Nuna was probably working hard at the factory right now, but her annual income was less than the $53,000 Woojin made in a single day. Jimin was bored waiting for Woojin to return, so he accessed an online community he frequented. Then he wrote a post. Brothers! I got a perfume for a present. About 3 days ago, I met an uncle by coincidence, and I let him sleep in my rented room for a day. He bought me a cologne and he also gave me $500. Isn't it a real windfall? Currently, I'm eating chicken and alcohol. Hyung went out to buy more alcohol since we are out. He has a lot of money. TLN, just Google it if you don't know, let me boast about my present. Jimin uploaded a picture of the cologne as proof, then he waited for the reaction from other people. Dring, dring. The replies were explosive. TLN, they are speaking in message board style. Sometimes they aren't even talking in full sentences. Nim. Be careful of your backside. TLN, XXX Nim. It is an honorific, but shortened to Nim here. Perfume, rented room, success. Today real shared room. This Hyung will move to your next door neighborhood. He isn't getting alcohol. He probably went to get condoms. Stupid. He won't get pregnant, so why buy condoms? What? Stupid. Then enema. He said enema. Nim, it isn't too late. Throw away your rented room, and guard your behind. So who will be the bottom? The person who paid will be the top. Congratulations on your anal's grand opening. What is anal? Your asshole, you stupid mofo. Request but. Monitor ready in front. Jimin frowned. Tisk tisk. If they are jealous then they should just say so. Why do a gay ad-lib? Jimin continued to read the posts being posted, and he glanced at the front door. He wouldn't do that. He won't. The delicious chicken suddenly tasted like he was chewing on rubber. Is he deluding himself? Ah, he probably won't. Chapter 20 Justified Misunderstanding, 2. Chapter 20 Justified Misunderstanding, 2. Chapter 20 Justified Misunderstanding, 2. TLN, I'll have a chapter of Dragon Maiden or LOL out on Sunday. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Hong Songgu let out a sigh after he ended the phone call. The 4 bills was actually $400,000. It's no wonder why, since he thought $20,000 was a bit cheap for saving someone's life. He really had been underestimating the price of his life too much. Even someone like me is worth $200,000. He had been saved twice, so it was 4 bills. It was $400,000. Ha, this isn't how I should be spending my time. Sunggu let out a sigh, It had been only 2 months since he had become aroused. He had worked tirelessly during that time, but he had been only earned around $30,000. Even that wasn't enough, so he had to borrow money from all around. How was he suddenly going to come up with a large sum of $360,000? I guess this is the only way. He had prepared this just in case. Seunggu gathered a bundle of documents, then he went outside to catch a taxi. When he arrived near the Seda station, he hurriedly entered a large cafe named Angel. He looked around, and he was able to find Woojin sitting near a corner. Hyung him. How are you doing? The two of them had left the dungeon, and they had went their own ways around lunch. This occurred only couple hours ago, so why was he asking how he was doing? You came? So, why did you insist on coming here yourself? It was the right thing for me to do to come here. That's all right. Just leave after you give me your account number. Okay. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Seunggu's face turned pale from fright. Is he trying to return his money to him? Doesn't that mean he didn't need his money, and Woojin wanted to kill him? Seunggu thought about how Woojin looked as he killed Bidosu and his party members without any hesitation. It happened only couple hours ago, so he was still shocked by that event. Seunggu immediately got on his knees. Hyung Nim. Please spare my life. Hey? Why are you being like this? I promise I'll pay back all the money I am short on. Just give me a little bit more time. Seunggu's reaction drew the attention from the people in the surrounding. What? What's going on? Is he a gangster? It looks like he took out a private loan. Tisk tisk. He must have took out a private loan, then he must have used it all. Woojin frowned when he heard the murmurs coming from the surround people. What was he trying to accomplish by gaining the attention of his surrounding? Woojin's voice was filled with irritation. If you don't want die, then why don't you have a seat? Yes, sir. Seunggu immediately sat across Woojin. Hyung Nim. I have no way of gathering $400,000 right now. If you give me some time, I promise I'll come through. $400,000. Yes, sir. Ha! Woojin leaned back against his chair as he sighed. His fingers rhythmically beat against the armrests. Doc. Seunggu swallowed dryly to the beat. Woojin frowned at Seunggu, who sat there like a dog wanting to poop. He had wanted $4,000, so he asked Seunggu to send 4 bills. However, he must have misunderstood it as $40,000. If that wasn't enough, he had further misunderstood, and now he was under the impression that he owed Woojin $400,000 now. Kids these days think in large scales. How could someone misunderstand one bill as $10,000 or $100,000? It seemed he had thoroughly misunderstood his situation. If he was under a misunderstanding, then of course he would. How long do you want me to wait for you? Have to take advantage of the misunderstanding. Seunggu spoke rapidly. He spoke so fast that one would think he had a talent for talking. Please look here. Woojin's forehead furrowed when he picked up the paper documents pushed forward by Seunggu. When his ability manifested, Seunggu had recorded how much he had earned on the first day he became aroused. As he became familiar with his ability slowly evolved, and his income had increased steadily. He even made a graph to accompany the numbers. At the bottom, he even wrote down the dungeons he had attempted, and there was a detailed count on how many monsters he had faced. This was basically Seunggu's own portfolio. I earned $30,000 during the 2 months. From here on out, my income will continue to increase, and I will be able to obtain the rest of the money soon. How long? I guarantee I will have it within 25 months. Isn't that too long? At Woojin's pessimistic words, Seunggu replied quickly. When did he become so deft at wheeling and dealing? It felt like he had awoken to another Taken when facing with a situation where his life was on the line. This is why I thought of a second method. Woojin frowned as he threw the documents on the table. Why don't we just talk? Seunggu immediately flapped his tongue. With Hyung Nim's abilities, you will be able to attack a higher dungeon than the 1-star and 2-star dungeons. Moreover, you will be able to earn much more revenue per dungeon attack. If you form a party with me, I'll point out the highly profitable dungeons, and I'll be able to repay the $400,000 in no time. From what Seunggu observed, Woojin was most definitely not a rank F on his roused rankings. He was capable of soloing a 2-star dungeon, so how could he be a rank F? Anyways, the profit from the higher ranked dungeons were fundamentally on a different level. One could earn $400,000 in no time. For Seunggu, this would be the best method for him. He wouldn't dare attempt a high-rank dungeon by himself, but it was possible with Woojin by his side. He just had one problem he had to resolve. Does that mean you want to comfortably mooch off of me? No. This is why I thought up a third plan. Seunggu started laying out his third plan as if nothing had happened. During that period, I will work as Hyung Nim's manager. Manager? Yes. All roused with a slightly higher rank travels with one. There is even a separate supporting department for them at the guilds. The manager takes care of duties like selecting the dungeons, making reservations, selling the bloodstones and more. The manager even drives the roused around. So they are basically servants. Hey? He is speaking the truth, but why do I have such an unpleasant feeling? Your analysis is correct, Hyung Nim. Woojin had an amused expression when he heard Seunggu's words. Managers basically did the same work as a celebrity's manager. It wasn't a bad proposal for Woojin. Since you don't have the money, you want to work it off with your body. Ah, he was correct. You are spot on, Hyung Nim. Woojin thought for a moment before he opened his mouth. All right. For how long? Hyung Nim should decide. 1 year. I would feel a little bit bad if you worked for free, so I'll give you a little bit of money on the side. Seunggu abruptly stood up from his seat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hyung Him. Oh. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. He could have just taken back the $36,000 yet he wanted to live the life of a servant. Asterisk. Jimin woke up with a burning thirst in his throat. Ooh, okay. He looked around his surrounding with a dizzy head. He was on his bed. Bits of his memories started to piece itself together, and his memories slowly came back to him. He had waited a long time for Woojin, who had gone out to buy more alcohol. He started taking sips from his soju cup, and he had fallen asleep on the table. So, why was he in his bed? Ugh. He still had his shirt on. Jimin hurriedly peeked underneath his blanket. He still had his pants on. He unnecessarily started touching his butt, but he didn't feel any pain. Woo! Thank you. Our Father, who art in heaven. Ah! When his nervousness melted away, he tried to get up since he had to pee. This was when he saw Woojin lying on top of a blanket placed on the floor. He saw 2 bottles of soju on the desk, so it seemed he had fallen asleep after drinking by himself. I guess he really is a kind Hyung. Jimin felt relieved. As he was about to head towards the restroom, Woojin let out a moan. Ooh ooh ooh. Woojin had curled up, and his body was shaking. Is he sick? Jimin stretched out his hand to touch the curled up Woojin. Before his hand could make contact, he felt a stinging shock on his hand. That stings. Jimin was so surprised that he sat back down on his bed. Maybe it was the shock, but he started seeing a hallucination. Grey objects were wrapped around Woojin, and they were slowly swimming around him. Some were black, but none of them had a defined form. Jimin's eyes were out of focus, and he could only look on dumbly. Ghost? A sprite? Or a hallucination? He felt a thick hatred and resentment towards life. No, it was the source of evil. Instinctual fear. Jimin's dilated eyes flipped into his head, and he fainted onto his bed. Ooh ooh ooh. Woojin let out a moan, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. His face was screwed up as if he was in pain. It looked as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. Necromancer. He who opposes the laws of nature. He who denies death. Eventually, he who become tormented by death's curse. Woojin continued to moan. Chapter 21, 3-star Dungeon. Chapter 21 3-star Dungeon. Chapter 21 to 3-star Dungeon. TLN, thank Victor, DMW, and James, Elk, for the donation. I really appreciate it. This chapter will count towards next week regular chapter count. Elkiness will be out Sunday or Monday. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you. Hyung Nim. I'm over here. The next day morning Sungu was waiting in front of Woojin's house on the appointed time. Whose car is this? It is my mother's car. She doesn't use it a lot, so I usually use it. Woojin nodded his head as he looked at the white Métis. I guess it was better than not having a car. Why are the windows open? The AC is broken. It was almost the end of summer, so the morning was a bit chilly. It didn't matter if they didn't have an AC. Woojin tilted his head in confusion when he saw Sungu, who was putting on his seatbelt. It's your first day as a servant, so why are you in such a good mood? Haha. Isn't there different degrees of being a servant? Woojin grinned as he asked a question. You said we are going to a 3-star dungeon today. Yes. What comes out over there? Rockwi comes out. TLN, Bakwai is cockroach in Korean. The author basically switch B with an R. Rockwis were basically large cockroaches. That's it. It wasn't as if the drop rate for the bloodstones were any better, but there was a large population of this monster in this dungeon. This is why this dungeon contained a lot of bloodstones. Sungu gave a briefing about the dungeon, while he drove. The Mabongstayan's third exit dungeon has a maximum limit of 10 party members, and the entrance fee is $300. It's damn expensive. If one person wanted to use the dungeon, then one would have to pay $3,000 for the entrance fee. It can't be helped. Moreover, there are a lot of them, and the return stone doesn't drop until all of the Rockwis are killed. Normally, it takes around 2 hours to attack this dungeon. If one is unlucky, it takes 3 hours. Woojin nodded his head. You found the dungeon to my exact requirement. The Mabong Station's third exit was chosen as their next target, but it wasn't Sungu's idea. Woojin ordered him to find a dungeon that fit a single criteria. Numerous monsters had to be summoned. He was told to search for a dungeon based on the monster regeneration rate instead of profit. He felt doubt, but he had worked hard to find it. Amongst all of the 3-star dungeons, this place regenerated the most monsters. There were way less cars on the road compared to Woojin's memory. It reminded him of the traffic he saw on the holidays. As expected, a parking lot was provided near the vicinity of the subway station. TLN, Koreans don't get a lot of vacations, so they all head out to beach/mountain on the holidays. Therefore, you see less traffic in the city during holidays. The biggest change that had happened to Seoul in the past 5 years was the subway stations. It used to be a method of travel one used to get to work, but now it became a place of work. Dungeon businesses brought in the biggest revenue for Seoul. Even the parking fee is damn expensive. Sungu laughed lightly when he heard Woojin's complaint. I think you'll be very surprised once you balance your account after attacking this dungeon. There is a vast difference between a 2-star and a 3-star dungeon. Well, we'll know once we get there. Money was important to Woojin. He needed a big house, so he could live with his family. At the very least, he wanted to be able to sleep in a different room where he could fall asleep in a defenseless state. It was a dungeon where the profit was great, so the entrance fee was expensive, and there were many people in queue. One could only make appointments for 4-star dungeons or higher. They also restricted the roused, who were below rank D, from even attempting the 4-star dungeon. A mule like Sungu could probably squeeze in, but a rank D roused won't even be able to become a leader for a party when attempting a 4-star dungeon. Until the 3-star dungeons, there were no restriction. One didn't need to make an appointment. The order of the dungeon attempt was basically a first-come, first-served basis. This was why the queue time was longer compared to the time it took to complete 1-star or 2-star dungeons. However, it wasn't so for this 3-star dungeon. They had come early in the morning, so there were only 2 teams in front of them. Even if everyone took 2 hours, they would have to wait 4 hours. Hyung Nim should go rest in a cafe then return later. One of the main duty of a manager was staying in line as a proxy. Woojin looked around the surrounding, and he could see cafes and other convenient facilities. It made him doubt whether the development area around a subway station was really dangerous. It seemed the resident area moved farther away, but the commercial facilities seemed more developed here. Moreover, the dungeon was always open. The roused converged here 24/7 to attack the dungeon. Of course, a location where a lot of people gathered would flourish. It's okay. I'll wait with you. I'm moved, Hyung Nim. Sungu's flattery came out almost automatically. He had also studied on his own, so he could talk continuously about what he knew about the roused, their society, and the different types of dungeons. He didn't want Woojin to get bored. Phew, Panja. Woojin found out why the Crazy Red was a popular smartphone amongst the roused. The sturdiness of its build didn't even need to be explained. It was also able to run for half a month without one needing to charge it. The insane battery allowed one not to be bored during the down times. Woojin waited 5 hours to enter the dungeon. Woojin paid $12,000. He paid the cost for using the dungeon for 4 hours. Sungu looked at Woojin, and he energetically gave a fighting pose. A stocky guy like him was doing all he can to act cute, and it made him look at Sungu with pity now. Hyung Nim. Fighting. You have to go too, you dork. I have to. Who's going to excavate the bloodstones? I'm moved, Hyung Nim. Sungu let out a soulless exclamation, then he quickly followed behind Woojin. I thought you purposely suggested to become my servant, so you could follow me around. When there was no answer, Woojin turned to look at him. Sungu had an expression of guilt. You are quite perceptive. It seemed flattery came naturally to him now. Woojin smirked. Dude. Do it in moderation. Moreover, just call me Hyung. Yes, Hyung. Life was a battlefield. Sungu was at fault for overreacting and adding the extra zeros to the $4,000. Woojin didn't feel the need to take back what he had offered. He wasn't Sungu's parent or guardian. Free money was free money. However, if he still insisted on becoming his underling, he would repay him back the money he lost. As a necromancer who had reached the pinnacle, Woojin had at least that much generosity. Be a good guide. Do my biddings well. I'm not going to work you without giving any compensations. After we finish this dungeon, you can have 10% of the profit. It was a 9:1 ratio. It was an unreasonable number, but Sungu's face was filled with joy. For him, the very act of attempting a 3-star dungeon was difficult. Even if it was only 10%, it would still be more than he could make from attacking 1-star dungeons several times. He would be able to get his hand on a large sum of money. Thank you very much, Hyung. Sungu really felt thankful towards him. Woojin seemed to prefer solo play, but it seemed he would be able to enter with him. He would be able to be carried by Woojin as his manager. He'll be able to experience a 3-star dungeon and use his ability in relative safety. He probably be able to train and practice his ability. It might even evolve. Sungu was aiming to become a high-ranked roused, so this was an opportunity of a lifetime. Woojin knew all about this, yet he acted like he had been fooled, so Sungu felt thankful towards him. Let's go. Time is gold. Yes, sir. Woojin was thankful towards Seunggu, who had become a servant for just $4,000. Asterisk. Level up. The moment Woojin gained another level, he shook his head in a fierce manner. There are frighteningly a lot of them. The floor was gem-packed with Rockwe corpses. These bastards barreled towards any life form in their vicinity. They had the tendency of using their number as an advantage. One could build a solid defense against them, or one could kill them faster than they could gather. These were the only methods of dealing with them. Woojin's method was to use both. You dare use your number against me? Kikik. He fought number with number. Woojin was surrounded by 19 skeleton soldiers. This was possible, because every time he leveled up he put all his stat points into control. Woojin used his search magic. When he felt magic within the Rockwe's corpses, he sprayed red paint on them. There were so many of them that it took a lot of time to tag them with paint. While he was doing this, Seunggu came down the stairs. Hyung him. I've excavated them all. Seunggu was hauling a bag as he descended, and he was soaked in sweat. He hadn't even used a single fireball since he had entered the dungeon. The only thing he did was to excavate the bloodstones from the field of corpses left behind by Woojin. Woojin picked out which monsters had bloodstones, so he didn't have to open up an empty corpse. However, there were still too many of them. Woojin's hunting speed was so fast that Seunggu fell behind even though he only had to extract the bloodstones. You've done well. Now keep up the good work. Hug. Seunggu saw the terrible spectacle created by Woojin on the last floor. He sucked in a sharp breath. At a glance, he could see couple hundred corpses. Amongst all of them, there were over 60 corpses tagged with spray paint. How much money is this? The drop rate couldn't be compared to the 2-star dungeons. Seunggu put down the full bag, then he took out a new bag. Ago. I guess I'll take a little break. Woojin freed himself from the field of corpses, then he sat on a bench. The return stone would come out from the body of the last Rockwe he killed. While Seunggu excavated the bloodstones, he sat on one side as he opened his character window. He put all the bonus points he earned from the level UPS to control. The number reached 24. He could summon 5 additional skeleton soldiers. I'm level 6 now. Woojin looked through all the skills he could learn at LVL 6. He was able to learn low-ranked attack spells like making a small flame or a fist made out of water. Everything else had a class restriction. Woojin purchased all the important magics under the low-ranked magic. The cost was between 10 to 30 achievement points each. These weak magics were progressively unusable against the monsters he would face, but these magics weren't only used in hunting monsters. They had many practical uses in real life, so he purchased and learned them. This cost 200 points. Restriction, Level 10, Magic 20. Corpses or bones are used as sacrifice to summon a Strength 5 Agility 5 Health 5 Magic 5 Skeleton Magician. Range is increased when strength increases. Shooting rate is increased when agility increases. Attack power is increased as magic is increased. Magic consumption, 1. Required control, 1. Every Rockwe gave him 3 achievement points. There were too many Rockwe's, so he had a lot of achievement points to spare. He was able to buy skill books, but he couldn't learn it since they had level restrictions. From level 1 to level 9, one didn't have a class. The low-ranked skills learned during this period didn't have any class restrictions, and most of them could be purchased with relatively low achievement points. However, once one reaches level 10, one would develop a class, and most of the skills became expensive. Now that I think about it, I should work on my stats a little bit. There were couple ways to raise one's stat. When one level up, one gets bonus stats, and as the name indicates, it was a bonus. There were 2 other methods if one excluded the level up. First method was to train repeatedly to increase one's stat. However, this method wasn't used often since the increase was minimal compared to the time spent. If one did it without having much expectation, then one could increase one stat at a time. The second method was to use drugs. There were reinforcement drugs that were able to give a temporary stat boost, but there were also magic medicines that could permanently increase certain stats. Woojin frowned as he searched through the achievement points store. There were reinforcement drugs that gave +1 stat points, but they cost 2,000 points. It was too expensive for him to purchase it for consumption. However, it wasn't as if he didn't gain anything. Ingredient: Orc Tendon 3, Drabbit Tail 5, Rat Fang 2. Effect: Strength +2. He thought he did pretty well by using 150 of his achievement points to purchase this recipe. The composition method was simple. He just had to use his advanced skill, combination box. It is all done, Hyung Nim. I also found the return stone. Woojin grinned as he looked at the fat bags filled with bloodstones. At the very least, there were about 5 times more bloodstones compared to the previous 2-star dungeon. Also, didn't Seunggu say the bloodstones became denser and more expensive as the dungeon's rank increased? How many minutes had passed? It's been 27 minutes. Woojin stood up as he laughed. We'll run it 7 more times. Hurry up, and gather everything. Hook. I understand. The skeleton soldiers approached them, and they picked up the bags. Woojin and Seunggu wanted to save time, so they practically ran towards the entrance. The public employee assigned to this place by the Dungeon Management Bureau was surprised when they came out much earlier than expected. When 2 rank F roused attempted the 3-star dungeon that had a maximum capacity of 10 party members, he thought their actions were ill-advised. However, it seemed he was wrong. Even if you cleared it before the time ran out, we won't refund the entrance fee. Woojin smirked at the public employee's words. I'm going to keep attempting the dungeon within the time limit, so don't worry about it. What? I don't have time, so don't ask me any questions. Woojin and Seunggu grabbed the bags, then they ran towards the Bloodstone exchange store. They converted it all to cash. $54,300. He used simple calculations to determine he could earn almost $400,000 in a day. Seunggu would receive 10% of that figure, so he had an expression of disbelief on his face. $5,430. This was the money he had earned in 30 minutes. If one joined a full normal party attacking a 3-star dungeon, one share of the profit would be equivalent to this. However, Seunggu wasn't skilled enough to attempt a 3-star or even a 2-star dungeon. Jackpot, Hyung Nim. You are calling me Hyung Nim again. Hyung Nim is too great. I wouldn't dare call you Hyung. Woojin smirked at his silly words. We still have 7 runs left. If they went in 7 more times, then his share would be around $40,000. He had diligently went around 1-star dungeons for 2 whole months, yet he only made $30,000. Now he would make $40,000 in a day. Run. Yes, sir. Seunggu and Woojin quickly ran towards the dungeon. Chapter 22, Dual Class. Chapter 22 Dual Class. Chapter 22, Dual Class. TLN, I was able to get into a translating groove yesterday, so here's another regular chapter. This will probably be the last release this week unless there is a sponsored CH. Next week will probably be Dragon Maiden and either ELK/SSN. I'm also pondering whether I should start another project. Was the alternating 2 novels each week an unpleasant reading experience? Let me know. I appreciate any input. Please turn off your ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Hook. Do you think we can rest a little bit, Hyung Nim? For the most part, Woojin didn't directly participate in battle. The Rockies were considered to be a 3-star monster, because there were a frighteningly a lot of them. It was so bad that a fight with the Rockies wasn't considered to be a fight against a monster. It was a fight against oneself. Everything ended the moment one became tired. The skeleton soldiers never got tired, and he just had to summon a new one when one was destroyed. Moreover, the skeleton soldier's appearance had gone through a change. The skeleton soldier's skill level had risen from 1 to 10 and they had evolved. The skeleton soldier were made out bones, so its emaciated body looked quite brittle. However, they now wore shoulder and chest armor. They also carried a small shield on one hand. The knives still looked very dull, but it had become larger and more pointy. They also wore a helmet on their heads. As one uses more of one's skill, the skill level increases. It can also be raised using the help of an item or one could invest one's bonus point into it. These were the only methods. His hunting speed was becoming faster, and he was having an easier time. The problem was Sunggu's stamina. He was on the bloodstone duty for 3 hours, and he hadn't been able to take a single break. Woojin's hunting speed was so fast that Sunggu didn't have time to take a break. Woojin had run out of spray paint, but it seemed he had learned a marking magic. He used it to mark the monsters containing the bloodstones. He kept showing his admiration as he watched Woojin's endless versatility. Eventually, Sunggu couldn't help it as his stamina flagged. "All right. Let's rest for a moment." Sunggu let out a groan, and Woojin plopped himself on the floor. Sunggu sat next to him, and he took out a bottled water from his bag. He gave it to Woojin first. Sunggu was drenched in sweat and he had a tired expression on his face. However, he still gave Woojin the water first. Woojin grinned. "Dude! You are going to live a long life." "What? I like the cut of your jib." Woojin drank a gulp of water, then he handed it to Sunggu. Sunggu kept gulping down the water like a man who had come across an oasis in the desert. Hi. It felt like the water was being absorbed into his bones. Sunggu's body shook, then he relaxed. "How much time do we have left?" "We have 1 hour and 12 minutes. As time passed, their pace had increased. They had already completed the dungeon 6 times before 3 hours had passed. "The adjust amount is? I think it's over $300,000? We should almost have $400,000. The Bloodstones exchange store took a fixed amount from the final figure to give a fee to the first roused, who defeated the dungeon. The association also took a portion, but the rest was automatically deposited into roused registration account. As Woojin looked at the knocked down Sunggu, he pondered over an idea. He would be able to purchase a decent house for Suo and his mother with $300,000. Money was basically the means to an end. It was a tool to get what he want, but the money itself wasn't his goal. "I'll give up on the Bloodstones." Woojin stood up from his seat. Sunggu followed his example, and he also got up. "Ooh, okay. Hey, Sunggu." "Yes, Hyung Nim. The bloodstone we excavate from now on is all yours." "What?" "I'll mark it for you, so do your best in excavating it." Hyung Nim. Keep up the good work." Woojin almost ran as he led the skeletons downstairs. "Well, should I record my lap time?" Kikik. Sunggu blankly glanced down towards the stairway where Woojin had disappeared to. "Hi, Hyung Nim." If he excavated all the bloodstones before Woojin could end his hunt, he would be able to make around $50,000. He didn't care about the price of his life right now. The amount of money he was able to make was contingent on how much he moved. He was tired for only a moment. Ooh. Before the marking magic could disappear, he hurriedly swung his short sword. After Sunggu entered the dungeon, he started moving like a madman. He tried to close the distance between Woojin, and he excavated the bloodstones from the marked Rockwee's corpses. He had repeated this action for several hours, so he had already become an expert in cracking open the Rockwee's head. However, Woojin's hunting speed was too fast. Sunggu was able to clear only 1 floor before Woojin was coming back up with the return stone. "Ah, my money!" When he thought about the marked Rockwee corpses below, he wanted to pound against the floor. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He followed Woojin out of the dungeon to enter it again. There was 20 minutes left before his 4 hour of using the dungeon came to an end. Before Woojin could step onto the last floor, he stopped walking. You have reached level 10. Your class is being sorted. Woojin was taken aback. He tilted his head in confusion. Class. Originally, one would have to choose one's class at level 10. He had chosen to become a necromancer on planet Alphen. When he was transferred here, he had already chosen the necromancer class. He thought hard as he looked at the window that popped up in front of his eyes. Woojin frowned when an endless banquet of classes popped up. He had already experienced this when he reached level 10 on the Alphen planet. The problem was he already had a class. Does this mean I can have a dual class? He thought hard on it, but that was only answer that came to him. Woojin let out a sigh. Doesn't this put me in a tough spot? His skills and stats were not connected to each other. He had some skills where he needed magic, and some skills required vitality. Necromancer was a class that specialized in magic and control. If he had become a magician, then there were a certain amount of overlap in skills. However, when one reaches level 10, one's class is determined by one's movement pattern. If he knew there was a dual class, then he would have only used magic from level 1. He wouldn't have swung his clawed hammer. Well, I can't do anything about it. He'll probably run out of stat points, but he had planned on using the bonus points to focus on his necromancy. The warrior class was just a throw-in. He decided to think of it like that. He'll just think of his main weapon as backup weapon. He'll have to do his best to raise his stat using liquid drugs or magic drugs. As he organized his thoughts, he quickly threw away any regret. The reward. Woojin immediately opened his inventory. He was curious as to what he received as bonus reward when his class was chosen. The warrior's bonus reward was a weapon. He also received a summoning demon for when he was a necromancer, and it was capable of growth. Hey? There are 2 of them. Woojin grinned. Dual class. I guess it isn't so bad. Woojin took out the warrior's bonus reward. Pop-pot. A blue box appeared. As the light dispersed, a rod was pushed towards him. It was curved like a cane. It looked to be a magician's staff, but the composition was very different from a normal staff. It's a steel pipe. The staff was made out of steel, and it looked like the steel claw hammer. The battles up until now must have influenced its appearance. A warrior's weapon was basically one's best friend, and they are akin to one's life. The warrior's weapon grew alongside the user. It is always with you, and it is always ready to come out at your beck and call. Effect: Strength plus 5, Durability recovery, Dispelled state. Skill: Summon, Dispel. Woojin held the steel staff in one hand, and he thought about dispelling it. As soon as he thought about it, it disappeared. Summon. Pop-pot. It suddenly appeared in mid-air. Woojin grabbed it in his hand, and he had a satisfied smile on his face. This isn't so bad. He obtained a weapon he could pull out at any moment, so it was a good thing. Moreover, the weapon was able to evolve. There was an infinite possibility in how it would advance. It also didn't take up any space in his inventory, so it was great. Woojin's heart fluttered a little bit as he took out the sealed demon stone. I wonder which bastard is in here. He didn't know if he had be lucky or unlucky on the planet Alphen. He netted a succubus and she was of no help in battle. Still, he hadn't been bored since she liked to talk a lot. Pop-pot. The summoning stone disappeared, and a thick smoke rose up. The smoke coalesced into the shape of a small child. She was a cute girl with a black one-piece dress and she wore a hat with lace hanging off of it. Master! A small female child suddenly hugged him. He lifted the small demon off of him. You! BB! Yes, Master! Where have you been? TLN, she's speaking in a very cutesy way. It'll be lost in translation. Woojin could only dumbly stare down at his low-ranked succubus, Bibi. He crouched to look Bibi in her eyes. What? Why did you show up? Heeng. Master unsealed me right now. Hui. Woojin's head hurt from his troublesome thoughts. He clutched his head, and he pressed firmly on his temple. Then he asked Bibi a question. Did the dimensional travel bring you with me? No, you said you were sealed. I'm so happy I was able to meet Master again. Anyways, what is this smell? It smells like Tronet's minions. Bibi pointed towards the rockwees at the last floor. What? Tronet's minion. Tronet was the name of the demon, who had invaded the planet Alphen. Demon wasn't the right description. He was a calamity. They are letting out a similar smell. Bibi's words made his press hands against his temple again. Tronet's invasion reached Earth. This might be why the dungeons formed here. He had no way of knowing if it was true. He felt a strange sense of danger, and it got on his nerves. He had escaped hell, but the hell was trying come here. If it is Janus Nim, then he would know. Hat. Janus. Sage Janus. He was considered to be one of the top mages on the Alphen planet. After Tronet invasion, he had turned himself into a lich. He had become a lich, and he existed for 200 years as he lived alongside Alphen's history. Amongst the family he commanded, the best was of course the undead magician. Lich. He never thought he would hear that name again. Yes. He was in the sealed room with me. There was Ryong, Xing and even Kai Banim. Also. Hey. Wait a moment. What is this sealed room? I'm not sure. It was like the summoning room except Master's voice didn't reach there. The summoning room was where Woojin's family gathered before they were summoned. It was like his inventory. It was a type of pocket dimension, and it was his family's paradise. Are you saying everyone is sealed? Yes. I was the very first one to hear Master's voice. Woojin finally understood the situation. His necromancer class had transferred with him. His entire familiar beings had been sealed until he was able to call on them. He had to be LVL 80 to do the lich summoning. It seemed the level restriction was the cause of his family being sealed. If Earth has been invaded by Tronet. He understood why the dungeons had formed here. At the same time, he felt a sense of crisis. It wasn't the time to leisurely kill the monsters to excavate the bloodstones. Woojin felt the need to level up faster. Hyung Nim. He heard a voice from upstairs. He turned to look at Bibi. You should go back in. Hying. I want to stay by Master's side. I'll call you again, so go back in. I understand. I'll be able to hear Master's voice inside the summoning room. Pot. Bibi turned into a single strand of smoke as she disappeared. At the same time, Sungu came running down the stairs. Did you hear a girl's voice right now, Hyung Nim? I didn't hear it. Why are you still here? Let's conclude our hunt today after we take care of the monsters down there. They would barely be able to do one more dungeon run, but Sungu was as exhausted as he could be. So he readily nodded his head. I understand. Woojin had a complicated expression on his face as he dragged his skeleton troop down the stairs. Chapter 23, Hammer Guild. Chapter 23 Hammer Guild. Chapter 23, Hammer Guild. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Renee. I'll try to have the next chapter out tomorrow to clear the queue. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Jung Minchin was the team leader of the 4th support team of the Hammer Guild. The 4th support team managed any work related to dungeon equal to or below 3 stars. The team was also in charge of educating the new roused inducted into the guild, and they helped out with the training. After he got to work, he always hand-brewed his coffee. He was a coffee maniac. He started off the day leisurely as he drank a cup of coffee in his large office. This was an important ritual for him and it gave him joy. The 30 minutes after he got to work was his small time of happiness. His team members didn't bother him unless there was an important business. DDIRIRI. He was about to grind the coffee beans with his hand mill when the phone rang. He picked up the phone. This is 4th Support Team Leader, Jung Minchen. Team Leader. This is Heeman. Kim Heeman was part of the management staff he had deployed to the Mabong Station's 3rd exit. The Mabong Station's 3rd exit was taken by the Hammer Guild about a month ago. They were now in charge of managing the dungeon, where the Rockwis spawned. Yet, what's going on? These guys arrived at the dungeon this morning, and they reserved 4 hours before going in. There is something wrong with these guys. Did they die? It was common for the roused to meet an untimely death when they attempt a dungeon. No. They were able to safely clear it, but their clear time is abnormal. The first attempt took 30 minutes, but it is taking them 11 minutes to clear the dungeon now. Ugh. They just came out right now, and it took them 9 minutes 47 seconds. Hey! Hey! I won! Collect all the money! Minchen heard low voices in the background, and he already knew what Heeman was doing. Hey, what are you doing? Ah! We made a bet on whether they would be able to clear the dungeon in less than 10 minutes. Never mind about that. Why don't you look up these bastards? They said they were rank F, but I'm sure they are ranked higher. Something was most definitely off. This didn't make any sense. 2 ranked F roused was able to clear a dungeon spawning Rockwis in less than 10 minutes. Keep your phone by your side, and wait for me. I'll call back after I look them up. First, when their reserved dungeon time comes to an end, try to detain them. Yes sir. Team Leader. Keep up the hard work. After Minchen ended his phone call, he logged on to the association site to look up their information. What? This guy registered yesterday? The other guy seems to have registered only 2 months ago. They were fledglings yet they were clearing 3-star dungeons. Moreover, they were clearing it within 10 minutes. One is a necromancer and the other is a flame magician. By looking at their specialty, one could roughly guess the style of their hunting method. It basically meant either there was a mistake when measuring their roused rank or they were intentionally hiding it. Anyways, it was obvious the 2 roused were well above rank F. At the very least, they should be rank C. If a roused exhibited a rank C ability from the beginning, every single one of them matured into a high-ranked roused. It has been a long time since a promising roused had appeared. I must catch them. Jung Minchen abandoned the coffee he loved, and he immediately left his office. As the 4th support team, their main job was to manage the dungeons equal to or below 3 stars, but it was also important to scout the roused using their dungeons. Minchen's car raced towards the Mabong station. After he roughly parked near the road, he headed towards the 3rd exit. Kim Heeman was waiting for him, and he gave Minchen a greeting. Hyung Nim came by yourself. It's business hour right now. Ah cha cha. Team Leader. Heh. It's been about 8 minutes since they entered. They'll be out soon. By looking at their clear time, they still have time to go through the dungeon once more. They had reserved 4 hours, and they had 15 minutes left. They'll be out soon, so they might attempt the dungeon once more. These guys aren't playing around. They've already made over $300,000. Woo. If I was skilled, then I would do the dungeon runs like them. If a high-ranked roused team attacked a 3-star dungeon, of course it would be possible for them to clear it within 10 minutes. However, those high-ranked roused had no reason to attempt a lowly 3-star dungeon. If they were able to clear a higher-ranked dungeon, the $300,000 was chump change. The 3-star dungeon would basically be a repetitive labor. It was as simple as that. Either these bastards have incredible potential or they are criminals who are using fake identities. If they possessed some amazing roused ability that grew enough within few days to allow a rank F to sweep through a 3-star dungeon, he had to get a hold of them. It was a different story if they were criminals with laundered identities. The supervision over the roused was very strict. It would be very hard to cover up one's identity to go through the roused registration again. Criminals wouldn't do such eye-catching deeds like this in the first place. Why aren't they coming out? It's about time they should be coming out. Woojin's party had already passed the 10-minute mark. Heeman was becoming restless when they didn't come out like usual. Dungeons were a place where one didn't know what was coming. Everything further than one's nose was an unknown. It wouldn't be strange for a high-ranked roused to die even in a low-ranked dungeon. It means this will be their last run. Heeman was restless for no reason, and he glanced at his watch. They had only 4 minutes left. There wasn't enough time left for them to attempt the dungeon one more time. Either this was their last run or they wouldn't be coming out forever. Fortunately, it wasn't the latter situation. Woojin came out with a complicated expression on his face, and Seunggu seemed exhausted. We burned through it like white-hot fire. Seunggu's 2 arms felt like it was about to be ripped off. However, he couldn't help but laugh when he thought about the bags filled with bloodstones on his back. The bloodstones were worth about $50,000, and it was all his. I made the right choice. He made a good choice by sticking to Woojin, and becoming his manager. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What are you doing? Go quickly settle our account. Yes, sir. Hyung Nim. The adjusted profit would all be going to Seunggu this time, so Woojin didn't have to go with him. Seunggu tried to quickly head towards the Bloodstone Exchange store, but someone blocked his way. May I speak to the both of you for a moment? Seunggu didn't give a reply, and he casted a furtive glance towards Woojin. A flame magician with 2-month experience, and a necromancer on his second day. They were an odd combination. Moreover, the relationship between the two seemed more strange. I guess that person is the leader. Minchin approached Woojin to ask his request again. May I speak with you? No. I don't want to. The correspondence of his words with his action was right on point. Woojin pushed past Minchin, who was in his face. Minchin was taken aback, and he quickly got in Woojin's way again. Please. Please wait a moment. I just need a moment of your time. If you are planning to steal my time anyways, why are you asking politely? At the other's unexpected response, Minchin had 2 thoughts in his mind. What kind of crazy son of a bitch is this? He is straightforward. I have quickly give him the main points. The former was his emotional side speaking, and the latter was his logical side speaking. Minchin, who had climbed up the ranks to become the team leader of the 4th support team, preferred logic over emotion. I'll tell you my business first. I want to recruit you to our Hammer Guild. Minchin hurriedly put his hand into his suit's pocket to take out a business card, then he tried to hand one to Woojin. Woojin didn't even entertain the idea of taking the business card. He had heard a lot of information from Jimin and Seunggu, so he was well versed on this subject. I refuse. Woojin didn't even think for 1 second before he gave his answer. Minchin had to suppress himself from grumbling, and he was barely able to reply back. Well, it seems you don't know about the Hammer Guild yet. Isn't it one of the 3 great guilds of Korea? It seems you know much. I'm not in a good mood, so why don't you stop bothering me? Woojin's thought was on a razor edge as his mind was filled with thoughts about Tronet. He became irritated when this person started pestering him. He didn't want to speak to him, and it was about a subject he didn't want to talk about. Of course, he wasn't happy. Fortunately, Minchin was quick to pick up on others' mood. Well, it doesn't have to be now. At least give us a call once. Hammer Guild takes good care of the roused with skill. Woojin walked past Minchin after he glanced at the business card. Seungwoo, who was following after Woojin, stealthily read the face of Woojin. What a waste! What kind of an organization is the Hammer Guild? They were one of the 3 great guilds of Korea. They were a guild ranked within the top 20 even if one put them against the guilds of the world. They were a powerful guild, who possessed 2 rank A roused. 1/4 of the dungeons in Seoul were Hammer Guild properties. The guild was probably making an enormous amount of money just from the entrance fees. If one was noticed by such a guild, it guaranteed a fast advancement in one's status. Moreover, a member of the support team and the team leader was here to recruit him. This meant they were very interested in him. How could he kick away such an opportunity? Seungwoo knew Woojin was in a foul mood. Money wasn't the only thing the guild possessed. They had numerous magic and artifact. Moreover, they had experience. Seungwoo's goal was to increase his ability, and he wanted to advance in rank. As aroused, this opportunity was like a dream. Minchin didn't miss Seungwoo's anxious reaction. Please talk it over carefully with your party member. Then please give us a call. Ah, yes. Seungwoo sneakily took the team leader Young Minchin's business card. As he watched the 2 leave, Young Minchin put on a confident smile. When the 2 entered the Bloodstone Exchange store, he swore as he frowned. What the fuck? There is a limit on how arrogant a person should be. You are right, team leader. The bastard isn't normal. Ah. He should be thankful just to be noticed. Even that should be too much for him. That's right. He has no idea how high the doorsteps to Hammer Guild is. Woo. Minchin took a couple deep breaths, then he let go of his anger. There were public employees from the management bureau present. There were also other roused and managers watching from the surrounding. If he had a temper tantrum, then it would be a bad look for him. Minchin approached the public employee. Are you going to send in your report? What? Of course, I have to give my report. Don't send in your report. Yes. Well, I'll do what you say. 2 F-ranked roused cleared a 3-star dungeon in 10 minutes. This meant something must have went wrong when they were assigning their ranks, so the employee had to send in a separate report. However, the public employee was a close friend of the Hammer Guild. The site employee Kim Hee-min turned the public employee a long time ago. Please don't give the information to the other guilds. Yes. I'll do as you say. At the public employee's answer, Kim Hee-min grabbed a hold of Young Minchin's arm. Geez, team leader. This isn't the first time I've done this. I'll go have some soju with that friend over there. Anyways, are you going to try to catch those 2? Yes. You should return to the office for now. Go dig up some information on them. It seems those bastards aren't interested in guilds. Do they have enough worth for us to catch them? I don't care if they don't have any value. You have to catch them first. Have you never fished before? Fishing. If the lure is being pulled, then you reel it in. If it is a small fry, then you just throw it away. Aha. Anyways, go learn about them. The less people who know about them would be better for us. The information will be spread in an instant for eye-catching guys like them. However, he had to do his best to delay it as much as he can. During that time, it would be best if they entered into the Hammer Guild. If they poked around too much, then they would lose an excellent rouse to other guilds and it would be their loss. They are coming out. At Kim Hee-min's words, he turned to look. Woojin and Seungwoo was exiting the Bluestone Exchange store. Minchin and Hee-min stood next to each other, then they looked at the 2 with a confident smile on their face. Asterisk. We earned a lot. Woojin looked at the final adjusted figure, and he felt a little bit relieved. With this much money, he wouldn't have any problem purchasing a house. This was the achievement of a roused, who had been registered for only 2 days. $380,000. This was the balance in Woojin's account. He already had $50,000 in there, and he had gained $330,000. Young Nim. I respect you. Sunggu had received his 10% cut, and Woojin allowed him to keep all the bloodstones he had excavated at the end. He had made $93,000. This large sum of money blew all the thoughts about all the money he lost out of his mind. He was once again surprised he had made so much money in one day. Let's go back to our neighborhood. Yes, sir. They headed toward the parking lot to find their car. When they were passing the parking fee window, Woojin grinned. I guess the parking fee really isn't that expensive. Didn't I tell you? Also, the 4-star dungeons will be very different. The drop rate for an artifact is quite high there. If he purchase a house, then his immediate need would be fulfilled. His immediate goal was not to gather money. He knew his goal had to be leveling up as fast as he could. Woojin's expression turned complicated again, and Sunggu threw out a question towards Woojin. Young Nim. Why did you refuse the guild's offer? Do you have any reasons? It's simple. Yes. I'm not accustomed to having someone above me. Woojin was a ruler. He wasn't accustomed to having someone above him. He actually felt repulsed by it. Why should he receive orders from someone else? How laughable! Sunggu saw Woojin's grin, and he quietly took out the business card from his pocket. Then he threw it out of the window. He was afraid what would happen to him if Woojin found out he took the business card. Bye-bye. Hammer Guild. Sunggu grabbed onto the handle as his eyes misted up a little bit. Chapter 24, Looking for a House. Chapter 24 Looking for a House. Chapter 24, Looking for a House. TLN, another sponsored chapter. Again, thank you for the donation Renee. The queue is cleared. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Woojin arrived at Saidang at around 11 o'clock. He called his mother to see when she could get off. Yes, mother. I'll see you later. After ending the phone call, Woojin looked at Sunggu. We have nothing to do until 3 o'clock. Do you want to go eat something? I'll be honored. Young Nim. Dude. Stop overdoing it. Heh, I really am honored. Where should I take you? How about a taste makes me feel like I've returned to Earth? He was in trouble. He couldn't think of any witty words he could reply back with. Before the silence lingered, Sunggu was barely able to give an answer. Ha ha ha. Should I take you to an organic Korean restaurant? There is a place I know. Let's go there. Woojin looked out the window, and he pointed at a specific location. Sunggu rubbed his eyes when he saw it. Over there. Yeah. Kimbab World. Sunggu berated himself inside. Now that I've touched some money I became wasteful. Hyung Nim is still frugal. Woojin and Sunggu ordered what they wanted to eat after they parked in front of the Kimbab World. Woojin ordered tuna kimbab, TLN, canned tuna, and ramen. He had a very blissful expression on his face as he savored the food. This is it. He thought about his old memories, and his third year in high school. This is what he had tasted at that time. The 20 years as a necromancer was bypassed, and he felt like the third-year high school student from Earth. Hurup, TLN, noodle slurping SFX, Hyung Nim. Which dungeon should I look up next? Is there something like a monster catalog out there? It would be better if there was a list where the 1-star and 2-star monsters are ordered by their level. Of course, it exists. Let's decide it after I see that. Yes, sir. I'll show it to you at the cafe after I organize the information. Woojin and Sunggu headed towards Angel, and they ordered some coffee. Sunggu glanced at Woojin before he spoke to the barista. Is there anything on the menu that represents the Earth's taste? Is there something that'll make one feel such a sensation? At Sunggu's question, the barista frowned as if he saw someone with a couple screws loose. Sunggu turned to look at Woojin, and even Woojin was looking at him strangely. You have a weird taste. I want a cafe mocha. After Woojin said those words, he went to take a seat. Sunggu's face turned red. I would like an Americano and a cafe mocha. Yes. That would be $10. Sunggu brought a vibrating coaster and he took a seat. Woojin slyly asked a question. The coffee price these days is nothing to scoff at. It's almost priced the same as lunch. Woojin looked around the cafe's interior. When he came here previously, he had left without ordering anything. He was surprised when the coffee was more expensive than he thought it would be. Soup and rice is $6. The price was almost the same as a coffee. It wasn't as if there weren't a lot of people here. This large cafe was half full. Woojin indirectly asked a question. How much would it cost to set up a store like this? A cafe? I'm not sure. It should be around $1 million. He didn't know how much the rent was, but this cafe was 3-story high. It was a large cafe. Sunggu was in the dark about such matters, so he guessed at the answer. It would be great if I could set one up for mother. The coffee price was expensive, so he thought the business will do well. It looked to be less arduous than working at a restaurant. He made $300,000 today. He could make $1 million if he worked hard for 3 days. Woojin thought about it in a relaxed manner. If he purchase a house, then he didn't have anything else he wanted. He'll continue to attack the dungeon to level up, and the money would gather by itself. The money itself was trivial. He just wondered if he should set up a store like this, so his mother could have something to occupy her time in relative comfort. Pew pew, pio wrong. Woojin sipped the sweet cafe mocha, and he focused on his phone game. While he was occupied, Sejua brought up some data on his tablet PC. Hyung Nim. I have it here. Let me see. How do I turn the page on this? It's the same as a smartphone, Hyung Nim. Woojin dragged the window to the top of the screen, then he looked at the monster catalog. The Rockies from the 3-star dungeon and the monsters like Goblin and Kobold from the 2-star dungeons were also classified by the number of stars. Monsters with 1-3 stars were classified as low-ranked monsters. The monsters were classified as high-ranked starting from 4 stars. The most basic 4-star monster was a troll. Its movement was quick, and it had enough intelligence to use tools. Moreover, they had an abnormal regeneration ability. Still, they weren't that hard to deal with. I heard the 4-star dungeons and above looks a little bit different. Of course, I've personally never been to one. The 3-star dungeon kept the original appearance of a subway station. However, the 4-star dungeons were basically like stepping into a different world. The entrance just acted as a gate. Well, I'll know once I enter one. Woojin eyed all the 4-star level monsters. Then he weighted against his own level. It'll be possible if they are at that level. There were easy monsters to deal with, but there were also difficult ones too. However, he felt like he would be able to take on monsters as high as 4 stars. If he wanted to level up, it would probably be better for him to attempt the higher-ranked dungeons early on rather than going for the low-ranked dungeons. So who assigns the stars? It is a measured value. What is being measured? The dungeon energy. There is such a thing. Yes. Every time a dungeon is reset, the dungeon energy can be measured. Teams read these estimated report to decide if they should attempt a dungeon or not. Woojin nodded his head. The stars weren't really assigned to the monsters. It was the grade for the dungeons. The monsters were categorized depending on which ranked dungeons they spawn the most at. This is why it wasn't strange to see a 3-star monster, a hobgoblin, in the 2-star dungeon. First, I want to see and experience it. Find out more about the 4-star dungeons. We don't have to line up starting from the 4-star dungeons. We can make an appointment. I'll look up if there are any empty spots in the schedules. Woojin learned that the 4-star dungeons and above were field-type dungeons. Woojin spent the remaining time listening to Sunggu's various explanations. Woojin and Sunggu exited the cafe when the appointed time arrived. Hyung Nim. I could take care of these small matters for you. No. My mother has to live in the house, so she should see it. Yes, Hyung Nim. If you need anything, please give me a call. He gave a respectful bow. Woojin nodded his head as he saw Sunggu walk away. I've earned a pretty good servant. Sunggu sometimes overdid things, but he really liked the affable Sunggu. He headed towards Sungmai's restaurant with light steps. Sungmai was sitting on the counter, and she was immersed in her hand phone game. Even though she was in the midst of setting a high score, she threw her phone down as she suddenly stood up. Appa. You came? Did you eat? Yeah. I ate. Do you want some coffee? No. I'm heading back out immediately. Where is my mother? Wait a moment. I'll call for her. Sungmai headed inside the kitchen, and she saw Li Suqiang and the other kitchen ladies busily working since it was lunchtime. She was taking care of a stack of dirty dishes. Mother. Elder brother Woojin is here. Please hurry up and come out. TLN, lost in translation. But Sungmai is speaking to Woojin's mom as if she is her mother-in-law. Oh okay. Miss Sungmai. Let me finish this up. At Li Suqiang's awkward exchange, her fellow kitchen ladies made a big fuss about it. Ah Wu. Mrs. Li must be very happy. Your son is making so much money that you are going to look for a house. The way he is making money is like that Yankee gentleman, Neil Gates. TLN, LOL. Ago. That's right. I've heard about him too. His name was Neil or something. I've heard he makes a lot of money. Your Woojin is like him. That's right. I'm so jealous. If my son was like Woojin, I would have immediately quit this job. Go. Hurry up and go. Your son is waiting for you. I still have to do my share before going. At her fellow kitchen ladies' compliments, Li Junhyung finished washing the dishes with a shy smile on her face. Since she gained a dependable son, the restaurant work didn't feel arduous anymore. She'll come out after she finishes what she is doing. Appa should sit here. It won't be too long. Okay. Sungmai pulled a chair towards him, and he sat. When he saw Sungmai sit across from him, he asked her a question. What are you doing? I'm looking at Appa's face. Oh. I feel a bit uncomfortable when something ugly looks at me. Sungmai's face remained gentle even when she heard Woojin's straightforward comment. Oh my! You are still so forceful. You. Go make me a cup of coffee. Yes, Appa. If Appa feels uncomfortable then I'll look at Appa sparingly. Now he remembered. He remembered the memories where Sungmai had clung onto him even though he said he didn't like her. While Woojin was drinking the mixed coffee Sungmai made, his mother came out. You are here, son. Behind Mrs. Li Suqiang, the other kitchen ladies followed her out. They acted as if they had come to look at someone else's precious son. Their gazes made Woojin feel uncomfortable, so he let out a fake cough. Let's go. Okay. Why are we going to go look at houses when he don't have any money? With a quiet anticipation, his mother asked the question. Woojin suppressed a bitter laugh as he looked at his mother with teary eyes. Well, he guessed it would be okay to go along with this. What do you mean we don't have any money? This was deposited today. Woojin showed her the figure on his smartphone. Even though she was secretly filled with anticipation, Li Suqiang was surprised. When he said he wanted to move to a different house, she thought he had obtained around $5,000. $300,000. At Li Suqiang's stuttered words, Sungmai's eyes turned round, and she also checked the figure. She hadn't read it wrong. Ooh-wah! Jackpot! It's $380,000. The roused are the best. The roused made a lot of money. They had heard about how much money the roused made, but they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw it with their own eyes. Woojin's mother, Li Suqiang, was so surprised that she became tongue-tied. Ah you! Mrs. Li has an excellent son. In a single day, he was able to make couple 100,000. Hey go! Who cares about that Neil or whatever? Eeing! She won't even have to envy Monsuk. Who the heck is Monsuk? Ah, you know about them. The person who sells gas at the snob a large neighborhood. Eeing! I heard about him. Ms. Kim is so knowledgeable. Ho ho ho! Mrs. Li has been holding back until now. You said he had come back after playing some game, and you were worried about him. Quitting your job is the least you can do. You could open up your own restaurant. If Mrs. Li opens up a restaurant, then you can count on me. I'll go there to work for you. Li Suqiang came to her senses when she heard her fellow employees prattle on. Woojin. Let's go see some houses. Woojin laughed when he looked at her. Asterisk. Woojin escorted his mother to look around several houses as a real estate agent guided them. His mother's had a blissful expression on her face as if she was in a dream, and she liked every house we went to. There were too many houses she liked, so she was having a hard time choosing one. These houses were much better than the one room, and they were even better than the house they had lived in before his disappearance. At the time, they wouldn't have been able to buy houses like these with just $300,000. As they were choosing a house, they came across a problem from an unexpected place. I don't like this house. The kindergarten had ended, so Suo had come to join in their search for a house. However, she acted like a petulant kid as she threw a tantrum at every house they visited. Why don't you like this house, Suo? We can't have a dog in this house. Mom promised me. If we move to a new house, she'll let me have a dog. This kid. About a half a year ago, Suo wanted a dog. However, their residence was too small to have a dog, so Li Suqiang had promised she would get Suo one the next time they moved. A long time had passed yet Suo remembered it. When she looked at Suo, she had on an obstinate face. Woojin thought Suo's antics were cute, so he let out a delighted laugh. Then he spoke to the real estate agent. I guess an apartment is out of the question. Can we only look at the houses? Of course. However, the price is a little, haha. Well, let's see it first. Amongst the couple houses on the market, they were able to find a house where everyone liked it. Oh wow! This house is great! Suo jumped around in joy. It was a two-story house with a small backyard. After the Seda Station's dungeon break, a new rural housing development had formed on the newly available land. When the monsters rampaged, many apartments had collapsed. So it was commonplace to prefer a single home near the stations. I'll buy this house. Woojin made a straightforward decision, but the real estate agent had a difficult expression on his face. This house was put on the market for a quick sale, so it is priced below the market price. However, it still costs $603,000. The price difference between what you had specified is quite large. It's okay. I'll sign the contract. Then let us return to the office. The real estate agent called the owner, so they would be able to meet each other at the office. Woojin gave a call to Sunggu. Hey, Sunggu. I'm trying to buy a house, but I'm a little bit short. Lend me some money. The worst sin is taking back something after you gave it to the other person. Well, Hyung Nim. I was about to buy something, and I'm about to sign a contract. Does that mean you don't want to lend me the money? No. It would be my honor to be able to lend my money to Hyung Nim. Woojin smirked. When we complete the next dungeon, I'll pay it back with interest. Thank you. Hyung Nim. He was able to solve the problem of the money shortage cleanly. Woojin headed towards the real agent's office. Chapter 25, Little Devil BB. Chapter 25 Little Devil BB. Chapter 25, Little Devil BB. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you Andrew and John for the donation. I'll try to get the next chapter out tomorrow to clear the queue. There are more TLN than usual in this chapter. If you think a TLN is unnecessary then let me know in the comment section. I'll delete it. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. They would move in a fortnight. The contract fee, and the intermediate payment would be required on the day of the move. Therefore, Woojin didn't need to borrow Sunggu's money. Woojin had been summoned to the planet Alphen during his third year of high school. No real estate contracts existed on that side. The locations he traveled to and where he fell asleep for the day was his home. He lived like that for 20 years. He had never made such a trifling contract like this. This was why Woojin didn't know what the intermediate payment and contract fee was. While they were looking at the houses, the sun had long ago descended. They filled their hungry stomachs at a nearby restaurant, and Seoul was already sleeping from exhaustion. He carried Seoul back home, and he laid her down. Lee Sujiang had a disappointed expression since she didn't want to part from her son. Why don't you live with us until we move? No. However, we will have a place to live together soon. Woojin wanted to stay. He had looked forward to meeting his family for 20 years, so why wouldn't he want to? However, there were things he didn't want his family to see. This was why he was trying to buy a house as fast as he could. She couldn't force her uncomfortable son to sleep in the small house. She couldn't keep him here. All right. As soon as I quit working, I'll make some banchan for the dongsang you live with. TLN, banchan equals Korean side dish, dongsang equals refer to younger sibling used in a general term to refer to Jimin, gender neutral term. Ahem. It would build up my face a little bit. At her son's cheeky behavior, Lee Sujiang was able to banish a little bit of her unease from her heart. The fact that her son had returned was like a dream. However, consecutive dreamlike events were continuing to unfold in front of her. I'll see you tomorrow. Please quit within couple days. If you are bored after sending Seoul to kindergarten, then I'll set up a cafe for you. Son. I'll be happy if I'm able to eat dinner with you and Seoul every night. I feel the same way. Woojin stroked Seoul's head as she slept. Then he stood up from where he sat. I'll see you tomorrow, mother. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, son. Woojin was sorry to have to say goodbye. He headed towards Jimin's house. Woo. Still, I've been fortunate. Woojin was harassed by an evil spirit every single night. This was why he couldn't sleep peacefully. He wanted to avoid it, but he couldn't since it was a curse. Fortunately, a path opened up for him where he would be able to have some relief from the pain. After walking for a while, Woojin turned into an unpopulated alleyway. Come out, BB. Whoosh. At Woojin's call, a wind seemed to pick up, and a black smoke started to clump together. The black smoke seemed to coalesce, then it scattered. This happened several times. The black smoke materialized, then it scattered into some unknown place. What the heck? Come out, BB. Whoosh. The black smoke disappeared deeper into the alleyway, then it started to materialize in front of Woojin again. However, it was much smaller in size than before. Nyah. The appearance of BB wasn't that of a small young demon. She looked like a cat. A very small young kitten. What? What's wrong? Nyah. I couldn't materialize my body. I had no choice, but to search for a small creature Aong. TLN, Korean SFX for cat is Yaong. Every time she ends a sentence with the second half of the cat SFX. Woojin pressed his hand firmly on his temple. Where is this place? I can feel any of Tronet's influence Aong. Woojin picked up BB. Can you use your ability with that shape? Nya. Master is low level, so I am also low level Aon. I can only use my nightmare Hong. Woojin's family also possessed levels. When Woojin had been transferred back, it seemed their levels were reset. Bibi was a low-level succubus. However, it seemed her basic abilities like nightmare wasn't tied to her materialized body. If you can use that, then that will do. Even if Bibi leveled up, Woojin didn't really need her abilities that'll show up later. Nya. It smells nice here. It's the smell of peace. She was a demon, yet it seemed she was wishing for peace. He couldn't keep a wry smile off of his house from her words. This might be to my advantage. There won't be any problem if you live with me like this. Is that so, Niang? I can stay with Master instead of waiting in the summoning room, Nia Hong. All right. But you can't speak. Nia. I know at least much, Niang. How would a cat be able to speak Aon? Bibi was quick on the uptake, so she'll be fine. Bibi was a big help when Woojin slept. Instead of suffering through the evil spirit's curse, he would rather have the nightmare. Was that too perverted? TLN, preferring one pain over another. Bibi was an important being to Woojin. If she was in her young demonic form, it would be a bit problematic if this situation was viewed through the morality of Earth. However, she looked like a cat now, so it wouldn't be a problem. No one would care if he slept with a cat by his side. Now that he thought about it, Suo wanted a dog. Hey! Can you change into a dog? Nah. The model for my materialization is already set, and I can't change it Aon. Well, she might also like a cat. Asterisk. After his tutoring school ended, Jimin headed toward his home. Nuna. Please take care of yourself when you travel here. I'll meet you in front of my tutoring school. Today was Friday. His sister was coming home tomorrow. DDI Rory. When he opened the door, he instinctively put his guard up as he looked around his room. As expected, Woojin was sitting on the bed. He was watching the TV as he ate a tangerine. Ha ha ha. You are here. Even though Jimin had appeared, Woojin's gaze was still fixed on the television. If someone saw this scene, it would look like Woojin had lived here for a year. No, he acted so naturally that some would mistake him for Jimin's brother. Moreover, Woojin wasn't alone today. Hi, Hyung. What is that? Jimin pointed towards the cat with a surprised expression on his face. His finger was shaking. $500 was too large a sum, so he couldn't call him a trespasser. However, he was living off of me, yet he brought home a pet. Ah, I picked her up on my way here. I'm going to keep her. Hey. It's a cat. The fur, the smell. Jimin had a dejected expression on his face. He feebly took off his shoes, then he took off his bag. He opened the refrigerator, then he chugged down some water. This can't happen. His sister was coming tomorrow. His sister had provided this precious one room, so he would be able to focus entirely on his studies. He was already unhappy by the fact that a man was in his room, yet this person brought a pet without the owner's consent. His action had crossed the line this time. He had to regain his identity as the owner of this house. Jimin placed the empty water cup on the dinner table. He brought it down hard enough that a ta, tln, sfx, was heard. Hyung. I placed some more rent money on top of the dinner table. Haha. This is so funny. Woojin went back to watching the TV. Jimin peeked inside the envelope on top of the dinner table. 300. At the unexpected large sum of money, Jimin's eyes turned round. How could he have so much money? Jimin's gaze headed toward Woojin once more. Jahun. Can you buy me this? Puhihi. When he looked at Woojin, who was immersed in watching the TV, he looked like a poor neighborhood bum. Even though he was an unemployed hyung, it seemed he had some money. He must have been born with a golden spoon. TLN, born into a rich family. No, how could such a wastrel of a golden spoon exist? Nyah. The cat next to Woojin was eating the tangerine with him. The cat ate the tangerine? Why are you standing there like that? Come here and have some tangerine. It's really delicious. The planet Alphen only had apple trees. It didn't have any tangerine trees. Woojin had always liked tangerine, and quite a few places sold it on every street he visited. So he bought it whenever he saw the tangerines. Jimin didn't say anything as he sat next to Woojin. Ah, this is so funny. The comedy program's sketch ended. Woojin finally looked away from the TV, then he turned to look at Jimin. Jimin. Why? Why the long face? Jimin. Why does this hyung enjoy life so much? It made Jimin look like the abnormal one, since he lived with so much worry. Jimin. Do you need spending money? Jimin. Woojin took out his wallet. Jimin took out his handphone when he saw the $50 in Woojin's hand. Then he started writing a message to his Nuna through KakaoTalk, TLN. KakaoTalk equals very popular Korean mobile messenger app, free text/call. Nuna. I think Nuna will have to sleep in a hotel tomorrow. Jimin. Take this pocket money. Jimin. TLN, he is speaking like this B/C, he is copying the punchline to the joke he heard on TV. Thank you. What is the cat's name, Hyung? It is quite beautiful. Jimin's voice turned gentle like a spring weather melting snow. Asterisk. Oh, weak. Seunggu whistled. Even if he was standing still, his shoulders felt like it was about to dance by itself. Hiya. I can't believe this is my car. BMW 5 Series. He could have spent more, but he had thought about the entrance fee to the 4-star dungeon. He left enough cash in reserve. When he visited the sales office to sign the contract, he had been quite nervous. He was about to pay a lump sum for the contract, but Woojin had called him to borrow his money. It made him want to cry. Eventually he said to sign a contract on an installment plan for 60 months, and his car was delivered to him today. When the tinting was done, it was already 12 o'clock. Hee, vroom vroom, TLN, this is what he named the car. Should we go on a drive? Hong Seunggu. 21 years old. This was the first car he had purchased in his life, so his affection for the car was extraordinary. His car was much better than what his friends had. No, there weren't that many friends who even owned a car. Booong. The car's power and handle couldn't even be compared to the Meitai's. It elevated Seunggu's mood. He had returned home to eat lunch with his parents, and it was already 2 o'clock now. It was time to pick up Woojin. Shall we go full force? Woojin was a scary roused, who could extract $400,000 from the 3-star dungeon. Normally, the 3-star dungeon yielded around $50,000 per run. He wondered how much the 4-star dungeons would give. For Seunggu, Woojin was basically a lotto ticket for him. Appa bought a car. I'll go get you. Seunggu sang at top volume as he headed towards the Seda station. Woojin received a call from Seunggu, and his eyes turned round when he went outside. Eeeeah! You bought this car? Haha! It troubled me that Hyung Nim had to ride in the small Meitai's. This is why I bought this car. Oh yeah! You don't have to lend me your money. What? I decided to settle the balance in a fortnight. He had signed a contract for a 60-month installed payment plan because of him. He could have told him a little bit sooner. That's too bad. If it is for Hyung Nim, it would be well worth it even if you spend my entire fortune. Woojin was used to Seunggu's brown nosing, so he let it flow over him as he looked at the car. Wow! This car is great! Woojin sat in the passenger seat. As if he was amazed by the car, he started touching every inch of the car's interior. Seunggu, who was the car's owner, looked on with nervousness. Ah! The oil from his hands. He couldn't say anything, and he put on a smile. However, his inside were burning to pitch black. Woojin still pressed against various parts of the car as if he was fascinated by it. No! Seunggu was letting out an anguished scream inside. However, Woojin's hand didn't stop as his eyes was filled with curiosity. What are you doing? Aren't you going to start the car? Yes. The car would eventually become dirty. New cars became used cars. Children became adults. This was the law of nature. Seunggu chanted a Buddhist prayer as he tried to take care of his mental health by himself. When is the appointment? It's 5 o'clock. He had already put down the appointment fee, so they could use the dungeon. They didn't have to go early to line up. They just had to make an appointment. It was a popular dungeon, so the entire week was packed with appointments. No one knew when the dungeon reset would happen, so they only took appointments for 1 week at a time. Where are we going this time? We are headed to the Gwacheon Station's 6th exit. It was near his high school. In the beginning, Woojin had gone into the Gwacheon Station's first exit by mistake. He grinned as he thought about it. The two rode the new car, and they headed towards Gwacheon. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.